Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Democrats now have a real election on their hands. Here is the state of play. This is one of those nights that only makes sense after it happens. Joe Biden ahead in 8 states. Bernie Sanders in 3 tonight. Remember, just 2 weeks ago, people were talking about Joe Biden as if it was almost over. We're watching 3 states, 2 of them huge. They are really the stories of the night. Texas and California. You see the ones that have been won. This we know. Here's what we don't know. Maine, 91% in. Biden with a very small lead. Interesting regional play. Obviously, New England, the home for both of these men, Delaware and Vermont. But California and Texas is the story of the night, okay? For Joe Biden to be where he is in Texas right now would have been unthinkable just days ago, let alone what we're dealing with. 32,000 votes ahead right now. You see on the bottom of the screen, 70% in, still a long way to go. Things could change. Certainly, that's the story in California. Notoriously, takes a long time for the vote to come in. Obviously, you got an extra hour and a time change issue as well, but 32% only in. We're going to be watching that all night long. Why? It's going to tell you different stories of the themes of the night. How does the Latino vote come in? What areas of concentration matter between Sanders and Biden? And also, what does this state tell us about the other 2 people in the race? Michael Bloomberg has a big decision to make. Elizabeth Warren, sobering night. Now, this is what we see. We'll be watching it all night, but let's get inside the metric. Let's go over to Phil Mattingly at the wall and talk Texas. From I in Iowa, right, where Biden was 4th, to now, this is something you couldn't have seen. Anybody who says they saw this coming, is talking with makeup on their face. Why is this race as close as it is in Texas?
Well, not only is it close, not only is Joe Biden now up by almost 33,000 votes, but we've seen a dramatic shift over the course of the last hour and a half. And I'm going to try and explain that to the extent that I can. And it's in large part based on early vote versus election day vote. And what we're seeing is early vote when you go into some of the biggest, most populous counties. We're talking about perhaps Dallas County or maybe down in the Houston area. You're seeing Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden largely even, maybe a point or 2 separating them. Now Joe Biden is starting to show some margin here. He's starting to grow his vote, leading in Dallas County, 2nd largest county in the state of Texas, by now more than 10,000 votes. Now, it says 99% reporting down here. Wait on that. We think more votes coming in from Dallas County. And the same also goes when you move down into Harris County, where Houston is, the largest county in the state, a county that has grown at a tremendous amount over the course of the last couple of years. Look, they were pretty much at 26, 26, 27, 26 throughout the course of the night to some degree. Now Joe Biden opening up a 10,000 vote lead here, too.
So how much a factor do you think it is that this galvanizing effect of we've been seeing throughout the night, somewhere between 30, close to 40% in some states of voters were like, I made my decision in the last few days. That's a huge metric for Biden.
It's exactly why I pointed out why things had been even for so long in these major counties, and now they're starting to shift. It's the early vote versus the election day vote. The early vote was coming in. It was the first thing we were seeing in these large areas, kind of suburban areas, big urban areas. They were tied for a large part of that part of the evening. Now Joe Biden's starting to stretch his lead as you're getting the election day vote in. And obviously in the largest counties, the more vote you're getting in, if Joe Biden's keeping margins that look like this, that means he's got room to run, room to actually grow a lead right now. Now, you look, and the one thing is, there's still vote outstanding in Sanders counties, too. Let's go down to Bexar County, home of San Antonio. Obviously, Bernie Sanders, about a 9,000 vote margin here. Really kind of waiting to see how much vote comes in here as well. You can even move up to Travis County. This is obviously College Town, University of Texas, Austin. This is Sanders country. This is kind of a liberal bastion in the state. You see the margin. Obviously, Bernie Sanders doing very well here compared to Joe Biden. But again, when you talk about these major counties, when you talk about Harris County, when you talk about Dallas County, you know that Joe Biden's got a lot more vote coming in. You saw the lines in Harris County that we've been talking about throughout the course of the night. People still waiting in line to vote. Those votes largely are breaking towards Biden, or at least to a degree right now that's separating him from Bernie Sanders.
Texas and California. Well, go ahead, make your point.
Yeah, I want to make one more point, too, because we talk about the major population centers, but look at all this blue throughout here. These are not large counties. These are hundreds of votes maybe that separate Bernie Sanders. But what they are is they are places where Joe Biden is adding to his lead. Again, I'll pick a couple of them out. This is a very small county. We're talking 10, 15 votes here. This isn't kind of making or breaking the election for Joe Biden. But when you look at these margins and you start to scroll across, you see that Joe Biden is running up in some of the more rural areas where it's not huge amounts of vote, but Joe Biden is dominating these areas.
Not an unusual analysis that we see on the national map when we look at the Republican strong points of what they used to call flyover country. Now it's must-win country.
No question about it. That's exactly what. So you combine this, you combine these smaller areas with these large population centers that are really starting to come in now in the vote, and you understand why Joe Biden has gone from tied or to some degree tonight 7, 8, 9 points down to 38,000, 39,000 votes ahead.
All right, so that's Texas. Texas and California, obviously the two big prizes of the night, also are going to be very interesting demonstrations of the strengths and weaknesses for each of these top two. And also, we'll get into the other candidates and what it means for them. What are we seeing in California?
So let's pull up California. And again, you caveated it properly at the beginning. California comes in slow. There's the opportunity for the next couple of days for people to still send in ballots. So we're not going to have a full understanding of things. But when you look at what's at stake here, 415 delegates at stake here. This is obviously a huge haul. And look at this map right now. You're seeing Bernie Sanders light blue, 180,000, 181,000 votes ahead, 29% to 19% for Joe Biden. But I would note Joe Biden starting to tick up. He was below Michael Bloomberg for a period of time, now starting to tick up very clearly and comfortable into the viability territory, above 15%, where he'll be able to get delegates.
For people who are just joining us, which I think people have been watching all night, to be honest.
How could you not?
Bloomberg's theory of the case was Bernie can't win, Biden can't do it, so I'm going to enter.
Yep.
So what do you believe, or do we have any way of assessing how much of Bloomberg vote that we see in these big states that we're watching, certainly Texas and California, should be with Biden if he were to leave? Is there any way to know?
It's tough to say, and I'd pull out of California to actually show this to some degree. Maybe flip into a state like Tennessee. Look, you see all the blue here in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, Joe Biden won this state, won it very handily. But take a look at this. Pull up right now. Where is Michael Bloomberg? You see one purple county here in Tennessee. Where is he in first? You see the one county. Where is he in second? Look at all the counties Michael Bloomberg's in second in. Those are all dark blue. Those are Joe Biden counties. So the question is he eating into Joe Biden's vote? It would appear, at least, if he's coming in second place in a lot of counties that Joe Biden is winning, even in a state that Joe Biden's winning handily, they're at least competing for the same types of voters.
Can we do that yet
counties.
in Texas and California, or no, not yet?
Yeah. So pull up Texas. You see all the blue here.
All right, so there's purple. Not a lot of purple.
You see what? Four counties right now for purple. Let me scoot this over so we can kind of center it up.
So Bloomberg's second would be the key metric.
Bloomberg's second. You see, wherever you see purple right now, these are counties that
where he
Bloomberg
won.
is leading, right?
All
So
right.
let's pull up where Michael Bloomberg...
Or leading, right.
Where Michael Bloomberg is in first. There you see the purple counties. Where is he in second? There you see a little bit of light blue here, but you see in some
mostly
of these counties
him again.
Here, mostly Joe Biden counties or counties where Joe Biden is leading right now.
Is it worth doing in California, or no, too early?
Try. It's early, but why not? You know, we're here all night.
That's true.
Pull up California. And again, I think the difficulty here is you only see a couple counties where Joe Biden's actually leading. Really the same number of counties, 3 where Michael Bloomberg is leading too. But let's take a look at where Michael Bloomberg is in first, second, or third. Michael Bloomberg in first, right up in here in the Northern California area, San Francisco outskirts. And second, cutting into some Bernie counties is Senator Bernie Sanders.
Because that's going to be the tough case for him to make. Today, he was very brusque. Right? Hey, if you asked Biden if he's dropping out, when you ask him, come talk to me. I'm not going anywhere. We're in for the long haul. This campaign's built for the long haul. Everybody's on message.
Right.
But if his theory of the case was what he's been saying all along, which is Joe Biden can't beat Trump, it can't be Bernie, otherwise Trump wins, that is not sounding like a great case right now.
Not sounding like a great case necessarily. And obviously, I think if you look at the early part of the night, the Mid-Atlantic into the South, not exactly the results that Michael Bloomberg wanted. But I want to say something a little bit counterintuitive here.
Go ahead.
And that is this. Michael Bloomberg sitting right here at 17%. Again, very early. We don't know if that's going to hold.
About a third reporting.
About a third reporting. But if that holds, he's above the 15% viability threshold. In this sense, in this state, he will actually help Joe Biden if he hangs there. The more people that are viable in a state where Bernie Sanders is doing well, and look, Bernie Sanders based on money, Bernie Sanders based on organization, Bernie Sanders based on demographics. California was going to be a good state for Bernie Sanders, and right now it looks like that's actually proving out. The more people that are viable, the more people that are splitting delegates, the more Joe Biden can decrease how many delegates Bernie Sanders ends up netting out from the state. So Joe Biden right now may not appreciate Michael Bloomberg's presence all over the country, but in California, if he is able to stay viable, if he's able to stay over 15%, cuts into how many delegates Bernie Sanders can take away, Joe Biden's probably not mad about that.
Is that a theory of the case that holds to the next sets of Super Tuesdays, that you may want Bloomberg in some of those, or no? Is that mainly specific to a massive state like California and dividing a big pie?
I think it depends. It depends on states where Bernie Sanders was definitely going to do well. And remember, going into a night like tonight, I want to pull it. We've already called Minnesota for Joe Biden, but one of the big questions going into the night was Joe Biden going to be viable in some of these states? And not only is he viable, he won Minnesota, crushed Minnesota, I think one of the biggest surprises of the night. And in that case, again, it goes back to what I was saying about California. If Joe Biden is able to just barely cross 15%, or maybe isn't viable in a state that Bernie Sanders is going to win, the more people you have that are viable, it's helpful to him. But I think when you look at some of these states down here, when you look at Tennessee, when you look at Arkansas, when you look at Oklahoma, and you see Michael Bloomberg in there largely cutting into where where Joe Biden was winning counties, probably would prefer him out of the race.
Now, look, just to get this straight, we're going to go to Maine right now. We haven't spoken about it a lot tonight, but, you know, it's an interesting head-to-head between the two main candidates. You know, Massachusetts also would have been an interesting story had Elizabeth Warren performed better there. I mean, her finishing a distant third in her home state, not a good message. But it's interesting here because of what you see in the pockets of display. Explain the Big Purple. So the Big Purple, why this county is he doing so well?
It's a great question. I can't exactly tell you exactly why he's doing well. Here's what I'll tell you that I think is the most important thing about this state. Look, Mike Bloomberg, again, under 15%, so not viable statewide.
So you have to be to 15 before you can collect any delegates for the convention.
Statewide, and then obviously it changes based on congressional district as well, or state senate district down in Texas. But here's the most important part about Maine, and why this is stunning to a lot of people that I'm talking to right now, going into right now. Joe Biden ahead by about 3,000 votes. Let's go back to 2016. 2016, Bernie Sanders won Maine by 30 points, almost 30 points over Hillary Clinton. When you were talking to people going into Super Tuesday, and there's a lot of states around right now that you could say, didn't expect Joe Biden to be at that number in that state on this night. This is one of those states. 4 years ago, Bernie Sanders blew out Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in this state. Right now, again, let's talk about where the state is. 91% reporting Joe Biden about 3,000 votes ahead. And again, it's one of those situations not unlike, perhaps, not directly analogous, but not unlike perhaps what you're seeing down in Texas. Joe Biden kind of ticking through, not necessarily hitting well in major population centers, Lewiston, Augusta, but also in the smaller areas starting to rack up votes.
So interesting. Look, it's a very different race. And obviously, Bernie has his own strengths that we're seeing in big ways. Now, Texas is the surprise again. You're going to remember the context. Bernie Sanders was supposed to do well in Texas, if not win with the even money bet. Obviously, in California also, Bernie was supposed to be sure money. So Texas is a big surprise to see what is now a fairly significant lead with 73% reporting.
39,000 votes at this point in time, 73%. Again, one of the things to pay attention to, demographically, we expected Bernie Sanders to do well in this neck of the woods, right? This is a very heavily Latino area. This is an area where, if you want to compare and contrast to, say, Nevada, where he did extremely well with Latino voters, perhaps this is a corollary to some degree. I think what we weren't necessarily expecting is that Joe Biden would do so well in the population centers. And the reason why is these are the suburban voters. I want to pull up Dallas County again. If you move up into this area right in here, this is a congressional district that was Republican for a long time, that was flipped in 2018 by Colin Allred. Where was Colin Allred last night? He was standing right next to Joe Biden at that big event in Dallas County, where he was rolling out his endorsements of Beto O'Rourke, of Amy Klobuchar as well. Those are the types of districts that Joe Biden said he can flip. Those are the types of members that he was campaigning for in 2018. And right now, it's bearing out that Joe Biden is doing well with suburban white voters, not just black voters, African-American voters that we knew he was doing well in the South, that he's crushed tonight, state by state by state, but also in the suburban voters as well, which up to this point, he was in large part splitting to some degree with people like Elizabeth Warren. Tonight, he's not splitting them anymore. And we thought perhaps these were the types of areas where Michael Bloomberg would come in and make headway, take vote away from him, at least in Texas, at least in Dallas County in particular. That hasn't been the case.
On the surprise-o-meter, look, Bernie Sanders is running strong. Again, you still have to own the reality that he is the only one of these four candidates who has a legitimate movement behind him. And as we learned in 2016, you sleep on a movement at your own peril. Right. So he's doing well where we thought he would, specifically with the Latino vote. Pretty much everywhere he's doing very well with them. That's something that Biden's going to have to contend with if he wants to be really going head-to-head with them as they go across the country. Younger voters. Now, the problem with younger voters versus older voters, you have more younger voters but they don't vote. What are they, somewhere between 13 to 17%?
In that general
And
woods.
voters over 50, usually you get somewhere between 50 to 60% voter turnout, depending on where you are and why they're voting. How does that play out?
Well, I think the big question, who are the high propensity voters? They're older voters, they're African-American voters to some degree, and they're suburban voters. They're suburban white voters, and you're seeing that play out right here. Now, you talk about college-age kids who are obviously very big.
Austin
for Bernie
would be
Sanders.
ground zero.
Austin, University of Texas. That explains to some degree why you're seeing Bernie Sanders crush in Austin. And Austin obviously is, again, a liberal bastion of the state to some degree. And you've seen that play out throughout the course of the primary. You've seen two real strengths for Bernie Sanders over the course of the primary. College-age voters and Latino voters, particularly in Nevada. And I think we're seeing it to some degree in the southwestern part of Texas, to some degree in California as well. They're not a monolith. But that's what you're seeing. What you're seeing with Joe Biden here, and I think why the Biden campaign has to be thrilled with this night, besides the fact that they're doing well and winning states that maybe they didn't even think they were in playing, is the fact that the coalition that's come together is not just one kind of subsect of what people were looking for.
Right.
It's a group. It's not just African-American voters. It's also those suburban voters. It's also those older voters as well. Now, Bernie Sanders, throughout the course of this primary up to now, was doing well with rural voters, was doing well with college-age voters and younger voters. But this coalition that Joe Biden is putting together in a state like Texas, that's a winning coalition, at least for this primary.
The numbers just changed next to me.
Yeah.
So let's go to Dallas County and see what changed, if that tells us something about it.
So pretty much sticking around, again.
So here's what we're getting. They're giving us some new numbers. Biden's got 68,000 votes in Dallas County. And what other information do we have? Sanders has, it's all about dramatic pause, 49,000. So 68, 49. So these numbers will be different, 68 and 49.
So give our friend the Magic Wall, who's had a very busy night, a little time to update here. But I want to always be tender love and care here. But I want to underscore what I was talking about when we first started here, and that is early vote versus election day vote. And you're seeing in those latest numbers that you just read off, you're seeing the margin start to spread even wider here. We went from Bernie Sanders being neck and neck with Joe Biden in Dallas County to data dump after data dump after data dump, Joe Biden growing and growing and growing and growing. And I think there's no expectation right now, particularly in Dallas County, I think the same for Harris County as well in Houston, that that's going to change. And that leads you to wonder, all right, what's outstanding still for Bernie Sanders? Obviously, El Paso is a strength for Bernie Sanders, not a huge amount of vote in El Paso. Right. So maybe you can make up.
Now we're 88. So we're somewhere between 74 and 88, depending on which part you're in. We'll be watching it. Let's go at a quick break in. We're going to have all night to do this. But look, the headline of the night is, this is something you would have never seen happening until it happened. The Democrats have an entirely new race on their hands. We're going to pick up the coverage. We're looking at California. Sanders is up. What can Biden do there? Texas, we're telling you the story. Big surprise for Biden. And Maine isn't done either yet, an important region to monitor, especially because it's so different than 4 years ago. So stay with CNN.
What a night it has been for Joe Biden. What a race it's been. Unbelievable. I took a nap because I knew that I would be up late. And I woke up and I thought I was still dreaming. Joe Biden, you can only say, is overperforming what everyone thought he would do. Let's join the experts now. Joining me now is Mark Preston, Laura Barone Lopez, Ron Brownstein, Andrew Gillum, Jen Psaki, and Scott Jennings. Did you guys think the same thing?
It's good to know you dream about Joe Biden.
I tried to sleep during the day, and I knew that, that we would all be up here until like
Joe Biden,
at least 5 in the morning. And I said, what is going on? Joe Biden kept winning state after state after state after state. And if you had asked, I think any of us, 72 hours ago at least, would, we obviously thought he would win some states. Yeah. But if you had asked Mark Preston, would you have said that Joe Biden would be performing at least the way he performed?
Not by these margins, but I mean, look, certainly in politics, success begets success, right? And we saw Joe Biden really take control of South Carolina and really win overwhelmingly. And if you look at that placement so close to Super Tuesday, that was a big thing for Joe Biden because he was able to carry that momentum into the South where we saw a lot of African-American voters who clearly were behind Joe Biden.
Yeah. Especially, let's talk about Texas, right? Let's talk about Texas. Laura, Bernie Sanders has big support when it comes to Latino voters, but Joe Biden performing not only with African Americans, but with white voters, not only in Texas, but across the board. But specifically Texas, if you would have told anyone again that Joe Biden would be ahead in Texas, or at least neck and neck with Bernie Sanders, no one would have believed it.
They maybe wouldn't have, but actually Politico, I wrote that story this morning saying that Texas, that Biden was actually had a good chance of winning Texas. His campaign in the few days leading up since South Carolina had started saying, we're going to win Texas.
Stand by 1 second. I just want to look. These are new totals coming in from Texas. Biden, 32.2%. It's 76% in now. Joe Biden, 32.2%. Sanders at 29.3%. Everyone well behind that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Laura.
No, yeah. And so his campaign had started saying after the turn in South Carolina, they were feeling really good about Texas, even though they spent only about $500,000 on TV ad buys. They did not spend on Spanish language in the final days leading up to Texas, but they were confident because it was a different demographic makeup than a state like California, and so they felt as though, and they kept saying, look, if there's one of the big two delegate-rich states that we're going to blunt Sanders, it's going to be in Texas, and we're seeing some of that tonight with 76 reporting. So Sanders' team was privately admitting that maybe Biden could catch them. Publicly, they were expressing confidence in their ground game. They did have far more offices than Biden did there. They also, though, felt as though maybe that Bloomberg hurt them with Latinos to a certain degree because he spent a ton of money in that state trying to win over Latinos.
We talked, weeks ago, we were all here talking after Iowa.
Even hours ago.
Yeah, well, it feels like hours ago. But after Iowa, we were talking about and debating the order in which these states go. South Carolina reset the table, period.
How'd you know what I was going to ask you?
But to be more specific about how it reset the table, black voters, in and of themselves, gave this candidate the lifeline of his life.
All right, give me a moment here. Let me
please.
just ask you this, because I was talking to Hillary Rosen, who Hillary texted me, and she said, thank you for, in a sense, I'm paraphrasing here, to James Clyburn and to black voters in South Carolina who gave momentum. That win really gave momentum to Joe Biden.
Without a doubt.
Right? Across the country. And you are seeing that now.
Without
a slingshot.
Without a doubt. And the truth is that we all kept saying early on, in spite of Joe Biden loss after disappointment, all of us kept saying, well, let's see what happens when it comes to South Carolina. And we said that for a reason, because today, Super Tuesday, you had a slate of states all across the Sun Belt of this country where black voters showed up, they showed out, and they delivered decisive wins.
James Carville's saying the same thing.
And
is that what he's saying?
Yeah. James Carville's saying the same thing.
And beyond black voters, I think white voters are also looking at how black voters have come out for Joe Biden, and it's making them think, well, this guy can actually win. And this is an important demographic, an important electorate that we need to defeat Donald Trump. So it's also been encouraging to white voters. And you've seen Joe Biden start to do better. You saw in South Carolina. We'll see more, as we see more about tonight, among college-educated white women in suburbs that Democrats need to win in November. And he's starting to do better. And I bet you that part of that is because they're seeing how well Joe Biden is doing among African Americans.
Voters still in line in Texas, by the way.
Yeah, no, I mean,
at this hour.
That's a whole separate issue about the length of the lines today and what that might portend for November, when turnout could be 15 to 20 million higher than it was even in 2016. It's kind of an ominous note. But look, there are a lot of different things that happen in a lot of different places tonight, but I feel like the caption on the whole picture could be pretty concise, which is that Bernie Sanders' coalition is too narrow to win. And he is not doing anything to expand that coalition. And in fact, in many ways, may be contracting it. I mean, just think about the contrast. When Bernie Sanders, after he won New Hampshire, he said he was running against the Democratic establishment as well as the Republican establishment. When Joe Biden won South Carolina, what happened in the next 48 hours? He unified the party. Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg, Beto O'Rourke, three opponents came together. We saw tonight one thing in the polling that really jumped out at me in the exit polling is a problem resurfaced for Sanders that wasn't there in the first three states, but was there in 2016. And that is he got crushed in almost every state among self-identified Democrats. Does well among independents who vote in a Democratic primary. But if you're wanting to be the Democratic nominee, at some point you got to win some Democrats. And in many of these states tonight, he was losing self-identified Democrats by 20 and 25 points. It's not only African Americans, that's those college white voters, many of whom had parked with Buttigieg, Klobuchar, and Warren. They were kind of freed up. They moved more toward Biden than toward Bernie. And also, I think maybe the most important of all, looking forward to the middle of March in all these Rust Belt states, Sanders won whites without a college degree in the first four states. That didn't hold tonight.
Scott,
Biden batted
before you
into a dead
poo-poo
heat.
on all of this, I'm just kidding. Hold on, Scott. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Hold on. Are you encouraged by the turnout?
Yeah, well, no, I think it's a strong, it was a strong turnout. I mean, the youth turnout was not what Sanders had hoped. The share of the vote cast by young people went down compared to 16 in some of these states. Look, I don't think there's any question that a lot of Democrats are going to come out and vote in 2020 against Donald Trump, and a lot of Republicans are going to come out and vote for Donald Trump. I mean, like I said, there are serious estimates that as many as 15 to 20 million more people will vote than in 2016. If that happens, it will be the highest voter turnout as a share of eligible voters since 1908. Which was before women had the right to vote.
I just have to say, as much as I argue with you have to respect the Bernie Sanders coalition, right? He has an army behind him. But as much as I argue with young people that the the electorate in general is not Twitter.
And the
It's
question
not, and people don't understand that those people are an echo chamber who argue amongst
I would be
themselves.
interested what others think, but I think you come out of this tonight and you say the person who has to change the dynamic in this race is much more Bernie Sanders than Joe Biden. And Bernie Sanders is kind of like a straight ahead.
Right.
He doesn't have a lot of lateral movement. He needs a second act because I think what this shows tonight is that while he has enormous depth of support, he doesn't have enough breadth of support to be the party's nominee. And in some ways, the things he has done is narrowing rather than broadening his reach.
Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
Well, first of all, the Democrats did what the Republicans failed to do in 2016. They did their consolidating early.
Right.
The Republican fragmentation lasted well after Super Tuesday, and it allowed Donald Trump in that iteration to continue to win. Also, the winner-take-all rules helped as well. But the fragmentation lasted a long time. Also, in that case, even when there was consolidation, it was Trump and then Cruz, I guess, who wasn't exactly establishment-friendly either. In this particular iteration, you have an outsider candidate, Sanders, and a very much a real Democrat establishment candidate in Biden, which I think changes the dynamic. Look, I'll wear the pundit cone of shame because I came out here and thought after the first three contests, it felt like, as somebody who's been in campaigns, and including some losing ones, that Biden's campaign had that stink, of death that campaigns get. And watching him pop up out of the coffin tonight like The Undertaker at a WWE match has been really, really amazing. And look, I don't think it's over. By the way, Bernie Sanders raised $46.5 million in February. He has money to keep going. But obviously, there's been a momentum shift. But I don't think we should make the same mistake that we made before. We all wrote Biden off, and then he came back, and now we're all tempted to write.
I don't think we should write Bernie Sanders off at all. But to Ron's point, I think one of the things his campaign is probably discussing tonight and the days ahead, or they should be, is they have raised a lot of money. They have so many people come to these rallies that are like rock star events. They have so many volunteers. They have not translated that to expanding the electorate. And in addition to that, they also are hurting their chances of bringing other Democrats into their fold. So even when Bernie Sanders went out there on South Carolina the other night and gave his speech, I was struck by what he says when he's trying to unify people is, you're welcome to join our revolution. And the fact is, a lot of Democrats out there, they're not looking to join a revolution or join our movement. They're not looking to join Bernie Sanders' movement. They're looking to beat Donald Trump. And even shifting some of his language and really thinking about how they translate it to getting people to actually vote, getting this big base of excitement to vote are two big things they need to focus on.
Bernie isn't the only one, however, that has to learn that lesson, Don. I would just suggest that Bernie absolutely has to grow his turnout. But I said this early in an earlier segment, what got them here won't get them there. What may get you the nomination won't get you the presidency. So for Bernie, he's got to grow his base out if he intends to be the Democratic nominee and bring more of us into the tent, not declare war against Democrats. But for Joe Biden, if young people are supporting him at 5% or in California, that is a huge problem because the people who don't like Trump are going to show up anyway. The way we win is by bringing in more
I've got to
voters.
get to the break, but Scott, it looks like you want to get in
Well,
quickly, please.
just one quick point. I'm sure everybody's seen the video of these protesters jumping up on the stage tonight. And our old colleague, Simone Sanders, tackling one of the protesters. Hats off to Simone for taking down the Dairy Queen tonight there on the stage. These candidates need protection, okay? Right. The Secret Service needs to be engaged right now. Somebody's going to get hurt. These protesters are getting too close to these candidates.
Especially a former vice president.
Any of them. Right. Sanders, Biden. If you're in this race, you need protection. The Homeland Security Director, the congressional leadership, and ultimately the president need to order it tomorrow.
All right, thank you. And listen, I think but people said the same thing that you said. They said the same thing about Trump in 2016, that he needs to expand his base. He still won. right? So that's
This is
a cautionary.
This is
caution.
but no, this is
Cautionary
consolidated
tale.
much faster.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Very
it's a
different.
different race.
You also had
All right,
restriction.
we got a lot more ahead. Listen, the polls are still open in Texas, and look, it's 1:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. In the Central Time Zone, obviously 12:30 in the morning. Listen, Biden's still building his lead in Texas, California. You can see Bernie Sanders still in the lead there by a big margin. We're going to continue our coverage here on CNN Super Tuesday into Wednesday. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage. This is history being made. The Democrats have a whole new race on their hands. Just days ago, you would have never seen this coming. Joe Biden in the lead over Bernie Sanders in Texas. Sanders running very strong tonight where he was expected to, as he is expected to. Biden is the surprise. Now, there are also going to be big implications for Michael Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren. We're going to get to that. Warren is having a tough time qualifying with 15% in a majority of the 14 states tonight. But at the top, 50,000 ahead right now. You see 77% in vote-wise. That's moved up a little bit recently. We've seen some vote total bumps in Dallas County and in Harris County. So now we have an evolving story in Harris County, okay, which is part of this. They have been waiting in line for up to and over 5 hours to vote in this important populous county in Texas. That's where we have Ed Lavandera. Ed, what are you seeing there in terms of the story of how long, how they're feeling, why it's happening?
Well, we are on the campus of Texas Southern University, and this is the library, which is one of the voting locations here on this campus. And what we're told is that this is a kind of a new concept, that a number of precincts consolidated their voting locations here at this particular library. We have spoken with many people here tonight who have spent well over 5 hours, now approaching 6 hours to vote just behind these doors and around the corner. It's been a series of problems with the number of ballots on site, machines that weren't working properly. In fact, at midnight, the machine shut down. We are told, and you see people here starting to come out once again. These are the last about 50 so people that are still left inside trying to vote nearly 6 hours after the polls officially closed here in the state of Texas. So one of the reasons why we're seeing this slow result of Texas votes trickling in is in part because of the long lines we have seen throughout Harris County. As we have talked about throughout much of the day, this is one of the most fast changing communities across all of Texas. The voter turnout has been huge, but I spoke with Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who has represented this area for some time. She has been here throughout the night. She told me that this precinct simply didn't have enough voting machines, that there were about 12 voting machines on site. They're very old machines, haven't worked properly, and in her opinion, they should have had at least 30 machines out here to handle the vast numbers of people that were coming to vote here at this particular polling location. But the bottom line here, Chris, is that it is nearly 1 o'clock in the morning Central Time, and there are still just under 50 people who are still waiting to vote nearly 6 hours after the polls closed. Chris?
Well, there's two ways to look at it. First of all, talk about the dedication. Long night for you also, but this is our job. These people have families, they have jobs. All this time they've had to spend in the polls. And this story never goes away. Every election, Ed, you and I are doing something like this, where it's left to the states and they can't get it right. The most important operation of our democracy. Ed, thank you very much. Update us if there's any new information about further problems there. Appreciate it, brother. So, David Chalian, but this story about whether or not they can get voting straight or not is going to go on as long as you and I are in the business. Yeah. Let's start from the beginning. We keep mentioning this number, 15%. Will Warren get to 15%? Only in a couple. Why 15%?
Because you need to hit 15%. It's like a magic number in this process to be eligible for delegates. And in two ways. You need to hit 15% statewide if you're going to accumulate delegates. And another way to do it is 15% in a given district, a congressional district, or in Texas, state Senate districts. Either way, it's roughly about 40% of the delegates total across the primary season awarded based on the statewide vote, and about 60%, almost 2/3 of the delegates awarded based on these district level votes. So that number, 15%, is what makes you able to collect delegates.
All right, so now let me get your head on the shockometer here, okay? literally a few days ago, I was saying to you, how hard will it be for Biden to get to 15% in all 14 states? Everything changed much more radically. It would be impossible for someone to have seen what we're living right now.
No way. We have seen a complete collapse in his direction of support. I mean, by collapse, I mean onto him. It is... I have never seen a 72-hour period like this where you just see the momentum shift. We see it in the exit polls with late deciders. Everyone that decided late went for Biden. We see it in this electability notion. We know, Chris, this entire election season has been about Democrats telling us, I don't care about anything but defeating Donald Trump. It's why people waited late to make a decision, and it is to Joe Biden's benefit because Michael Bloomberg, a few weeks ago when Joe Biden lost Iowa, New Hampshire, Michael Bloomberg was coming on and saying, I'm the alternative. I'm your electability alternative. I've got the money, and I'm moderate enough, like I can defeat Donald Trump. Except he then showed up on the debate stage and completely fell apart at the hand of Elizabeth Warren, and Joe Biden waited his time to get to South Carolina, the African-American vote. Bloomberg was no longer a factor or on the decline. And I think we all forgot, what do Democrats want more than anything? The person that can defeat Trump, and that has always been a Joe Biden strong suit.
So in terms of delegates and the delegate count tonight and what we've seen evolve, take us through it.
So let's look at the two big delegate prizes. Let's start in Texas. 228 delegates at stake tonight. You see it's a really close race. Biden edging ahead of Sanders a little bit. But close races, that means you split delegates pretty closely. Look, right now we've assigned 30 delegates to Joe Biden out of Texas tonight, 29 to Sanders. So with that kind of close race, he's not going to be able to amass a big delegate lead over Sanders out of Texas alone. We still have 169 delegates to assign out of Texas. Lots of vote counting to do. Got to look at it state district by state district. Look in California, the biggest prize. 415 delegates at stake. You know, they count very slowly in California. We got to look at it congressional district by congressional district. But right now, 48 delegates to Bernie Sanders, 27 for Biden. 340 still unallocated. We have a lot. That'll be days before we get all those delegates allocated. But look at this. That's a net gain of 21 delegates for Bernie Sanders so far, right at the beginning, just out of California. Compare that to Biden's big surprise potential victory in Texas if he keeps where he's at. He's only netting 1 delegate right now. The bigger the win, you get a big margin. And if Sanders can get a big margin in the biggest state, he could accumulate a bunch of delegates.
A huge number. Now, 340 unassigned. You say there are 169 unassigned in Texas. And again, you have to be surprised by what Biden is doing because it was unexpected. Bernie is literally a movement, and we expect these strong finishes. So in terms of looking how many numbers are where, we're going to be about 38% through all available delegates at the end of this month, right? So where are we right now?
Roughly at the end of
at
today,
the end of Super Tuesday, it's like
38%. Exactly. And I think by the end of this month, we're in the 60s.
Yeah,
and by the end of April, we're at 90%. I mean, this thing is moving.
And that's why this first Super Tuesday really deserves the name.
So critical, exactly. So 1,344 delegates at stake tonight on Super Tuesday. This is what we've been able to award tonight. Delegates tonight. Biden, obviously, having a good night so far. Still lots to count in California. 245 delegates so far tonight. Sanders, 170 delegates tonight. 7 delegates for Elizabeth Warren, 4 for Michael Bloomberg, and 1 for Tulsi Gabbard. That's delegates tonight.
So that's just tonight. What's the overall in the races up to date?
And this is the whole thing. This is how you win the Democratic nomination, right, Chris? 1,991 delegates needed to win the Democratic nomination. This is the scoreboard. Biden in the lead with 298 delegates. He has 68 more delegates than Bernie Sanders, 230. Buttigieg had gotten 26, but he dropped out, obviously. 15 for Warren, 7 for Klobuchar. She's no longer a candidate. 4 for Bloomberg and 1 for Gabbard, both of that from tonight. But that's 60. You got to watch that 68 lead right now for Biden. At the end of all of this, when Texas is fully counted, when California is fully in, does Sanders overtake him? And if so, by how much? Because of how well he's doing in California? Or does Joe Biden emerge from Super Tuesday not just reviving his campaign, but the actual front runner for the nomination in the delegate?
Do you think that there is a chance that Joe Biden could be in the lead after California's all in?
I have a hard time seeing it. I'm looking at the vote board behind you. Right now, Bernie Sanders is winning by 10 points, 10 percentage points. He's going to get a big delegate haul out of California. I would imagine he will be ahead of Joe Biden. The question that every political operative in both of those campaigns will be asking is, how much ahead? Is it impenetrable, or can Joe Biden actually overtake him?
And the idea of coming out of Super Tuesday with this now being a bona fide two-person race was unthinkable literally days ago. Let's take a break. When we come back, we now have 77% of the vote in Texas. What are we still waiting on? What will it mean? And then remember, we haven't even started to talk about what it means for Bloomberg or Warren yet. Long night ahead. Stay with CNN. All right, we have a key race alert for you. You don't get more key than this. We're watching Texas and California. Now 82% of the vote in Texas, so we're starting to get there. We just showed you Ed Lavandera, though, down in Harris County. They've been waiting for 5 hours to vote. The vote's still trickling in there. Look at this. Arguably the story of the night for Joe Biden. Bernie Sanders being strong, no surprise to anybody. But for him to be in the lead in Texas when people were contemplating whether he'd be able to stay in the race just days ago, big story for Joe Biden. Big story for Bernie Sanders, California. Look at what's going on here. Now, remember, historically, California is going to take time to have the vote come in. What do I mean by time? Not tonight, okay? Maybe a little bit better tomorrow, maybe by the end of the week. That's what I'm talking about. 36% reporting, Sanders up by 10. This could be huge for him, and it could wind up being the tail of the tape of the night because of the delegates at stake. 415, that's the big prize. He was supposed to do well. Bernie's the only person with the machine of momentum behind him, of a movement. Biden didn't even spend money in this state. He barely had money for Texas. He barely had money for Super Tuesday. That's why it's such an interesting surprise tonight. So, what are we going to be watching for? The top line story is, can Biden hold on in Texas? Probably. What's the margin? What does that mean for delegates? How well can he do in California? Second tier story is, what does it mean for Bloomberg and Warren? Warren went from being on the heels of Bernie Sanders to now trying to qualify with 15% in some of the states. Now, for some context of what it means for Bernie Sanders, let's go to Jeff Zeleny. Bernie Sanders, huge machine, huge movement behind him, tons of energy, tons of money. There was a narrative about him that had gone away. Now, after tonight, it may come back, which is, Jeff Zeleny, do you believe the ceiling argument comes back about Bernie Sanders after tonight?
Chris, there's no question that one central argument Bernie Sanders has made again and again, he said, if turnout is high, I win. I can expand this coalition to defeat the president. That has been proven not true on most election nights, and tonight as well. Particularly look at Virginia. Look at North Carolina. The turnout was up dramatically for 2016, but it helped Joe Biden. We're looking in the suburbs. That was not something that benefited Bernie Sanders. So one of the biggest takeaway questions of the night, one of the biggest challenges facing Bernie Sanders going forward, is there a ceiling on his coalition of supporters? Yes, he has young voters, no question. But talking to some of his advisors and supporters tonight, they know that they do need to expand even more for him to go forward. Yes, they're pointing to a big win in California. He could come out of this evening, with almost as many delegates or perhaps more than Joe Biden. But there are some questions about his coalition here. And is there a ceiling on his support? He's shown very little indication of moving or growing. So the takeaway of this evening, certainly one of them, which is big for him going forward as this race goes into Missouri and Michigan, into Florida, into Illinois, those other states where he struggled with 4 years ago. Can he expand his coalition? Tonight, he didn't show that he can.
But on the flip side, he did show tonight, or is in the process of showing, he does have a coalition. He's got a movement behind him. He's got a massive machine, amazing representation of his vote within the Latino community, which is going to be relevant in a lot of different states to come. And he's running up against Joe Biden, assuming it does become a two-person race. Elizabeth Warren's going to have to figure out where she is. Bloomberg's got big decisions to make. But Biden's got no dough right now. He didn't even have money to spend
well, he will
for
be
Super
by
Tuesday.
He'll definitely have dough by tomorrow, and that's the question here. I mean, momentum. If money was everything, Michael Bloomberg would be running away with this evening. He's not. He's flying back to New York City, reassessing his campaign. So the reality is this race has been reset overnight, but this is going to be one where we're going to have to take it week by week, patiently see if it has other twists or turns in it. But it is quickly becoming a two-person race here. But a question facing Sanders again, can he grow his coalition? We'll see.
You got the right question, but you got the wrong time interval. We're doing it hour by hour, Jeff. We're trying to wait on what's happening with Texas. California is still just coming in. That's the big prize of the night. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more votes coming in, more of this story next.
Hello, everyone. Don Lemon here. Super Tuesday coverage on CNN into Wednesday. I guess you can call this Wonderful Wednesday. Listen, it's been an extraordinary couple of hours here for Joe Biden. You can call him the comeback kid, if you will. Really, in the last 72 hours since that win in South Carolina, he has really gained some momentum, winning a number of states here, all except for three, really. Alabama, Arkansas, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Virginia, states where he didn't really spend any money or even campaign. And then there is Senator Bernie Sanders winning Colorado, his Utah and Vermont. There you go, states where he obviously spent time, and his hometown state as well. And then let's look at, this is where the votes are coming from. Votes are still coming in Texas, they're coming in California, and they're coming in Maine. Let's put up the vote totals if you'll look now. There's Texas. 228 delegates at stake here, but look at that. Joe Biden ahead 33.2% to Bernie Sanders 29.3%. That's 82% in. It was thought, if you had asked folks a couple of hours ago, at least maybe a day ago, maybe 72 hours ago, if you thought Joe Biden would be in the lead, they would have told you no way. But again, 82% of the vote count in. Let's put up California now, where there is still a pretty healthy lead here, but most folks would have thought Bernie Sanders would be in the lead. I'm going to get to Ron Brownstein in a little bit here, but he thought it maybe at least by 40, would have 40% now, but he's got almost 30%, 29.7%. Joe Biden has 20.2%, but it's just 37% of the vote count in. Move on to Maine now. Those votes still out. 24 delegates at stake here. 91% of the vote in. Joe Biden is leading 33.8, a narrow lead here to 32.2%. Wow. Let's talk about the delegates and what's at stake here. Let's bring in, speaking of Ron Brownstein, he's here. Laura Barone Lopez is here as well. Mark Preston, Andrew Gillum, also Jen Psaki and Scott Jennings. Since I talked about you so much, let's talk about the delegates who are at stake. And you want to talk about California, right? You thought that Bernie would have a bigger lead.
The Sanders campaign viewed California.
Bernie Sanders, I should say.
Yes,
excuse me.
Senator Sanders' campaign viewed California as their biggest asset tonight. And in fact, it is well suited to him. He's running well with Latino voters. Latino voters are dispersed across the state. He had been running well with blue-collar white voters. There are a lot of districts with that. 30% for him, if that's where it finishes in California, is not a good number. I mean, they were polling in the mid-30s. They thought it was kind of moving further toward them. And it continues what we saw across the country, really. You know, as I said before, Sanders' coalition at this point is too narrow to win, and he's not expanding it. If you kind of look at what happened among college-educated white voters, a large portion of them have been parked between three candidates who are going nowhere: Warren, Buttigieg, and Klobuchar in the first states. The question was, if it got down to functionally a two-person race, where would they go? Biden won them in every state tonight except for Vermont and California, according to the exit poll. Blue-collar white voters, Bernie won them in each of the first four states. He did quite well with them in 2016. They are a critical factor in the next round of contests in Michigan, Illinois, Ohio, and Missouri. Biden beat him in most states among those voters tonight. Sanders just could not. The question after these first four states was, could Sanders win when the race consolidated and the winning number went up from about 30 to 35 or 40? And the answer tonight was not in enough places.
Mark, if we can put those three states back up and look at the percentages that are in. If you look at Texas, California, and Maine. Mark Preston, And you say, oh well, there's Texas right there, 33.2 to 29.3, and then you have California. You can't say, oh well, Sanders is really leading in California. You can't, because it's proportional. It's not winner take all. So you have to take that into consideration, because even if Joe Biden loses California, he still may get a large healthy percentage of the delegates.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see this, across the country. So when you hear us talking tonight about winners and losers, it's really not true unless it's a very large win, unless it's a substantial win. Yes, it's a win. I look at Joe Biden won. Joe Biden won the night. He won in states we didn't think he necessarily would win. He certainly has won by margins a lot greater than we thought they would be. I would caution this, though, and I think as we sit and try to make sense of what happened, is that a presidential campaign, just like any other campaign, is about moments. And I know I say this all the time. It's moments in time. If you go back 72 hours, again, who thought Joe Biden would be where he was at? I got a text last night from a very well-known person, we'll not go into names, from South Carolina, who said, the reason why Joe Biden came back was 6 days ago, you held a CNN town hall where he addressed the pastor of the AME
Emmanuel
Church. Yeah, Reverend Anthony Thompson, who lost his wife. He said that was the turnaround for Joe Biden. And if you think about that, that seems to make sense, because it comes on the same day that Jim Clyburn had endorsed him. You start to see Joe Biden's heart, and things started to roll. I would caution, though, that tomorrow's another day. Well, today is another day. And who knows what's going to happen in this campaign. We've seen many twists and turns. Bernie Sanders was on his deathbed, and he came back in October, right, having 2 stents put in his heart. So I would just suggest that what we've seen tonight, or certainly in the last 24 hours, only means that we are headed for a contested convention. I think that we are headed for a contested convention.
I think the
less likely
road
today
is
than
longer.
yesterday.
Definitely the road is longer, and that you're right. We ought to take this as a moment. That wasn't the only moment, though. I mean, the truth is that Bloomberg got into this because a lot of moderate Democrats were looking for a way out of Joe Biden. Right. And a lot of state polling, 2,000 plus staff being deployed all around the country, started to line up, and then happened Elizabeth Warren. And almost in a 2-hour, moments debate, shredded it, and it went downhill from there, creating a moment for these folks to basically once again survey the field and say, well, what are our choices now? Right. And they went back to Joe Biden as a legitimate choice, once obviously being buttressed again in South Carolina as a legitimate
But quickly, I think also wins beget wins.
Yeah.
Confidence begets confidence. You had a win in South Carolina. You had James Clyburn. And you also had, that empathetic moment in the CNN town hall. And I think that all, everything sort of came together.
That's exactly right. I will also say that sometimes candidates, I've worked for many of them, are best when their back is up against the wall. Right. And Joe Biden knew that South Carolina, either he won there and he won there big, or it was over. And the speech he gave that night, obviously he won, was the best speech he's given in years beyond this campaign. And I think the question, the point Mark raises is a really important one, because campaigns, tomorrow is not the general election. There is a long time to go, and there's a long time to go before the nomination is done. And Joe Biden has found this sweet spot of being empathetic and really speaking to his personal story. That works for him, but he also needs a forward-looking vision, and people aren't seeing that or digesting that yet.
The last interview I did with Joe Biden was in New Hampshire, and it was obviously right after Iowa. And I saw on Mark McKinnon's show, The Circus, we were at one of his rallies. Not a lot of energy. And I saw on his show his campaign manager saying, this is not what he should be doing, because he had very low energy at this, and he was talking about, his family and going through losses, and she goes, these are great stories, but he should be rallying the crowd, and he wasn't. And then all of a sudden that turned around, right? So, but let's talk about what's happening now, because the polls are still open in Texas, and they should be closed. People are waiting 6 hours in line. No one in America should be waiting 6 hours in line.
And that's a feature, not a bug.
Go on.
Texas, a Republican-run state, has taken a whole bunch of steps to make it harder to register and then harder to vote. They've closed a lot of polling places.
Yeah, 750 polling places have been closed since 2012. And then specifically in Black and Latino neighborhoods in Texas, 542 polling sites have been closed.
Yeah,
Look at these photos as we talk about this. These were taken earlier in the night. I'm not sure if they were still in line, but I mean, look at these people who were waiting. Our Ed Lavendera was at one of these polling places, but these folks have been waiting for hours, and I mean 6 hours after the polling places should be closed.
Don, put this in perspective. You could get on an airplane tonight in Washington, D.C. and get to California quicker than it would be to vote in Texas tonight.
But your point is extremely clear, which is this is by design.
Yeah.
I watched it happen in Florida through Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, in communities that were largely made up of folks of
Look
color.
at these folks. Most of the people in those lines are black, but go on.
But look, this is where I vote, and my wife and I live in a pretty good neighborhood. If we are there longer than 15 minutes, people are starting to hit their watch and say, what's going on? Something's wrong with the system. In many of these neighborhoods, they're used to having to wait an hour and a half, 2 hours, and for it to be the norm. It's unacceptable.
Why? Why is this happening?
Well, deliberately.
Shelby County. 2 words.
Folks, Shelby
County.
We no
John
longer
Roberts.
have pre-clearance. You now have state legislatures that are deliberately creating laws that are systemically intended to suppress a part of the constituency that they don't want to show up. Take, for instance, in Florida. The Florida legislature passed a law which basically said, because the federal court said, you must allow voting precincts on college campuses. So they then go back to the Florida legislature and they say, you can have them on college campuses so long as there is sufficient parking on the campus to support people coming there to vote. Well, there isn't a college campus in America that has sufficient college student parking for the students that exist there, let alone adding additional parking for folks. The purpose for putting it on campus is so that you can have the students who are actually already traversing on the campus walk and go and vote. Why is it that it's possible for hunter's license to be accepted as a legitimate form of voter identification, yet a student ID is not accepted for a legitimate form of voter identification? Why is it that the W in my signature this year, if it mismatches the one from 2 years ago when I originally signed up, my ballot can be invalidated? These are the kinds of laws that have been systemically put in place, again, to disenfranchise a certain group of people.
Since Shelby County. I mean, you know, that decision, John Roberts, 5-4, 5 Republican-appointed justices, voting for Democratic-appointed justices. John Roberts said that basically voter suppression was a thing of the past, and that he threw out the pre-clearance in a decision that he wrote himself, threw out the pre-clearance provisions of the Voting Rights Act of '65, and since then, as the mayor said, there's been this just tremendous
explosion
of laws that have the effect of suppressing access to the ballot. But in Texas in particular, the strategy of closing polling places to create these kinds of lines, that is not what you're seeing is not an accident. It is not that states don't know how to administer elections. They know exactly what they're doing, and what they're doing is supposed to produce exactly what we are seeing.
Scott?
Well, I think it should be easy to vote. I mean, the idea of waiting that long to vote is outrageous. That's number one. Number two, I've been thinking about the general election. What was turnout, Ron, in 2016? About 60%? And
139 million.
This time around, it could be 65, 66, 15 to 20 million extra people.
Right.
Which states do we think are going to have problems, maybe all of them, with this crush and influx of people? And by the way, many of them may have never gone to a polling place before. We're going to have new voters coming out for both parties. So I think on election night in November, even though we have a lot of early voting and a lot of vote by mail, we may all be sitting here in the wee hours watching lines around the block in not just one state or two, many states, because of the crush of people.
Imagine a race where everything is decided except Arizona. Maricopa County took weeks last time before he had a final result. Kristen Sinema ultimately won. There was nothing untoward. It just took a while. Okay. Donald Trump tweeting every day.
Scott, I want you to address specifically why does it seem that it's always in minority communities and it's Republicans who are somehow fighting it, or it appears to be creating the issue?
Well, I think some of what has been said is true, and I think some of what has been said is not true. Look, I've been in a lot of campaigns. I have never heard a Republican elected official, operative say, hey, let's have a meeting and figure out how to suppress vote. Never.
Well, they're not going to say that.
Well,
Never
Brian
seen
Kemp
it.
did.
Never,
Georgia, he absolutely
never
did.
seen it. And certainly, I am a proponent of easy to vote. And so, I can't speak to what's happening in Texas. They know more about it than I do. I just think it should be easy to vote. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like or where you live. We're seeing this manifest itself now. Turnout's going to be high in November. I think we really need to have a conversation about what the lines are going to look like in November, or we're going to have a real. The nation won't accept it. You know, to your point, we have weeks and weeks and weeks of counting because of lines and fights over lines in a close race.
But unfortunately,
gotta
the
get a break
nation
in.
is accepting it because right now, Mitch McConnell is sitting on an election protections bill right now in the United
All
States
right,
Congress.
lots more to talk about. Guess what? I know this is bad English. It ain't over yet. Two biggest states in the union. The counting is still going on. All the ballots are not in. Texas and California. So, hijinks, drama, mystery on CNN. Don't go anywhere.
Big night. What does the data tell us as we're watching all important California and Texas? Texas, 80% plus of the vote in, but it's not over there yet. Joe Biden, the big surprise headline for him of the night is that he's competitive, let alone in the lead in Texas. You know, when you look at money spent on Super Tuesday, when we rank the people, Biden isn't even on the list. He didn't spend enough money to make it into the top 5 people of spending on Super Tuesday. So what is the story of the night through the numbers as we watch California? That's trickling in. That's going to be the big decider on who got the most delegates tonight. Let's go to Harry Enton, whom I love to call the Wizard of Odds. The data behind Biden's big night. What do you see, Mr. Enton?
Well, Christopher, I think the key statistic is after South Carolina, there was a wave of support that built for Joe Biden. Take a look here. Amongst those across an average of the states that had exit polls who made their decision in the last few days, Joe Biden got 49% of that vote, well ahead of Bernie Sanders, who just got 20%. So it's very, very clear that that victory in South Carolina helped propel Biden to the big margins that we're seeing tonight across the board.
The comeback kid, is that a fair assessment, or would you go even bigger?
You know what? I think the comeback kid is a perfectly good assessment. It's up to you if you want to be more grandiose, as you often like to be. But, you know, look at this. He lost in Iowa and New Hampshire. It was 26 days until the primary season when he got his first win. And that was in South Carolina, but it was a huge win by 29 percentage points. That, to me, is a real example of a comeback kid, if I'm being honest with you, Chris.
Well, I would just like to remind you are referred to as the Wizard of Odds, and I am referred to as Chris. Next, diversity in upcoming primaries. What do you see coming up that tells us a little bit of what the future might hold?
Yeah, you know, I would say a few things. First, in terms of the diversity, take a look here. In the upcoming March primaries, at least 20% of voters in a number of primaries coming up were African Americans. Missouri, Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, Mississippi, Georgia, Florida. And if you look at the margins that Joe Biden is winning across the board tonight, those are some pretty good primaries for him coming up, specifically in the South, Mississippi, Georgia, Florida. I just think he's going to run up big margins in those, and it's going to be up to Bernie Sanders to try and stop him.
Now, we know that Sanders is still the only person who can claim a movement, and we learned in 2016, don't sleep on a movement. Given that, have you ever seen a turnaround like what we've seen over the past week with Joe Biden?
You know, I think if I were to use one example, it would be Bill Clinton back in 1992. That, I think, is the key example. If you look, it's basically the same thing that happened with Biden. He lost Iowa. He lost New Hampshire. It took 3 weeks until he got his first victory, and it was in the Deep South, and it was in Georgia by about 30 percentage points. So to me, that is very, very similar to what we've seen with Joe Biden. And, of course, Bill Clinton went on to win the primary and then ultimately went on to win the presidency.
Time. This is a big deal tonight. It's called Super Tuesday for a reason. It's just not the 14 states. It's that you're going to be well over a third into delegates. A month from now, you'll be 60% into delegates and then beyond. When you look at time factors, how does the race feel like more of a toss-up because of time?
You know, what I would just say is that, you know, there's some years like 2000 and 2004 when there was a clear, basically, nominee after Super Tuesday. But oftentimes, especially on the Democratic side, it takes a long time. You know, in 88, it took 58 days, 92, 48 days, 2008, 87 days. Even last time around 2016, it wasn't really clear until New York voted in April when Clinton won that primary handily. So I think we are still in for a fight. Obviously, Biden likes his position after tonight. I think Sanders perhaps also likes his position. But the fact is, I think we're in a dogfight here, at least for the few weeks to come.
Sanders has to like his position. He's just not going to like the coverage because there's a lot of talk about Joe Biden, but because it's a shock. You know, this is really a compliment to Bernie Sanders. He had the machine, he had the money, he has the movement and the momentum, and he's showing it in the results. It's Biden who's being a surprise here. So let me ask you this, Wiz. What do you think the chance is of a contested convention?
You know, I think that they are actually climbing higher insofar as long as Michael Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren stay in this race, right? You know, when we get just basically 3 or 4 candidates in there, that's when the chance of a contested convention goes up, because that means that there's a greater chance that they'll hit that 15% threshold in order to take delegates away from the leaders like Sanders and Biden. But if let's say Warren and Bloomberg decide, hey, maybe it's not worth it to stay in the race, then obviously goes down significantly. But right now, it's a pretty decent shot of it. You know, if you're looking across a bunch of different metrics, it's probably a little bit north of 50%, at least that no one will claim a majority of delegates. Whether or not there's a deal that's worked out before the convention, we'd have to wait and see.
Harry Enton, well-versed.
Shalom, my friend.
Shalom. All right, so David, Kirsten, again, I think it is fair that Sanders supporters are probably saying, aren't we kind of killing it tonight? You know, are you guys forgetting that? Certainly when California comes in, Kirsten, it can be that he will get the lion's share of delegates. Now, we don't know. It's a very slow state, barely have 40% reporting yet. But how do you see the night if Sanders a week from now has gotten the lion's share of what's divvied up in California?
Well, the reason that Biden's getting so much attention tonight is because it was unexpected.
Right.
Whenever anybody overperforms, then you get a lot of coverage for that because he was written off by a lot of people, you know, before South Carolina, and then we wanted to see what kind of bump he would get out of it. It looks like he got a really good bump out of it, and it's changed the shape of the race. And so it looked like Bernie Sanders, you know, was kind of running away with it, and now it looks like it's more neck and neck. Sanders may end up a little bit ahead in the delegate count, and you know he should be happy that he's ahead or you know basically tied. But I think this is going to be. I mean, to me, it reminds me a little bit of 2016. That we're going to start looking at you know each night you see one person up, and then the next primary you see another person up, and this is probably going to go for a while.
Except in 2016, at least on the Democrat side, you didn't have this incredibly deep pocket sitting in a third position who could mean everything to the person who is called Joe Biden in this race.
Well, let's see if that deep pocket, Michael Bloomberg, is still in this race. I mean, he's going to head back to New York in recess. And do his deep pockets get transferred? He has always said that even if he wasn't going to be the nominee, he was going to spend all that money on defeating Trump and on keeping his organization there. Does he, in the context of this primary, since we know he didn't want Bernie Sanders to be the nominee, if he sees, I'm not helping the cause here, his cause, does he get out and get that money over to Biden as a PAC? But Chris, I just want to say one thing that you're saying about Sanders. Joe Biden overperformed tonight, but Sanders, and again, we don't know California, is underperforming a bit in certain places. I mean, places like Minnesota and Massachusetts, and right now, Joe Biden is ahead in the vote count in Maine. These should have been Sanders territory kind of states. States he did really well in 4 years ago. So it's not just that Joe Biden is besting expectations. It is that Bernie Sanders is also, again, I think he'll have a delegate lead out of tonight. I'm not trying to suggest he's not a real contender for the nomination. He is. I'm just saying, in terms of the performance tonight, we're not seeing the dramatic reshaping of the electorate, the revolution, if you will. Huge, big increase in turnout in young voters. No, we're actually not seeing that. So I do think there is some underperformance on the Sanders side that they are going to have to assess and figure out how to address going forward.
Maine is a bad fact, but you also have a bigger race here. But that doesn't take away the young voters not coming out yet. We'll have to see what happens in California. A couple other states and pockets in the country that may show what he's talking about there. But you're right. You're right. There are challenges ahead, certainly on both sides. But I'll tell you this much. We have never seen, okay, if you're going to do your never seens, why this is historic, what we're living tonight, the man, Joe Biden, was not even on the money board for Super Tuesday. He didn't make the list of people who spent money and how much there. He spent $2.2 million, $2 million of it in like the last 10 days. To win this type of amount of votes with that little spending in a race of this magnitude, unheard of. You know what it means? There's going to be a lot of surprises coming forward. Stay with CNN. CNN can now project that Joe Biden will win the state of Texas. This is the story of the night for Joe Biden. It's the biggest projection of the night. Now, obviously, it's the second biggest state, right? California has the most delegates. But for Joe Biden to win Texas, this is the story of the night. Such a surprise. He didn't even spend enough money going into Super Tuesday to make the list of people who had spent money in any kind of reasonable amounts. Now, if you look at what that tells us about the standings, look, Bernie Sanders is going to have to deal with his own success in the past and what was his expectation. He has 3 states, Colorado, Utah, Vermont. You have Biden, obviously, now with 8 states on his side of the ledger: Alabama, Arkansas, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, as I just told you, and Virginia. Big stake of delegates. Now, the important part is to understand how. Why did this happen? And that obviously means Phil Mattingly. What do we see in the story of the state?
So there's a couple things I want to point out that kind of underscore why Joe Biden is at this point. First, let's look at the top line. Just remember a couple of hours ago, Joe Biden was down by 7, 8, 9 points at times. At this point, obviously, we've called the state for him. Up 72,000 votes right now, about 84% reporting. And the reason there was such a dramatic shift was because primarily of the 2 biggest counties in the entire state. You've got the second largest county in the state, Dallas County. As we were talking, there was 10, 15, 20,000 votes dumping into this county. That new data basically pushing Joe Biden's margin up. At one point, he had been trailing in this county, pushing him now over 10%, almost 20,000 votes. That was also mimicked down in the Houston area, another big suburban area, also some urban vote in here as well. Largest county in the state, Harris County, Joe Biden winning by 22,000 votes. So those are the 2 biggest counties in the state. Joe Biden winning handily in both of those counties, really driving up his margin over the course of the night. And then there's another thing you need to focus on, and that's these kind of smaller counties over here. They're not huge amounts of votes. Obviously, look, 40 votes here separate the 2, but look at the margins. And that margin is repeated as you move through the smaller counties in the state. That vote starts to add up. So you had the big population centers. You had these smaller counties throughout the center of the state here, rural counties as well, kind of a heavier white population here that Joe Biden was racking up. And then there's one more thing, too. You talk about Texas, and obviously you talk about the Latino vote. And I think that's obviously important. The Latino vote is a big deal, but there's also a significant African-American vote. I want to take this away. Where you see a deeper shade of kind of orange-yellow here, kind of in this area, go to red, showed a little bit better. This area right here, also right here as well, there's more of an African-American vote. All right, so you kind of have that line right there. Let me take this down and show you exactly where things stand. Almost all of that is dark blue. So the black vote in Texas as well went heavily. I think David Challey was talking about the exit polling as well, something we've seen throughout the course of the South. So you have the suburban vote, you have the black vote, and the urban vote in the big cities as well. And then you have Joe Biden just cleaning up vote throughout these smaller counties.
African Americans delivered for Joe Biden in a way that could have never been anticipated. A point that you made earlier, something that Biden's going to have to deal with going forwards, head-to-head with Sanders, is in here you have large Latino populations. How does Biden make a pitch to them, or does Sanders take them with him to the convention? And also, it really does shed light, Texas, into why President Trump was so desperate to go after Biden. If he's winning those suburban voters, if he's winning anybody in any kind of population that even comes close to being a rural population, it explains his anxiety, his saying vote for Bernie, his saying Biden, attacking him, literally taking him into impeachment. We're seeing it tonight in this state.
Yeah, you're seeing it tonight, and I think the concern, if you're the Trump campaign or if you're Republicans in general, is because all you have to do is think back to the midterms in 2018, right? In 2018, there was a county, and I'll actually pull it up here. If you go right here, this is a county won by Colin Allred in 2018. Pete Sessions, a longtime member of the House, a Republican member of the House, had been a stronghold in this seat for years on end. Colin Allred flipping that county. This is flipping this district. This district went firmly towards Joe Biden tonight. This is the type of thing we're talking about. In the suburbs of Dallas, in the suburbs of Houston, places of that nature, that's where Joe Biden did well. So that's one thing I think to keep in mind. Yep. But you talk about the Latino vote as well, and one thing to make very clear, it's not monolithic, right? What you saw in Nevada doesn't necessarily carry over into California. And Laura Barone-Lopez, who's on another panel, a room away from us right now, has done some amazing reporting on this. But I do want to show where Bernie Sanders had strength. You talk about this right here. Let's pull out the Latino vote and actually show what it actually looks like. Where the deeper kind of brownish orange is where the Latino vote is.
He did very well.
And so, again,
Bernie Sanders.
Light this up for Bernie Sanders. kind of look right there, and then pull right here. Well, this is all Bernie Sanders to some degree. So obviously didn't win the state, but did very well in that area.
Very important analysis. Thank you very much, Phil. The big headline, CNN can now project Texas will go to Joe Biden. Nobody saw this happening just days ago. Literally, it is an entirely new race for the Democrats. We have more numbers coming in. The biggest prize of the night, California, still very much in play. Stay with CNN.
All right, well, CNN has projected that Joe Biden wins Texas. Joe Biden wins Texas despite a better ground game from the Sanders campaign, despite not spending any money or not very much time in Texas. Joe Biden wins. The question is, how did he do it? Well, the person to ask is our political director, Mr. David Chalian. David, it doesn't look like he relied on the black vote. It looks like he got at least a good number of white voters there. So tell us.
He did, although I think the black vote helped here too, Don. I'm going to show you. But first, it's that term the campaign is using, Joe-mentum, that helped him. Well, among people who decided in the last few days, that's 22% of the Texas Democratic primary electorate. Joe Biden won them 49% to Sanders 20%, a 29-point victory among these late deciders. That momentum from South Carolina forward, all the news coverage about the endorsements, his event in Dallas last night with Buttigieg, then Klobuchar and O'Rourke, this all mattered to those voters clearly. So that was one key factor. Take a look at the electability issue. We should not miss what is happening with Joe Biden on this score. 56% of the Texas Democratic electorate today wanted a candidate who could defeat Donald Trump over one that agreed with them on the issues. And among that 56%, among the folks looking for a Trump defeater, Biden beat Sanders 39% to 26%, a 13-point victory among that huge swath of the electorate looking for a Trump defeater. And then finally, the black vote did help him over the top in Texas, no doubt about it. 21% of the electorate, 1 out of every 5 voters in this Texas Democratic primary was black today. Look at this. Biden got 60% of African-American votes compared to Sanders at 17%. Just a huge margin of victory for a group that is a sizable chunk, 20%. So that, put all that together, Don, that is how Joe Biden won the Texas primary.
Color me wrong, because I said he didn't rely on the black vote there, but I guess around the country. But 60%, David, that is a substantial number of black voters in Texas that got him over the top. I know you guys. Yeah,
Brown.
I did not mean it that way, but I'll take it. I'll take the play on words. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. I'm back now with my panel of experts here. You guys want to say?
You know,
that'll be on the blogs tomorrow, even though I didn't mean it that way. So listen, people who decided late, Biden. People who wanted to, people who couldn't, someone who could defeat Trump, Biden. African American voters, Biden. And then even I heard David Chalian say earlier, white voters across the country, Biden. Everyone except for young voters
and Hispanics.
It's Biden. Hispanics. Yeah. Biden, except for Texas, I think.
Something big happened this week, right? I mean, Bernie Sanders had between a quarter and a third of the vote in the first 3 states, and the rest was casting around. And then a series of events, Clyburn endorsement, town hall, South Carolina victory, incredible consolidation of former opponents, while Sanders over this period as frontrunner was attacking the Democrats, said he's running as much against the Democratic establishment as the Republican establishment. And the 2/3 to 3/4 of the party that hasn't been entirely convinced by Bernie Sanders consolidated far more than it had earlier, far more than Republicans did in 2016, and far more than even Joe Biden probably expected. So now the question becomes, does Bernie Sanders, who is kind of a 3 yards in a cloud of dust candidate, he's kind of done the, part of his appeal, he's done the same message for decades, does he have a second act? Because the overwhelming lesson of tonight is that his coalition is too narrow, it's deep, it's passionate, but it's not broad enough to win.
But, I hear folks saying, well, it's crazy to count Bernie Sanders out right now. He's got a better ground game everywhere. But ground game didn't show, what the ground game...
I think
Biden is winning in places where he had no ground game. He spent no money.
Look, I think a piece that has been undervalued and often is undervalued in campaigns is the value of earned media and positive coverage in local newspapers and local television stations, on cable, on CNN. And from Saturday to Tuesday morning, when a lot of people were late deciders, as we saw in those exit polls, people were seeing Biden as a winner. And that matters, and that was way more.
100 million of positive.
Yeah, and that is incredibly valuable. And so in Texas, where Bernie Sanders outspent Biden by 10 times. The earned media more than made up for it.
Here's my question, and I want to get this in before we lose time here. How will Bernie Sanders, how will his campaign and his supporters react moving forward? That's the question.
Look, how they're going to react. I think Bernie Sanders is going to try to be a little bit more conciliatory because he has to try to bring the party together. His supporters are not going to be conciliatory. They're going to think that the establishment is very much against them. And the Democratic Party, as we've seen being ripped apart over the past couple of weeks, as we would see in any primary, is going to be ripped apart in a different way, I think, for the next few weeks.
But we also saw that tonight in his speech, Bernie went after Biden in more explicit terms than he has this entire cycle. He attacked him aggressively on the Iraq War, which we've heard in the past, but he also attacked him on the bankruptcy bill, which we had not heard him do in the past, something Warren hasn't even attacked Biden on, and yet people expected that from her because she battled Biden on that aggressively. If I could just talk about the Latino vote for a second. I mean, that is a big piece of why Bernie is doing so well. And what's interesting about the Latino vote is that heading into 2020, they are expected to be the largest eligible voting bloc that is not white. And so a big question is how much they're turning out, not just in the primary, but how much will they turn out in the general? Will they finally be that sleeping giant everyone has been talking about and come out in greater numbers? Because a lot of Latinos are very upset with what's happening right now, the ones that you talk to in California and even in Texas, and they are attracted more to a candidate like Sanders than to a candidate like Biden. So if Biden does stay in the lead as we move forward, it'll be interesting to see how he tries to speak to Latinos.
Well, Bernie Sanders saying that he is not only fighting Republicans, he's fighting the Democratic establishment as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how he reacts, how his campaign reacts moving forward from now. So we shall see. Listen, the polls are still open in Texas and California as well, but Texas now being called, at least projected from CNN. Joe Biden, it's fair to call it an upset, wins Texas right now. The all-important delegate count when we come back here on CNN.
Two big things to know. One, Texas goes to Joe Biden. That's CNN's projection. Big story of the night. Second thing is California is a long way from done, and that's the big prize of the night. The question there right now is how big will Bernie Sanders' margin be? How much of it will be compromised, not just by Biden, but by Bloomberg and Warren and maybe a couple others. So delegate count, very important. David Chalian, you were just explaining to me, in simple form, of course, because we're talking about me, how many delegates there are tonight.
Right.
And we still have a lot outstanding.
A lot outstanding. So 1,344 delegates at stake tonight. Huge prize, obviously. I mean, this race is now in turbo speed. And we are able to apportion about 35% of those delegates so far. Lots of more vote counting to do. Got to see if people stay above that 15% threshold statewide or in a district. 268 delegates tonight so far for Joe Biden. 185 delegates for Bernie Sanders. 12 delegates tonight for Elizabeth Warren, 4 for Michael Bloomberg, and 1 for Tulsi Gabbard so far tonight.
So that's tonight. Still a lot of waiting. California, a big part of the waiting. That will not be on our watch, in all likelihood, right? It'll be over the course of days. Delegates to date.
Yeah, this is the scoreboard that determines who's the Democratic nominee. You need, up in the corner there, 1,991 delegates to become the Democratic nominee. This is the scoreboard that matters. 321 delegates so far for Joe Biden, 245 delegates for Bernie Sanders. What is that? 86 delegates behind Joe Biden. Joe Biden's putting up a lead, but again, Bernie Sanders is going to catch up in California probably. 26 for Pete Buttigieg, who dropped out of the race. 20 for Elizabeth Warren so far. 7 for Klobuchar, also a former candidate. 4 for Michael Bloomberg, and 1 for Tulsi Gabbard. Again, you need 1,991.
Right. 76 difference between these two guys.
Sorry. Did I do the math wrong?
You're waiting for California. It's only because they told me in my ear. I thought it was about 100.
76.
So you're still waiting on California. That is going to be a big metric there. But literally, we've been doing this a long time. Just a few days ago, I would have bet you your name tattooed on my arm that we would not see Biden with 321 delegates in front of Sanders, even at this point in the night. Biggest reason why?
Biggest reason why. Late deciders. He's riding momentum from South Carolina and electability. I think people just came to him after maybe flirting with Michael Bloomberg, saying this is the guy that we think could defeat Trump, and nothing else matters that much to Democrats as that fact.
So when California is all counted, and David, thank you very much. Sure. Let's say Bernie Sanders winds up in front. Does that mean the story shifts? We got it wrong, that Biden had a big night. No, because politics is about expectations. And when you perform, it's how do you perform based on what you were supposed to do. Bernie was always going to have a big night. For Joe Biden to pull this off will change the face of the race. How much? We'll discuss it next.
Super Tuesday still happening, even though it is Wednesday here in the United States. Safe to say it is Wednesday across the country, even on the West Coast. The clear winner is the former Vice President of the United States and Democratic presidential contender Joe Biden, winning a lot of states tonight, really against all odds. Many people had counted him out, but he's won a lot of states, including Texas, which CNN just projected not long ago. The former vice president winning Alabama, Arkansas, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia. The other person in this race is Bernie Sanders, winning Colorado, Utah, and Vermont. There you go. By the way, polls are still open in California and Texas. Also, Maine has not been called yet. So we shall see if we get the numbers in Maine. But it has really been interesting to watch here. Also, I just want to get to the folks who we have here. We've got a panel of experts here to join me to talk about all of this going on. Mr. David Swerlik is here. We got a bunch of people here, a bunch of very smart people. Jackie Kucinich is here, Karen Finney, Patty Solis Doyle, and Amanda Carpenter. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. Tell me this has not been fascinating to watch.
Truly, I mean, if I didn't have to be here, I'd be up anyway, because it's been a really exciting election night. A night that we didn't, I mean, Texas in particular, we didn't think it was going to fall this way. So the fact that, how many election nights, other than, Iowa not getting results, do you have real surprises, the voters really taking a different turn? Yeah. It's been really fascinating to watch, particularly when you look at the people who made up their minds at the last minute. Yeah. The age, the racial demographics. It's just really been a fascinating night in the American electorate.
Yeah, I have to correct something because the polls were open a little bit ago. They have now closed, but the votes are still being counted. But people were waiting in line in Texas 6 hours after the polls closed. I know it is really unbelievable. But I said earlier that I knew that I would be working late or early, whatever you want to call it. And I took a nap today, but then I had CNN on in the background. And I was listening to Wolf, and I said, wait a minute. Joe Biden is winning all of these states? What is happening? And I couldn't sleep. I had to wake up to watch this. What did you think about this, Patty?
I mean, holy shamoly. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, we knew he was going to have a good night. The blowout win in South Carolina, these pivotal endorsements, the coalescing of the moderates.
That gave him confidence, but not only that, it also gave Democrats confidence. Go on.
Correct. But Texas for sure, like holy shamoly, but also states like Minnesota and Massachusetts and Maine, where Bernie Sanders won by 30 points in 2016. That Biden was able to beat Bernie Sanders in those states is really saying something.
I was not surprised.
You were
not going to say that. I'll put that out there. Mr. Swerlik and I have been having a back and forth about this for some time. Look, I keep saying this. We have to reorient our thinking about how this all works.
Why is that?
There is no, you win Iowa, you win New Hampshire, boom, you're off to the races. It doesn't work like that anymore. You cannot win the Democratic nomination without showing, very intentionally, I was at the DNC when we did this, you can win in the West, you can win in the South, you can win in the Northeast, you can win in the Midwest, because we want our candidate to be tested. We want to know that our candidate can win different demographics. There are different issues that people are dealing with in different parts of the country. We need, after John Kerry's loss, there was a huge sort of, re-envisioning of how do we get out of being an 18-state party? How do we make sure that we are making inroads back into the South again? Mm-hmm. How do we make sure that we are not taking any voters for granted and any part of the country for granted? So what was surprising to me was that Biden pulled it out in terms of his emotional energy going into South Carolina, because that's what we were all really talking about, right? Can he bring it? Where's that guy? Where's that energy? And he did it, and I think that is the question going forward. Clearly, they did a great job of planning a good few days coming out of South Carolina with the big endorsements. That was clearly, but now he's got to show, and I think a lot of people in these other states, that's what they were looking for. That's what they were waiting to see. Let me see if he can do it. And I think they felt the confidence to what you were saying. Okay, maybe he's got to keep doing it, though.
Right.
I mean, as Jim Clyburn said, we got to keep retooling this thing because now that people are believing, you've got to show them that they were right to believe you, they were right to put their faith in you, and that you can deliver.
All right. So Bernie Sanders, obviously, after all, when he saw what was happening, he took the prime time. He's like, well, I better get out there. Yep. It's prime time. I need to say something. He came out really firing on all cylinders, attacking Joe Biden's record. Let's watch this.
One of us in this race led the opposition to the war in Iraq. You're looking at him. Another candidate voted for the war in Iraq. One of us has spent his entire life fighting against cuts in Social Security, wanting to expand Social Security. Another candidate has been on the floor of the Senate calling for cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Program.
David Swerdlick, two things here. Yeah. Number one, how is this going to land with Democrats who have yet to vote? And this is, I shouldn't say a signal, it's a two-man race now.
I think it's a two-man race with two wild cards still, Warren and Bloomberg. I agree with Karen that to a lot of degree, the old rule books are out the windows. This has to go state by state, primary by primary. And I certainly agree that Vice President Biden is on a roll. The last 2 weeks have transformed his campaign. His energy is different. Had the big win in South Carolina. You were right. Don't count him out. I give full credit. Here's the thing about Senator Sanders.
Wait, I said the same thing.
No, we had a bet.
I said you don't count anybody out. And I brought up the John McCain example. Yeah. Remember, John McCain was carrying his own luggage and flying coach after he had been on his private plane and then became the nominee. But go on anyway.
Okay. Karen was right. Okay. Here's the point.
The black woman was right.
Senator Sanders he is still in front, but he's been caught. But he's not out of it by any stretch. No. He's just been caught.
Right.
He has the passion. He still has a movement. He has a couple of states that are coming up in front that are looking better for him than some of these southern states. And here's the thing. That clip you played, Don, where he was hammering Biden on his Iraq war vote, I talked about that on Twitter earlier tonight. A lot of people gave me Twitter eye rolls. This was 2 decades ago. But people should realize, one, this is an issue that there's a clear difference between them, and Biden has no comeback for it. So, of course, Sanders is going to go for it. And the other problem for Vice President Biden is if he is the nominee, President Trump is going to hammer this over and over and over again. Doesn't matter what President Trump's fluctuating opinions on the Iraq war.
He was wrong on Iraq war, too, even though he says he wasn't.
Have you met President Trump? He doesn't care. He will hammer Vice President Biden on this. So it's better for him to get this now.
Yeah. What did you say? You counted him out?
I thought he would win South Carolina. I thought he would do well tonight. I didn't think he would do anywhere near this well tonight.
I think the phrase was, he's going to be dead. He's
All
going
right.
to be dead in the water.
No, he
That's
has
the
those
phrase I
southern
use.
states.
He had no money. He had no resources. He had no ground game in 14 states.
But don't you guys know
I
that's
counted
why
him out,
he?
and I'm wrong. I fully admit I'm wrong.
But remember in
All right.
2008 when every week
Well,
went
let's.
back and forth?
The guy that Patty and David counted out. Let's listen.
yes.
Let's hear from him. This is his new mantra.
Dear.
Things are looking awful, awful good. For those who've been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy.
It seems like that message has broader appeal than just to the Democratic base. I mean, is he talking about maybe some crossover voters, Amanda? What do you think?
I gotta tell you,
I know he's talking to these guys, but
as
maybe
a longtime Republican, I never thought I'd be so thankful for Joe Biden because tonight he made the prospect of a Trump-Sanders election much more unlikely. It still could happen, but I think there's widespread agreement that that would be a very polarizing election. It would be a very tough choice for many people who are in the middle. And I think it's worth noting that many of the Super Tuesday states today were open primaries where Republicans could vote. Virginia, Texas. I'm very curious to see the numbers if any of that enlarged turnout had to do with Republicans who chose to participate in the Democratic primary, maybe because they felt spurned by the current Republican Party. But when you look at the losses that the Republican Party has suffered with suburban voters, particularly in Virginia, which is now completely under Democratic control, you have to wonder if they are drifting towards the Democratic Party for the 2020 election, and that has led to the Biden surge.
The one thing that I will say, I see the wave of relief across your face, Amanda. The non-Trump Republican.
We're not there yet, but
Here's the thing.
there's a chance.
The Biden we saw in that clip is the guy everybody's been waiting for.
Right.
In the CNN town hall, he talked about the nuns and unions and America, we can do this. Tonight he said, I wrote it down. He said, my Lord, this is still the United States of America. People have been waiting for that. Here's the problem though. If he's the nominee, Karen, Democrats will go into the general election with their worst debater. I'm sorry. That's just the reality of the situation. He's been coming on strong, but he is someone who is going to have a tough time if he winds up debating President Trump.
Hillary Clinton won every single debate, and how'd that work out?
She
I'm
performed.
just saying,
She
and so the
performed
debates-
well in.
Okay,
those
listen.
debates.
Do you think people really
She was
care
stellar.
about? I just wonder if people really care about debates all that much. Do they want a debater, or do they want who they want?
I think they want who they want.
Yeah.
Biden won people who self-describe as Democrats, won African Americans. Sanders won young voters, Latinos, and people who self-describe as independents. Like you said, Don, it's a two-person race, but I just think that each candidate has strengths and
So, listen, a number of us are here in 2012. Remember in 2012 when Republicans had their postmortem about how to have a broader tent? I'm just wondering if Democrats are going to do that because they have such a diverse party. But now they have, two white men in their 70s who are now sort of the standard bearers for the party.
Yeah.
What happens?
Well, at one point, Joe Biden owes a thank you to James Clyburn for delivering South Carolina. I mean, the story of this race to me isn't really, I let the Democrats speak, but to just have my 2 cents, is not Joe Biden making a comeback, it's the Democratic Party surrounding around him and saying, we want to
This
win.
is our guy.
We're not going in this with Sanders. I mean, they made a tough choice.
Here's what no one is saying. And these are the texts that I'm getting. And I don't mean from black folks. I'm getting this from white Democrats who are saying, Don, thank God for James Clyburn and black voters in South Carolina who propelled Joe Biden to this moment.
So just remember that when
Discuss.
you're doing your campaign spending. And just remember that. Don't take us for granted, particularly black women. We're so sick of it. I think that was definitely part of the message of South Carolina. Look, I think we have to take a look. I've said this before, culturally. Why is it that we all decided, the voters are deciding, that it's about an old white man to defeat Donald Trump? Right? I mean, I've seen this in many focus groups across the country with African Americans, older, younger, low information voters, middle class voters who say, they're nervous about what white people are going to do. That was a big part of it. They did not think that white voters would vote for, as our colleague Van Jones talked about the white lash of 2016, that they would vote for a black woman, that they would vote for a Latino, that they would vote for a man of color. So part of this is, you know, I think we felt where it's almost like we have to go back to go forward.
But listen, that is a legitimate discussion. That is, I mean, I think African-American voters in general are very pragmatic. And to have to that is part of the consideration. In this moment, this Trump moment, who is the person that can beat Trump, and is that a white man? I think that's, people take that into consideration.
Absolutely.
At this point, maybe, is it? I don't know.
No, I think that's true.
Is that a smart choice, or is it not? I don't know.
We'll find out.
I don't know. We shall find out.
I want to say a little bit about
Quickly,
my
please.
people. Absolutely, Joe Biden owes his comeback and his candidacy to African American voters. But I think he's got some work to do with Latino voters for sure. He's got to reach out to them. He's got to connect with them. He's got to talk to them. He cannot take them for granted.
And Bernie Sanders did.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders
Yes.
spent a
Right.
ton of time in California. He
spent
spent a ton of
4
time in
years.
Texas.
You can
and
see
he's
that in the
doing
results
Absolutely.
tonight.
See it.
Radio ads.
In the Super Tuesday results. Okay, we're going to talk about the races that have not been called, Maine and California, when we come back. Don't go anywhere. It's early, it's late, depending on how you look at it.
All right, the big one to watch. I'm here with Phil Mattingly. We have to watch California. It's the big prize of the night. It is historically slow, so there is nothing odd going on tonight. As we see the state of play, where are we?
So Bernie Sanders with a pretty significant lead, 42% reporting. But as you noted, and I think it's an important caveat, we are going to be waiting for days to get the final results. Keep in mind, in 2016, California primary, by the end of the night, Hillary Clinton was up by 21 points on Bernie Sanders. By the time everything was said and done, Hillary Clinton was up by 7 points. So things will move. But if you look at the map right now, you see a lot of light blue, and that light blue is Bernie Sanders, currently up by about 215,000 votes, 31% to 21%. Here's the interesting thing. You want to take a look at these counties. Because they're all light blue, where is Joe Biden? How is Joe Biden doing? So let's pull up where Joe Biden is in first and second. So first, obviously, you see 3 counties right now. He's not dominating anywhere. But when you pull up second, pretty much throughout the course of the state. So he's running 1, 2. You pull up third, 2. It is all of the state. He's running 1, 2, and 3 with Bernie Sanders throughout the state. Now, why does that matter? Because when you start to click on these counties, let's go into Los Angeles County, largest county in the state. Joe Biden down 50,000 votes to Bernie Sanders, but he's at 22%. He's over 15%. He's over 15% statewide. He's over 15% in a lot of the congressional delegations, congressional districts as well. That means he's going to be getting delegates. What you're trying to do, if you're Joe Biden, given the fact that Bernie Sanders had money, given the fact that Bernie Sanders had organization, is as you tick through the different congressional districts, we're focused on counties here, but you tick through the congressional districts, stay above 15%, start to take away delegates from Bernie Sanders, or at least minimize how many he can pull out of this state. The other thing to keep in mind here, this individual right here, former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg, right now over 15%, over the delegate threshold. We talked about this earlier. Every delegate that Michael Bloomberg gets is one less delegate that Bernie Sanders can get, and Joe Biden is not mad about that.
So there are 2 different scenarios. One is the main question for Bloomberg is, are you doing what you wanted to do, which is to not have Bernie get the nomination because you don't think he can beat Trump? Or are you just hurting Biden? California is a state where you're helping Biden against Bernie by dividing the pie.
I think it's a possible scenario. It's different than what we were seeing throughout the South. If you go into Tennessee or Arkansas,
where he was taking Biden
where there was a sense where you could go through, and we did the first, second, and third where Michael Bloomberg was,
right.
And you could see that he was concentrated heavily on Joe Biden districts. Now let's see where Michael Bloomberg is in first, second, or third here. You see Michael Bloomberg not leading in any counties, and second in a couple of counties, and third in a lot more counties. And I think the big question is he's sitting right now in a lot of these counties somewhere between 13 and 16%. And when you move that into the congressional district side of things, whether or not he's in 15% to start polling delegates there.
So 2 things to watch. One is Bloomberg just over the 15% threshold here. In Texas, he's right on the 15% threshold. If he doesn't make it in either place, once they do the readjustments, obviously it's very close here. Yeah. You're 92%, but they're going to have to make some adjustments. If he's below here and doesn't make it in California, he's got a tough sell going forward, even with all his money, because he doesn't seem to be practical. So that's something to watch. The other thing is Bernie Sanders has the movement behind him, has the machine, has the money. He was supposed to do well tonight. The argument is he underperforming expectations versus looking at how he did 4 years ago? What's your take?
So it's an interesting thing, and we were talking about Maine earlier, and I think this is it's a key point to make. Because
now, we can't call Maine yet.
Can't call Maine.
Too close.
Still outstanding. Now,
even with 91% reporting.
However, Joe Biden with about a 2,500 vote lead. Look, going into tonight, it's a northeastern senator and Bernie Sanders. Obviously, he did well in New Hampshire. He did well in his home state of Vermont. Expected to do well in Maine as well.
Except for Michael Bloomberg owns this house, which is three-quarters the size.
Where he's doing very, very well. So I think the Biden campaign right now is thrilled by the fact that he has a very real opportunity to win this state. Obviously, we haven't projected it yet. Now, there's one thing to keep in mind. I flipped back to 2016 earlier. Bernie Sanders won by 29 points. The difference here, and it is an important difference, is there was a caucus state back in 2016. However, Bernie Sanders, who does well in caucuses, we obviously saw it in Nevada, Bernie Sanders had a very large well of support back in 2016 in this state. And again, northeastern senator, there was a lot of carryover there. Joe Biden competing in this state, competing well in this state, and with an opportunity to win in this state based on what we're looking at right now, with 91% reporting, up by about 2,500 votes. That was one of those things we were not expecting going into the night, and one of the surprises.
So, all right, if we're going to chew on this point, you could write it off to, one, he's got a bigger field, and two, it was caucus, that's structure, that's organizing, that's passion and penetration. It's no longer apples to apples. He still has to deal, though, with the metric of he's not getting as many people out to vote as were expected this time, if it is, in fact, a revolution. And that's what he's betting on, right? People who stayed on the sidelines last time, especially young voters, coming in. We don't really see a lot of evidence of that tonight.
We haven't seen it. I think one of the interesting, and I don't have turnout count up here right now, but when you go into some of the southern states, what we saw in South Carolina, what we saw in Virginia tonight, what we've seen kind of across the board to some degree, is there's been a boost in turnout in a lot of these states, but the boost hasn't necessarily been coming from younger voters. It's been coming from the suburban voters. It's been coming from the African-American voters. That bodes well for Joe Biden based on what we've seen tonight. And so I think the big question, we've all been talking about it, we've been talking about it primary nights, caucus nights up to this point, is does Bernie Sanders have a ceiling? Can he expand beyond the coalition that he had in 2016 that left him just short of the nomination? And at least at this point, it doesn't seem clear that that's going to be the case. Now, again, I will caveat it with Bernie Sanders is going to do very well in the state of California.
He can clean up here.
He can clean up in the state of California. I do think one of the things we're paying attention to, and with the acknowledgement that this might take several days, is what are his margins going to be? Will he be able to, out of the 415 delegates that are up, can he pull 250? Can he pull 300? Or can Joe Biden, maybe with some help with Mayor Mike Bloomberg, keep things at least within a reasonable state to where this night ends up as a wash when going in maybe 4, 5, 6 days ago, we thought this was going to be a huge night for Bernie.
And the caveat that you gave us before, that Hillary Clinton had a massive number before they did the readjustment in California 4 years ago, and it wound up, I think, a 7-point stretch. So let's take a break. Phil, you're the man. Two things that are worth staying up for going forward. One, Texas is an amazing metaphor for the state of play across the country in terms of the populations that Biden and Bernie are both have to win and are challenged by. And what about Michigan? It's coming up. It could be the fault line between the two campaigns if it stays a two-person race. We're going to take you deep inside that. Stay with us.
All right, Super Tuesday coverage and Joe Biden. Sorry, we came back out of break really quickly. Joe Biden winning Texas, winning a lot of states, really. We can put the states up. Joe Biden winning Alabama, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota, Massachusetts, and Texas, as I said. Bernie Sanders winning Vermont, Colorado, and Utah. So here we go. Let's talk about something that I find very interesting, though, the women and their influence, or really sort of the lack of influence in this election. I want to talk about the delegate count in this election. Elizabeth Warren, not even winning her own home state of Massachusetts. She obviously campaigned there, but Joe Biden winning that state. So it's very interesting to me. He didn't even campaign there. He didn't really spend lots of money there. But let's look at the delegate count there. So the delegate count, at least in this race, put the delegate count up for me, if you will. So in the delegates to date, you have Amy Klobuchar, who has 7 delegates, right? You have Elizabeth Warren, who has 20 delegates. And then you have Tulsi Gabbard, who has 1 delegate. And then you have Bernie Sanders, who has 245, Joe Biden, 321, Pete Buttigieg, 26. And then you have Mayor Michael Bloomberg, who has 4 delegates. I want to bring it now to the women who are here to talk about that. You have these women, these very strong, very powerful, very smart women in this race. You have Hillary Clinton, who was defeated despite winning the popular vote. You have Elizabeth Warren, who didn't do well. Amy Klobuchar, who has dropped out of this race. You have this very diverse Democratic Party. And then you have the women, and you have all the white guys who have the delegates. What's going on here?
Klobuchar had just a really small amount of time to really use that debate, that amazing debate performance she had, where everyone kind of took notice and allowed her to plow through and finish 3rd in New Hampshire. And then she really wasn't able to make the most of it. She really wasn't able to catch fire, and that really isn't her fault. I mean, she didn't have the money to spend in some of these states. Now, Elizabeth Warren is fascinating because she had the ground game that everybody envied in Iowa, in New Hampshire, in several of these states. She had been working on this forever. If you look at the spending in some of those,
she still has
states,
money now.
She still has money. She also has a high burn rate. So, and she's already planning to go to places like Michigan, like Arizona. She already has those on the calendar. We know that it doesn't really matter, but in theory, she's planning on going forward. It's just the fact that this ground game did not turn out votes for her, did not get people to the polls for Elizabeth Warren, is really, there's going to be a lot of digging as to why that didn't happen, whether it's sexism, whether it's the fact they just changed their mind. I heard women, when I was in Iowa, tell me who are Warren fans were worried that they liked Warren. They heard her speak. They went to the polls, and then they were worried that a woman couldn't beat Donald Trump.
But you're reading my mind. I'm wondering, does it say something about the candidate or about the electorate?
It's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
So much of the research shows this is something that Patty dealt with, and we've dealt with in the White House with Hillary in 2008, seen it with women candidates again and again and again. When it comes to executive office, our country is still very uncomfortable with women in power. And that's part of why women have to over-credential again and again. So in 2016, we said Hillary Clinton would have been the most qualified, right? You've heard, and you also have heard both Klobuchar and Warren, and certainly Kamala when she was still in the race, talking about their electability. And remember that for women, what goes into electability is, do I think I like her? We don't care if we like male candidates or not. Men come into a race with the expectation that they're qualified. Women have to prove themselves. So all of that goes into how voters are analyzing the candidate. And certainly we also know that when, I think this is what we saw with Kamala, when a woman takes a hit at particularly a male candidate, she takes a hit in her likability. And I think with Kamala, part of what happened was she didn't have enough time to get it back up. So for all of these women, I think it's all...
You meant between her and
Joe Biden. Sorry, yes. In that first debate, I think people were, initially people liked it, and then they sort of...
The same thing happened with Elizabeth Warren and Mike Bloomberg.
That's right.
The first time they were like, okay, that's great. And then the second time, I think they were saying, wait, too much.
And it's always that fine line for women, right? It was almost, we were talking about this, that the first part of her hit on Mike Bloomberg at that second debate was solid. She kind of went the next part of it to talk about the pregnancy discrimination. And from what in the room...
Booed.
And audibly shocked and booed.
I got to tell you, when I got back to New York, I got into the car at the airport. The first thing the driver said was, Latino driver, he said, you got to tell Elizabeth Warren, because I did the town hall with her, you got to tell Elizabeth Warren to back off of Mike Bloomberg too much. It seems personal, like she has a vendetta.
Well, yeah, she does. She doesn't like billionaires. That's what made it so enjoyable to watch, because I thought actually she was coming from
but also,
a place of perfect form for that.
I also have
like she was made for that.
But I also have to tell you that, and the women I spoke to said that they thought that they knew, and they worked in corporate America, that NDAs are a standard part of corporate America, especially with severance packages, and that they knew that, and many of them knew, like, if you got a great severance package, you don't want people knowing how much money you have. And they knew that most of it didn't have to do with, allegations of sexual harassment or whatever. There are some, but those were few and far between. A lot of it, most of them have to do with severance packages, and they thought it was just way too much. But anyway.
But I have to say, this whole dynamic really upsets me. The fact that we're even still talking about, well, she can't go too far, she can't hit too hard. In 2018, more women than ever before in our history ran for public office. More women than ever won public office. Women are going to be pivotal in this election. We started this presidential election with 6 women running more than ever before in an election cycle. We're down to 2. And it really upsets me that someone like Elizabeth Warren, who was stellar on the debate stage, had a great organization, smart, tough, had resources, somehow just seemed to has been like shunned aside. And we don't know why.
But we also saw it in the coverage. I mean, why were we talking about whether or not Amy Klobuchar was nice to her staff? Do you think Michael Bloomberg
started on
okay, but that's the kind. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but Michael Bloomberg got hit. Michael Bloomberg did get hit about being nice to his staff. That was part of the whole hit from.
No, that was like,
He was
I
gonna
like
get
that
hit
dress
hard
on you,
coming
girl.
into
That's not the same
that
thing.
He got hit for.
But to Patty's point, I think it's
Yeah.
really important we acknowledge this. They won for congressional seats.
Yeah.
Most voters believe that women tend to be, we are collaborative leaders. We are good at that.
Yeah.
So sending us to Congress to help clean up the mess, that's a smart thing. It's executive leadership.
I want to
that
get to
becomes
something
the
else that's
problem.
very important. I want you to jump in, but I want to get to something that's really important. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, I'm an honorary woman on this panel, but let me just jump in real quick. I don't think sexism explains the whole thing. I think one of the reasons that the 2 frontrunners are the frontrunners is because they've both run for president before, but Senator Warren was hammered on her Medicare for All plan and her tax plans in a way that none of the men were the entire last year. To me, that was a sexist double standard.
But I have to get the reason I started this whole conversation is because the success of all of this has to do with Democratic women. This party is driven by mostly women of color and suburban women, right? College-educated women, many of them white, who hate Donald Trump and who hate
who voted for him that first
right
time.
and who hate the disparities that are happening in this country. That is really the heart and soul of the Democratic Party, and so that's why I started this conversation. And we owe really
Did you say thank
the country owes it. Well, we're going to continue talking about this. The votes are still coming in California and also Maine, and also CNN projects that Joe Biden wins Texas. We'll be right back.
All right, let's take a look at a couple of things that developed tonight and what they mean going forward. Rebecca, let me ask you something. The idea of Bernie Sanders has the movement, has the momentum. Did that bear out tonight, or is the proof that we didn't see the young voters and now we have to question how much the movement manifests in votes?
Exactly. The young voters didn't turn out, but I think possibly the more consequential thing that we saw tonight, Chris, is the pragmatic voters turned out in the Democratic Party. What we saw in the exit polls and what we saw in Biden winning many of these states is that Democrats were less concerned with ideology, less concerned with does the candidate believe everything I believe, more concerned with pragmatism and more concerned with this question that we've been asking and hearing from voters for months. Who can beat Donald Trump? And tonight, many of them decided that's Joe Biden.
And what we're calling strategic voters, those who were late breaking, seeing what their best chance is. All right, so here we have Super Tuesday. Let's move forward to Super Tuesday 2 for a second. Michigan. Professor Brownstein, you have great concerns about Michigan as a fault line. Why?
I think it's the big state that's up next. It was probably the biggest state that Sanders won, as I recall, in 2016. It was one of his most emphatic victories. He beat Hillary Clinton. He beat her there precisely because he won working-class white voters by 15 points. And in the first 4 states, the first 3 states on the calendar this year, he won, actually the first 4, including South Carolina, Sanders won those non-college white voters in each of the first 4 contests. Tonight, very different story. In most states, Biden won. Middle-class Joe, who was supposed to be the candidate for working-class whites, had struggled early, but he won them in more states than Sanders did tonight. Sanders, in his speech, I think, was targeting Michigan tonight when he talked about trade deals, and that was the way he kind of pounded Hillary Clinton on NAFTA. Here's an interesting twist, which has been discussed very little. In Sanders' version of the Green New Deal, he would ban the sale of the internal combustion engine as of 2030. Okay, you could not sell a car with an internal combustion engine after 2030. It's been discussed almost not at all. I mean, no one's really raised it. But I do wonder in the next week in Michigan if workers at Ford and GM believe that their future can turn on that kind of time frame. I mean, most people understand that this transition is coming eventually. But anyway,
the combustion engine in Michigan may be what Castro talk is like to South Florida.
Exactly. But Michigan, I think, of all the states that are voting, I mean, if Sanders has a way back, Washington should be a good state for him. next week. But if he has a way back, it has to be reclaiming an advantage among blue-collar white voters in those Rust Belt states, because it's not only Michigan next week, the week after, if you have that on your calendar, you know, you've got Illinois and Ohio.
Right.
So if there is a pass back, he thinks he is the candidate of kind of working class America across racial lines.
You also have Florida.
And Florida is going to be very tough for him. You know.
All right, so that's interesting. So what do we know in terms of what these few days and tonight mean for those two next steps, especially Super Tuesday 2, if we'll keep it up there for Michigan?
Yeah.
You saw, Rebecca, that jump in the polls for Michigan. Biden was getting trounced in Michigan, but not now. And again, these numbers can go up and down, but how real does the axiom of winning creates winning mean after tonight?
So I think that one of the central questions that we still haven't answered is how quickly do Democratic voters want to wrap up this primary contest? And one sort of a conventional wisdom, an assumption we might be able to make, is that in seeing this coalescence around Joe Biden, is that a sign that Democratic voters want to get this over with, wrap up this primary fight, and move on to the main attraction, this fight against Donald Trump in the fall? There's also been a concern among many Democratic voters, you know, the longer we drag this out, is it damaging to the party? Does it hurt our chances in the fall? And so if this pragmatism is winning out in the Democratic Party, you could see a party that just wants to get this over with and find a nominee and move on.
All right, let's take a break. A big X factor is going to be Bloomberg. If Michael Bloomberg decides after tonight or in the next few days he's out and he puts his organization behind Biden, that's a very different look for the convention than where we stand right now. We have more continuing coverage, races to call, expectations to be met. Stay with us. All right, interesting part of the analysis on nights like this is what you think you know, but you don't know for sure yet. The top line on that is California. All right, if you look, you're about 44% of the vote. And yes, it takes days, but you're going to see some people calling the race already. We are not. Let's go to Harry Enton. The idea, Wizard of Odds, that you can see California change, how so?
I mean, just look back to 4 years ago, right? I mean, look. At 2 a.m. Eastern, we're now a little bit past that. I don't even know what time it is anymore. What year, I don't know. But in any event, thank you. Look, Clinton was up by 21 points at 2 a.m. Eastern time back in 2016. She ended up only winning by 7 percentage points. So this is why I think we're being so cautious in California. The fact is the vote will fluctuate greatly as we have different types of counts coming in, election day votes, late mail-in votes. So things can really, really shift in that state.
Even if they don't and Bernie wins, is it fair to say that the Bernie bros let him down tonight?
I don't know if the Bernie bros let him down, but I think, you know, Ron's been hitting on it so often. And that is Bernie was not able to expand the electorate. He wasn't able to expand his support among the existing voters, right? And you see that he did very well with Latinos in California, that's for sure. That's different from 2016 when he basically broke even with them in California against Clinton. But overall, white suburban women especially, Joe Biden dominated with them. That was the big question going into the evening, and that has led in part to a large Joe Biden victory.
Bernie Bros is largely the suggestion of the movement that he would have a huge influx of young voters, people who'd stayed on the sidelines. We don't know that that happened tonight, but we do see that there was a coalescing around Biden. What do you see in the numbers about those who learned about Buttigieg and Klobuchar stepping out and deciding late?
Yeah, I think this is the key statistic. I just go over it over and over again. Decided in the last few days, Joe Biden won 49% of those voters. Bernie Sanders won just 20% of those voters. I even checked in Vermont. In Vermont, Bernie Sanders' home state, Joe Biden won the late deciders there. So it's very clear that there was late movement towards Biden after South Carolina, and he capitalized on it across the states this evening.
Let me skip ahead to a couple of things. The idea of what we were talking earlier, how much longer is left in this contest. I'm going to stand by this. Look, Bernie's momentum wasn't what it was supposed to be tonight, but you don't sleep on a movement. And if you don't think there's a movement behind him, you don't understand the state of the race. We'll see how it manifests. But in terms of time left before they decide, how does this stack up to what we've seen in the past?
I mean, usually if you look back to the first Super Tuesday back in 1988, It often takes time on the Democratic side, right? It took 58 days after Super Tuesday in '88 to really understand who the nominee would be. 1992 with Bill Clinton, it took 48 days. Remember, even last time around after Super Tuesday, it took 49 days. It wasn't until New York voted in late April that we really knew that Hillary Clinton really was going to be the nominee. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have to wait considerably longer this year, even though I think at this point most of us would acknowledge it's a two-person race between Sanders and Biden.
Still a long way to go. The X factor is going to be Bloomberg. Wizard of Odds, thank you very much.
Shalom,
Let's take
my
a
friend.
break. When we come back, Maine, still too close to call. Just a couple thousand votes separating the two. It's a lot of unfinished business, even in the states that are over. There's so many delegates yet to be apportioned. Next. Tonight is why we tell you the only polls that matter are those on the days of the elections. Super Tuesday, super indeed, especially for Joe Biden. Joe Biden had a night nobody expected just days ago. Your big headlines? Well, take a look behind me. Alabama, Arkansas, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, the big prize, Texas for Joe Biden, and Virginia. Now, this is an incomplete story for two reasons: Sanders, Colorado, Utah, Vermont. But the big prize of the night with all the delegates is obviously California. And that is still too early to call. Bernie Sanders doing very well. Ton of delegates. Take a look at the votes. Here we are in California. Bernie Sanders, healthy lead right now, 45% estimate of the vote. You will see some people making projections. We are not. The tail of the tape there, big number to actually look at, is not that Biden is doing as well as he was, because he was nowhere in California just 10, 12 days ago. But Bloomberg, got to watch that number there and in Texas. If Bloomberg doesn't make it to 15% in California and Texas, it's going to be hard for him to justify moving on. That's the threshold number to get any delegates. We're also showing you Maine because even with 91%, the race is still too close to call. Now you're thinking, but Maine, 24 delegates, why? It's a great metaphor state. 4 years ago, if you look at how Bernie Sanders did there, he was dominant. Yes, there were fewer people in the race, but it also says something about what is new that we saw tonight. Bernie Sanders has the momentum. He has a movement. He has the organization. He has money. But the Bernie bros did not come to play today. Phil Mattingly, we did not see any evidence of big revolutionary type turnout of votes. We didn't see it. And what we did see is in suburbs, Joe Biden coming to play in a way that no one expected, especially in Texas. He wound up taking it. What stands out to you?
Putting together a broader coalition. I want to start with kind of a compare and contrast to 2016 and actually start with states that Bernie Sanders won tonight. So let's pull up Utah and see where Bernie Sanders was. Again, a sizable win, 30,000 votes. But let's look back to 2016. Back in 2016, he crushed Hillary Clinton in Utah by almost 60 points. And I think one of the interesting things about this, look, caveated, this is a bigger race. There were more candidates, impressive candidates all around. But when you win a state by 60 points 4 years ago, and then you come in this time around in a state that not a lot of candidates campaigned in, and you win it by a significant less of a margin, but also you made a key point. There are 3 candidates here above 15% that are going to be polling delegates from Bernie Sanders. So it's not just that his margin is smaller, and you caveat that with there are more candidates in the race, but also all of these individuals at this point in time, only 88% reporting, have qualified for statewide delegates if this holds. Well, let's move over to Colorado. This
now,
is
something important about Utah that you pointed out to me earlier about Maine, but has different impact here. Utah was a a caucus state. Yep. So he does better in caucus states,
Without
but he
any
didn't
question.
do as well this time. Whereas in Maine 4 years ago, it was a caucus state. He cleaned up because he tends to do well in caucus states. That did not hold as a rule in Utah. Keep going.
It's a shift, and it's one that has carried throughout the night. Let's take a look at Colorado as well. Again, a significant win, 96,000 votes, doing well. Back in 2016, won by 19 points, did very, very well in Colorado. And again, 3 different candidates polling from Bernie Sanders delegates on the statewide level based on how they were doing tonight. Again, expanded field, but that is cutting into the amount of delegates that Bernie Sanders can poll from the course of the night. Move over to another interesting one. Bernie Sanders' home state of Vermont. Take a look at what he did back in 2016. Again, it's his home state. He won by a major, major margin. Look at this time around. Nobody expected anybody to compete in Vermont. Nobody was spending money in Vermont. Bernie Sanders got over 50%, did very well in Vermont. But Joe Biden's going to pull some delegates from Bernie Sanders' home state. Now, two other things you mentioned, two states you mentioned that had caucuses back in 2016. And again, I want to make very clear, caucuses are very different than primaries.
And
Bernie
he does
Sanders
well.
Does very well in caucuses. Just take a look at what happened in Nevada. But you mentioned Maine. Right now, Joe Biden, you've seen the lead shrink a little bit since the last time we talked about it, 91% and just shy of 2,000 vote lead.
Except for
Joe
Bloomberg's
Biden.
huge house that
The
he has
huge
in the
house
middle
that he
of the
has
state.
in the very middle of the state. Still not above 15% though statewide, at least as it currently stands. Back in 2016, during the caucuses, Bernie Sanders winning by 30%. Again, it's apples to oranges to some degree, but it just shows that he had major strength. And look, from an anecdotal perspective and talking to campaigns going into this night, no one was putting but Joe Biden on the map for Maine.
Right.
And all of a sudden, Joe Biden is in a very real possibility of actually winning Maine. The other one, too, that you can't ignore, another caucus state back in 2016, is Minnesota. I was talking to people in the lead up to tonight, and there was a lot of question about Bernie Sanders. Obviously, Amy Klobuchar didn't drop out until yesterday, 2 days ago now, I guess, depending on what time it is. Amy Klobuchar endorsing Joe Biden coming into a huge win in Minnesota, which wasn't expected. Again, flip back to 2016, caucus state at the time. Bernie Sanders wins it by 25 points.
I think he's the biggest story he's going to have to tell himself and figure out is in Texas. Because Texas is really a metaphor look at what the stakes are for both of these two, assuming same thing. And look, it's not about ignoring Warren. It's about focusing on the results. She's going to have to make a decision about how she does. She's not making the 15% threshold in a lot of states. She got cleaned up on in Massachusetts for whatever reason, which is her home state. But in this state, what we were looking for is this area here that you say is a concentration of Latinos especially, blowing up, and younger voters blowing up in the state to show the vibrancy of the movement that is Bernie Sanders, putatively. But it didn't happen. You saw more Joe Biden hitting it hard in suburban areas, which is, of course, the big fear of Donald Trump, which is why he was going after Biden in the first place.
So the interesting thing about Texas is Bernie Sanders, one, spent heavily here, had a great organization.
That's another thing. Biden, no dough for Super Tuesday. He's not even on our list.
No, exactly. And did well in the areas you expected him to. Let's take a look at the Latino population by county, where you see the deeper kind of yellow, brownish area here. Let me click this back. 1 second real quick. Down here, kind of scroll through here. All right, let's see what actually happened tonight. That's almost all light blue. Bernie Sanders doing very well in that area. So he did what he needed to do with the Latino vote, at least in the counties. He also, you want to pull into Austin, home of the University of Texas. This is a very stronghold type of area for Bernie Sanders. Big margin here as well. But he didn't run up. Younger people.
But it didn't run up.
But didn't run up. And where things did run up in this state throughout the course of the night, in the suburbs, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, in the Houston area, Joe Biden just crushed in these areas, and we saw it roll up through as the election day vote came in. All of a sudden, Joe Biden was adding 5, 10, 15,000 to his margins in these major counties, and that's what separated the two throughout the night. That's why Joe Biden, winning by 4-ish points right now, may actually grow as the night goes on. That's why Texas was such a surprise.
And that's why it scares the president. And that's why he's been going out of his way to say vote for Bernie, not Joe Biden. He's worried about those suburban voters, especially college-educated women. He's going to have to worry about. All right, so this is all good stuff. So it brings us to a question. Come over here to where Ron and Rebecca are. Now, look, I'm not going to sleep on the movement with Bernie Sanders because we learned our lesson 4 years ago. And I like to see the Biden people coming after me on social media. Welcome to the election. I haven't heard from you guys all along. Been hearing from Bernie's people saying, why aren't you giving them more respect? Tonight, they don't have such a great case. And the way to look at it is through the lens of how Democrats voted. What do you see?
So here's something interesting. You know, in 2016, Bernie Sanders really struggled among self-identified Democrats. He kept in the race by his strength among independents who participated in the Democratic primary. He lost self-identified Democrats in 24 of the 27 states with exit polls last time. In the beginning of this race, it looked like he had surmounted that problem. He ran competitively with Democrats in Iowa, in New Hampshire, in Nevada. We get to South Carolina, suddenly he's back to a 3-1 deficit among Democrats. When he won New Hampshire, his tone was not, I'm here to be part of the Democratic Party. It was more, I'm here to take over the Democratic Party. I mean, his rhetoric was, I am running against the Democratic establishment as much as the Republican establishment. This week, he said he would only pick a vice presidential nominee who agrees with him on Medicare for all. There's been very little outreach. There's been much more about kind of our movement is taking over the party. Look what happened tonight. In Virginia and North Carolina, self-identified Democrats, he lost them by 30 points. Oklahoma, 25. Tennessee, 20. Minnesota, 15. Alabama, 50. He's back to where he was in 2016, where, Joe Biden, what he talked about, lifetime Democrats are not, at this moment, too many of them are viewing him as something of a kind of corporate raider who's looking to take over the party than someone who is looking to build a coalition and lead the party.
Corporate raider, not words you usually identify with Bernie Sanders. But you're feeling the ceiling again. It's like, does he have a limit to it? So what is your take on it in terms of what the story is tonight of the strength of Bernie Sanders' movement versus what we're seeing on social media, all these Biden people coming up? They need a hashtag. Ron has a great tip for you guys, by the way. What is it? Joe Mentum. He says do not use Joe Mentum. Why?
Joe Lieberman.
Joe Lieberman used Joe Mentum, and it didn't work out well.
That's not the best presidential campaign ever, no.
Good advice for the hashtag.
Yeah.
What do you see?
So here's the question. How does Bernie Sanders start to expand his base of support here in the next few weeks over these next crucial primaries? Because as we've seen, he has a ceiling right now. It's these younger voters, it's these independents. He has said that he can expand on that. But as we've seen, as the party is coming together around Joe Biden, this more moderate wing of the Democratic Party, he's going to have to do better than he's doing right now. So the question is, how does he shake up this dynamic when, as we've seen from Bernie Sanders, he does not want to change his message? He knows what he believes. He's sticking with it. So how does he bring more people into his tent?
Right.
And also, there's this question still. Can Biden be consistent over the next few weeks? Because he has been a very uneven candidate. Right now, you have a number of moderates endorsing him. He has this momentum. Can he sustain that, though?
Debating Bernie one-on-one could be very uncomfortable.
Could be very
for Biden.
interesting.
But having said that, the contrast between the way Sanders handled winning New Hampshire and talking about running against the Democratic establishment as much as the Republican establishment, and look what happened for Biden after South Carolina. 3 of his former rivals coalesced behind him within 48 hours, and the signal it sent to the party was both that the party is consolidating around him, but that he was kind of welcoming them in. And there were clearly many voters who have been kind of looking for a cue. Stan Greenberg, the Democratic pollster who was Clinton's pollster and been doing this since the 80s, said to me tonight, this is a once-in-a-century primary in the extent to which voters have moved in a short period of time. Once that signal was sent, in effect, that this is where the mainstream of the party is consolidating. You saw incredible move. That's how you win Texas. That's how you win Massachusetts. That's how you win potentially Maine, states where no one gave you a chance. It's because voters, were looking and said, yep, this is it. Now Sanders has to interrupt that narrative. And he's got to find, as Rebecca said, this is a guy who likes being consistent. He's now got to find a second act.
Look, here are a couple of questions, and we're going to go to break, and then we're going to come back with some new information about who actually voted and where tonight. What's more likely? Do you think Joe Biden can keep having these other people who are candidates out there on the hustings making the case for him? He needs it. Or is it more likely that Bernie Sanders can modify his message, go heavy on principles, but not absolute on policies? 2 X factors, and who voted and where? Answers next.
Clearly a big night for the Biden campaign and for Joe Biden, winning almost every state tonight, but 3 so far because there are still 2 states out. But the big question, before we put that up, let's just come back to me first. Here's initially early on in the first caucuses and primaries, turnout was a big concern for Democrats. They were worried because the turnout didn't look like it was going to be as big as 2016 and even 2018. But that concern, maybe they want to put that to rest. Now let's put that up because, look, let's show you in Virginia, in Texas, in Tennessee, this is a turnout that changed since 2016, up almost 70% in Virginia, 40% in Texas. Tennessee, almost 40%. That is huge, and those are states where Joe Biden won. And then there are other states below that where there was a moderate increase in turnout. So now let's get to the folks who are here in the studio with me. So you remember early on, guys, ladies and gent, in Iowa and New Hampshire, there was a concern, right, about the turnout, also in Nevada maybe a little bit. But then South Carolina, right? The turnout was higher. And what do you think is going on here? Why did this happen? What happened to the increase in turnout? What's going on?
Well, I mean, if you look at the early states where Bernie Sanders tended to compete a little bit better, those were lower turnout states. The states with big turnout, Joe Biden is winning. And so I think that tells you something about who is enthusiastic to vote and for what candidate. And that's a good story for Joe and a bad story for Sanders.
Well, and that leads me to this question, because do endorsements really matter? Because I think the voter turnout is much bigger in Virginia, Texas, Tennessee, and now on Super Tuesday than it was in South Carolina. And that comes after the Clyburn endorsement. Do endorsements really matter? Clyburn endorsement, then you get Buttigieg, and then you get Klobuchar, and then you get Beto O'Rourke. Do endorsements really matter?
All endorsements are not created equal. Someone like a Congressman Clyburn has a network. He has that state wired. People in the exit polls, you saw people cared who Clyburn was going to tap. I think the scale of the endorsements for Joe Biden really matter.
So Clyburn mattered. He built this.
Clyburn built this.
He built
it.
He built this momentum and the turnout, starting this turnout.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Amanda said that he owes Joe Biden, everybody owes Clyburn a big fruit basket after what he did for them, perhaps an ambassadorship if he wins down the line. But I think the scale, all the Democratic, so many of the former adversaries endorsing him, all in one fell swoop that night. I think that sent a message. It was more of a message
specifically, Klobuchar really mattered in Minnesota. Beto O'Rourke really mattered in Texas. I mean, these people have following. They have, voters care about what they think in these states, and
they trust.
But do you think Democrats were saying, and so because if you looked at what David Chalian showed earlier, a lot of folks, a lot of voters made their pick, their choice late, and they went towards Joe Biden.
Yeah, I think they matter in this sense, and this to follow up on what Jackie was saying, especially with Congressman Clyburn. It's not so much that he flipped Sanders voters to Biden voters. It's that he focused his state's mind on what was at stake in the election. Congressman Clyburn gave the best speech of anybody this entire cycle. Two things stood out to me when he gave that speech. One was he said, America is already great. That was a direct challenge to the Make America Great Again, exclusionary rhetoric. The second thing he said, I've been arrested doing sit-ins and marches. I wasn't worried back then. Now I'm worried. And that got people's minds wrapped around.
Ads.
Right. You got to go out and vote.
Yeah.
But he gave people something to go to the store for. He's like, I need to go buy this. And so I need to go vote for this. And that affected the turnout, I think, in other places.
I think that's exactly right. Look, we're in a moment where we're so barraged by information and tweets from the president. And it's not that voting isn't important. It is important. Part of why we were, I think, nervous is we all assumed, turnout's going to be huge. What's going on? But I think to David's point, he also focused people on, you got to go do this right now. You got to put down whatever it is you're doing, put that down because this is our future. This is our country. This is the existential crisis that we are facing. And right now you can do something about it. And I'll tell you what was important about that, having done some work in South Carolina, a lot of voters, part of their frustration is they do not equate the act of voting with bringing change. And so I think part of when you hear someone like a Jim Clyburn, when you see people that you trust, like an Amy Klobuchar, like Beto O'Rourke, and the ability to bring and Mayor Pete together to say, we're coalescing behind someone, because it's not just about, I really reject this idea that it's about, the system is rigged against Sanders. No, it's that voters are saying we're going to come together and pick someone that we think can beat Donald Trump because it's too dangerous not to.
I think we need to acknowledge a little bit more what Amy Klobuchar did. She ended her race the day before.
Right.
She went to Texas and endorsed Joe Biden. And not only that, it's been reported that her team, her supporters, knocked doors in Minnesota for Joe Biden. I mean, people who have worked on campaigns know how hard that would be to realize that the dream is over, your candidate is not going to make it, and then turn around so quickly and put that energy behind someone else, I think is really an amazing story.
I do have to say that you're right about that because, Mayor Buttigieg got out and said, well, I'm not sure. I'm not ready to endorse anyone. Amy Klobuchar got out and said, I am endorsing right away, which was a very smart, I think, and strategic move. I'm not sure why Mayor Buttigieg didn't do it, but subsequently did decide to do it. It took a beat, but I think
He did it.
you know, yeah, he did it. But I think Klobuchar was.
I just wanted to give a
smart
quick
move.
shout out to Tennessee voters who had one of their population centers
Yes.
hit by a deadly tornado, and people still came out.
Still came.
I mean,
yeah.
that is really that's incredible.
Look, you need money to stay in the race, and there, you know, there's been criticism about billionaires donating and PACs and all of that. But the truth is, you need money to stay in the race.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at it, Sanders has lots of money, right? He has all these small donors. Bloomberg has lots of money. Starr has lots of money. He didn't ultimately stay in the race, but Joe Biden didn't have any money, right? Didn't have any media, right? Wasn't doing ad buys. Did some late ad buys. How important?
super PAC.
But how important is it to have money? Is for people? Is it important?
It's important. It's very important. I mean, look, the other thing, if we think about Senator Sanders, he's had 3, almost 4 years building from his campaign.
But Biden had no money.
Okay.
And here he is.
had no money.
But he did have some money.
He had name recognition.
He had name
Yeah.
recognition. He was Obama's vice president. You cannot undercount how important that was. People, the feeling of people saying, like, we know who this guy is.
Yeah.
We know what he's capable of. I think he will probably solve that money problem coming out of today.
But he has. But look at this. I mean, look at how much he spent
Look
in
at the
Minnesota.
look. Let's put up the ad buying. We've got the ad buying. If you can put that up, how much money they spent. As soon as we get it, but go on.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say in Minnesota he spent like $6,000. I know. And Bernie Sanders spent over $200,000.
But here's the point, though. Here's the thing. Senator Sanders
Look
has
at this.
voters, have people who
Bloomberg
will-
spent $561 million.
Well,
Tom Steyer, $214
Money is important.
million. Wow.
But to quote the Beatles, money can't buy you love. Honestly, look at all this money that Bloomberg spent. Yeah.
And money can't buy you Super Tuesday either.
Apparently not.
Bloomberg's money would have taken him a lot further if he hadn't tanked 2 debates, though. I
Yeah.
will just say that. But
Well, also,
you're
people
right.
weren't
It
totally
can't buy
buying
you
what he was
everything.
selling.
He was the man behind the curtain.
Yeah.
I mean, Chris
What I was
said
gonna say,
that.
though, I think it's so important about the difference between what Biden has to do now in terms of money and what Senator Sanders has is, he's built this organization. He has people who give, whether it's a small amount every month. They've been giving. They've been growing that list. So, when you have that, next month what's coming in. Joe Biden they still have to solve this problem. They've done better with their grassroots fundraising. Yes, he'll get a ton of money, but he's going to need a sustainable movement of people who are willing to give.
Okay, one more time with that graphic, please. Let's just show before we go to break. So you had that, right? Whose face you don't see up there is what?
Elizabeth Warren.
No, you don't see the former vice president's face up there.
Oh, yeah.
But guess how much
no
you got
money.
in earned media after winning South Carolina?
$1 bazillion.
$100 million in earned
Wow.
media. So
So-
there you go.
Like a quarter of a Bloomberg.
Very good. And it is that kind of humor that will get you back on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. The big winner of Super Tuesday is no doubt Joe Biden. But is Joe Biden the man to beat the man in the White House right now, Donald Trump? Let's take it down to the folks sitting around this desk. So the conventional wisdom, at least now, and at least from the Democratic Party, is that Joe Biden is the man to beat Donald Trump. But is that real? Is that right? Could they be wrong? Because listen, Bernie Sanders, like Donald Trump, has an army of people behind him who are ride or die. That Bernie Sanders can do no wrong.
Well, Joe Biden's got Jill Biden.
Yeah.
And Simone said, I'm just saying, like, in a scrum, that's who you want on your side.
But could they be wrong? Could the Democratic Party be wrong?
I mean, here's what I don't like about this group think on this, right? If we all decide you're our candidate and we want to beat Donald Trump, then we just have to get out and vote for that person. I
Even
mean,
if it's Bernie Sanders?
Yes, absolutely, 1,000%. 1,000%. Like, we can't, in 2016, people who voted for Jill Stein or a protest vote, we can't play. We can't do that this time.
I think we should be realistic about Joe Biden's deficiencies right now, and that he's not a great public speaker, and all the fake news scandals that Donald Trump tried drumming up in the last year are going to come roaring back. Yes. And so Joe Biden will have to be confronted with that again, and he hasn't handled it well. And so he's going to have another chance probably to address that in the public stage, and voters are going to evaluate again whether he can handle that kind of incoming fire from Trump.
Yeah. Who can build a coalition to beat Donald Trump now, given tonight's results? Who do you think is best to do that?
I mean, I think Karen's right that any of them can, in theory. None of the Democrats had all of President Obama's attributes. They each have a little piece of Obama's skill set. In the case of Senator Sanders, he has that sort of upstart enthusiasm among his supporters. He's been building toward this. In the case of Senator Biden, a lot of people's hearts are with him. Vice President Biden, thank you. A lot of people's hearts are with him. But in the case of Senator Sanders, he's not flexible. And in the case of Vice President Biden, like Amanda said, his debating skills are lacking. He's got a lot of things, Iraq War vote, Anita Hill, that President Trump is going to bring up, whether it's hypocritical or not, Hunter Biden, et cetera. And Democrats should be.
But hold on. As she just mentioned, Amanda just mentioned Hunter Biden, Burisma.
Yeah.
We're going to hear, and
And if
on
you
the
think
Hill
that's just
now,
coming from Trump,
they're talking
it's not.
about
It's gonna come from the Hill.
subpoenas and all
Right.
of that, right?
It's all
Should he have a better answer when it comes to Hunter and? Because he keeps saying there's nothing there. We know there's nothing there.
Yes, and I don't claim to know what the exact answer is, but he knows it's coming. So have an answer to a question you know.
I mean, his son said it was bad judgment. The father can agree with the son on that.
But can I just say, having been up against Trump in 2016, it is like nothing you have ever felt or seen before. And what 2016 was like kindergarten compared to the machine they built for 2020. And that's why I keep saying, everybody's got to be on board with that, because it is going to be a barrage from their ground game to online resources to attacking. I mean, anybody, whoever the nominee is going to be viciously, brutally attacked. And I got to say,
Personally attacked.
Absolutely. Their family, you name it. And, one thing with Senator Sanders, he's only started to really feel some of the heat as the front runner of some of the. There are still plenty of things out there that they could have a lot more of a field day with. So this is again why I like having a primary go longer, because I think the longer it goes, you're tested, and more voters get to decide how important do I think that is.
Can I just piggyback on that point real quick? Yes, a lot of Democrats from all the camps want this to be over with. As soon as it's over with, the Trump campaign has one person they can focus all their energy on. It's not that bad of a thing.
So
to have
that
four people
convention
in the
could be a
race
good
right
thing
now.
in the end?
Yeah.
Although I
No, not a
predict
contested
after Biden's performance tonight, Donald Trump is going to go after him first thing tomorrow morning or in an hour or so from now.
You believe?
Yes.
Well, probably. But I mean, it's clear that he is concerned about Joe Biden. But he's also trying to sow division in the Democratic Party because he talks
really
about.
feels bad for Senator Sanders.
You're picking up what I'm putting down, because he's saying it's rigged against Senator Sanders, and the Democratic establishment is going against him, and they're going to take the nomination from him yet again.
And that's exactly what he did in 2016, too, trying to sow those divisions. Now, a little bit of crocodile tears, I'm just saying. I think that one of the differences that hasn't really been cleared up on the Sanders side than from Biden is the coattails and how this will affect down ballot. Because when you talk to Democrats from districts, congressional Democrats, or people who have tough Senate races, they're worried. From states that might be a little bit more Republican, from districts that might be a little bit more purple, they're worried about a Sanders candidacy as the top of the ticket, because their voters might not align with that. So they would end up effectively having to run against the top of the ticket. It's not impossible. But I don't think the Sanders campaign has really addressed that. It's just sort of like, it'll be all right. Well, and I think if he does end up being the nominee, that is something that's going to have to be addressed.
But didn't that happen in 2016 with Donald Trump, that Republicans, Amanda, were concerned that Donald Trump would ruin down ballot races, but then all of a sudden they all said, Trump's our guy.
Yeah, I mean, they all got on board. What's different this time around is it really seems that there is a concentrated effort by the Democrats to huddle around and bear hug Joe Biden early. The difference in the Republican primary is that everyone was so divided when there was a chance for unity, whether it be around, like, say, Marco Rubio or my former boss, Ted Cruz. People just threw up their hands and said, you know what, Donald Trump's not going to win. Hillary's just going to be president, and then we'll pick up the pieces later. And look.
But they're saying the same thing about. Aren't Democrats saying the same thing about Sanders that Republicans said about Trump?
Yeah, that he can't win, that he's not electable. Yeah, definitely to agree. And listen, one of the reasons I, as a Republican, am vehemently opposed to Bernie Sanders getting the nomination is because I think there's a chance he could win, right? And I don't want a socialist to be president. And so that's why you do see a number of Republican operatives even coming out and saying, if you're a Republican,
that votes in an early primary state that has open primaries go vote for a moderate Democrat.
Quickly, last word.
So, I've totally lost my chain of thought. No, but this is also part of why, for Senator Sanders, he's got to learn to be the front runner, right? Which means you can't keep trashing the establishment, right? Because really, the establishment, these are people who do walk lists. These are people who run for city council and school board. And you're going to need those people if you want to bring together a coalition to beat Donald Trump. Yes.
You're very smart, because who are those? No, seriously, who are the establishment? The people that we talked about. Black women.
That's right.
College-educated white, suburban women,
But
right?
can I also assure you that black women in the Democratic Party, we are not the establishment. We are still fighting for some power.
No, but you're
party,
the people who show up. You're the
core
of the party.
We are.
The core of the
That's
party.
right.
You're the heart of the Democratic Party.
That's right. And if you keep trashing us, then it feels like, come on, man.
Yeah. We're going to go behind the numbers, which are really the people who caused this great night, or this great day, this great Super Tuesday for Joe Biden, right after this.
All right, so you have a very interesting dynamic here. Bernie Sanders, what was he about? The machine, the movement. Where was it today? Did it show up? Is this just a one-time thing? What does this mean for Joe Biden? Does he have a strength that we didn't see? Or was this a one-time thing? Let's take it to the pros. Ron, what do we know about who voted? What matters?
I think one of the most striking things was that the youth share of the vote went down in most of the states that we have comparisons between this election and 2016. Virginia, voters under 30 were 16% of the electorate in 16, 13% this time. North Carolina, 18% last time, 13% this time. Tennessee, 15 last time, 11 this time. Texas, 20 last time, 15 this time. Mass, 19 last time, 16 this time. Voters older than 45 were a bigger share of the electorate in all of those states this time than they were in 2016. Bernie Sanders did not transform the electorate, which meant that he had to compete within the existing Democratic coalition. And within that universe, his coalition, I think, was pretty clearly tonight shown to be deep but too narrow to win. And we have to see this is a candidate who prides himself on his kind of pile driver consistency, always going forward, same message, same argument. He now needs to find a second act, and quickly, because if Michigan does not go well, I think he's going to face a lot of questions about the rationale for his candidacy.
So tonight, if there was a movement, it was on the we must beat Trump. And there were questions if Bernie could do it that inured to Biden's favor, at least on this big Super Tuesday. Michigan, do you believe that that's the state that if Bernie can't convince those people he's their guy, he's got trouble?
It's so important. I mean, it's not necessarily the end of the road for Bernie if he can't win there. I mean, we have a debate coming up on CNN after that, shameless plug. But it is an important state for him in terms of demographics, in terms of the message that he has been promoting in this primary. If he can't win there, it's a really bad sign. And look, I mean, the significance of tonight is that we've seen the result over the past week of the moderate lane of the Democratic Party coming together, coalescing around Joe Biden. This is going to be a tough puzzle for Bernie to solve. I don't think his campaign believed it was going to happen this fast, with so many people coming out and endorsing Biden this week, dropping out of the race. And he's going to have to figure out how to get his mojo back.
Well, one thing's for sure, it happened. Harry Enton, two big takeaways.
All right, Christopher, here are the two big ones. First off, Joe Biden is the comeback kid as far as I'm concerned. He lost in Iowa and New Hampshire. It took him 26 days until his first win, which came in the Deep South. That came in South Carolina by 29 points. You know who that reminds me of?
Who?
That reminds me of William Jefferson Clinton.
Really?
Because he lost Iowa and New Hampshire. It took him also over 20 days until his first primary win. And that, of course, occurred in the Deep South in the great state of Georgia, which he won by a very similar margin that Biden won in South Carolina. He won Georgia by 33 points. My second big takeaway, I want to jump to the time of decision chart here. And this, I think, is so key, because what happened to those voters who decided in the last few days who they were going to vote for? They voted for, get this, they voted for overwhelmingly, they voted for Joe Biden. And I think that that is so important, because what essentially we know is that Joe Biden won this election because won tonight, big league, because those who decided in the last few days went overwhelmingly for him.
Now, it certainly happened here. It was kind of the perfect storm of events for him on Super Tuesday. What will it mean between now and the next big set of contests? What will it mean for the debate? Very different challenges for these two men. Harry, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, so here's what we know. We're still following California because they take a long time. But even if the numbers go the way they're going now, Bernie Sanders will get the big win in California. But the big win doesn't mean what he wanted it to win. They were looking at getting over half of the delegates. It doesn't look like they will now. So again, the question's going to be, the ceiling questions are back. How big the movement is back. This galvanizing, does Joe Biden, is he going to have to come up with a nickname for the movement behind him now? We'll take all those things on. CNN's coverage will continue. Stay with us.
So it is Super Tuesday, and we need to talk about why it's so important for us to be on air doing this. I want to bring back the group here. It's important for us to be reporting this, but it's important because we're talking about the right to vote in this country. Let's show the lines. This is Texas, and Houston, Texas, to be specific. Some people waited almost 7 hours to vote here. And specifically, this man, his name is Hervis Rogers. Our Ed Lavandera caught up with him, and he waited almost 7 hours. Ed Lavandera said the last voter at Texas Southern University has walked out of the voting booth. It took Hervis Rogers nearly 7 hours to vote tonight. Ed caught up with him. He told our Ed Lavandera why it was so important for him to vote and why he waited so long in line to vote. Here it is.
We waited for about 6 hours. Yes. About 6 hours, a little bit over 6 hours.
So you got here just before the polls closed.
Right.
It is well after 1 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Why did you wait this long to vote?
Because I figured like it was my duty to vote. I want to get my vote in, to voice my opinion, and I wasn't going to let nothing stop me. So I waited it out.
Yes.
Amen.
Really.
Right. Big round of applause for him. Saving the Republic.
Yes, saving the Republic.
Amanda, you called him super voter.
Yeah, super voter. Give him the keys to the city. I don't know who he voted for, but if he wanted to go on a campaign trail with a candidate to talk about the right to vote, he should be welcomed.
No one should have to wait that long in this country to vote.
That's a disgrace. That the fact that that man had to wait as long as he did is just there's no other word for it.
But it's not surprising that he's in Texas, right? And he probably lives, I would guess, in a primarily African-American neighborhood. I mean, the systemic...
Most of the people in line, according to Ed Lavandera, you're right, African-American, go on.
So the systemic targeting of black and brown voters, whether it is vote caging, whether it is taking care of the rolls, whether it is all of the tactics, voter ID tactics, it's shameful.
Mm-hmm.
It should be on a Saturday. It should be a holiday. It should be easy. But I have to tell you, that's the thing that worries me the most for Election Day.
There are complaints of robocalls in Texas that were an attempt to spread disinformation about the primary today, but go on.
Well, I totally agree with everything Karen said, but watching him just gives me such hope because they will not be deterred. This is the most important election of our lifetime.
Yeah, whether you're voting for one of the Democrats or whether you're voting for Governor Weld or President Trump, it's your most important way as a citizen to impact the process. And these people, Mr. What's his name, Harris, he showed tonight that he was invested in the process as a citizen.
Yeah. I am so, his name is Rogers, Hervis Rogers. I am so proud of you. Thank you so much for doing what you do. It makes me want to do my job and do it even better. And so thank you so much. They're still counting votes in California and Maine. More Super Tuesday coverage just ahead on New Day.
It's a good night. The seats be getting even better. They don't call Super Tuesday for nothing.
It's increasingly a race between two candidates, Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden.
Is this so much about people suddenly discovering Joe Biden, or is this voters facing a Bernie Sanders saying, I don't think we can beat Donald Trump with that?
I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination.
We want a nominee who's a Democrat, an Obama Biden Democrat. Join us.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to your New Day. It is Wednesday, March 4th, 5 o'clock here in New York, and Joe Biden has pulled off a stunning comeback in his bid for the Democratic nomination. The biggest headline of the night, CNN projects that former Vice President Joe Biden has won Texas. That is the second richest delegate state on Super Tuesday. There you see it on your screen. He did it despite being outspent and having little to no ground game there. Biden captured a lot of the vote there. I will give you that number as soon as we crunch it. He won in 9 states, including Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren's home state, and Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar's home state. John, all the numbers are still coming in. Obviously, this is a fluid situation.
That's right. Bernie Sanders was able to pick up some victories. Let us show you where. His wins include Colorado, Utah, and his home state of Vermont, although Joe Biden will get delegates in Vermont, and that is something of a surprise. Senator Sanders is also leading by a healthy margin in California. These numbers have been coming in all night long. Sanders has been stretching out his lead in California over the last few minutes. This is the biggest prize of the night with more than 400 delegates. It takes a long time to count there, so the final margins might not be known for days. They're still counting in Maine as well. Joe Biden with a narrow lead there. Look how close the two contenders are. About 1,500 votes or so separate the two. Maine is notable because this was a state that Bernie Sanders won in 2016. So as of this hour, we're looking at an outcome that very few people would have predicted, and even the most optimistic projections for Joe Biden. He's leading the delegate count right now. Joe Biden leading in the delegate race, though there are still a heap of Super Tuesday delegates yet to be assigned. Our reporters are standing by across the country. Let's begin with Phil Mattingly, though, to get more of a sense of what propelled Joe Biden to this victory, or these victories overnight.
Yeah, John, you talk. We're still talking about the delegates being handed out, 1,344 on Super Tuesday. This is where things stand right now. Joe Biden, 334. Bernie Sanders, 255. Elizabeth Warren picking up a few as well. Michael Bloomberg, Tulsi Gabbard, obviously Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg no longer in the race. But I want to explain the biggest surprise of the night, and that was Joe Biden's ability to win Texas. Bernie Sanders was favored coming into the state. Bernie Sanders had organization. Bernie Sanders had money. Bernie Sanders' team had focused on the heavy Latino population in the state and expected to do very well. However, Joe Biden, over the course of the night, started to grow closer to Bernie Sanders, match Bernie Sanders, and now look at where things stand. 93% reporting. Joe Biden more than 70,000 votes ahead. We have projected Joe Biden will win, and here's why. I want to focus on 2 counties specifically. Dallas County, second biggest county in the state. When the early vote came in, guys, it was very interesting. Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden were neck and neck. But as the election day vote came in, the vote that came after the South Carolina victory, the vote that came after the big endorsements in Dallas the night before, things started to change. Joe Biden jumping up to about a 20,000 vote lead, more than 10 points here. Why this is important? This is suburbs. This is the type of area where Democrats flipped seats back in 2018. This is a major population center. You saw a similar result down in the Houston area, Harris County, biggest county in the state. Major demographic shifts over the course of the last several campaign cycles. Joe Biden opening up about a 30,000 vote lead here. And it was a similar type of scenario, even or even trailing Bernie Sanders at times during this county. As the election day vote came in, Joe Biden started to gain with a serious lead, really driving him, propelling him towards that Texas victory. But guys, also another thing not to sleep on here. Look at these little counties right here throughout the course of the state. This is not major vote here. This is 27 votes here. This is 69 votes here. But what this is county after county after county. Joe Biden was chipping away, add in the major population centers, and you have a major victory for Joe Biden. You also talked about California. This was the place the Sanders campaign said they were going to do very well. And, well, look at this map. You see a lot of light blue. That's a lot of Bernie Sanders. Now, with the caveat being we expect them to be counting 4 days ahead. But as things currently stand, Bernie Sanders, 235,000 votes ahead, almost 10 points ahead of Joe Biden. But there's a couple things you need to keep an eye on here. And that's margin for Bernie Sanders, and that's who is above 15%. Because statewide, if you are above 15%, you can receive delegates. Well, Michael Bloomberg's above 15%. Joe Biden above 15%. So is Bernie Sanders. The big question for the Sanders campaign is, as the vote continues to come in, can they stretch out their margins a little bit, really capitalize on the 415 delegates that were at play in the state of California? We will see that in the days ahead, guys. But obviously, a very big night for Joe Biden. Bernie Sanders, big in California right now. Stuff to wait and see as that vote comes in, though, how it ends up.
All right, Phil, I know you will be counting for hours ahead. Thanks so much for being with us. The biggest of big pictures here, again, is that Joe Biden won in states where he barely spent any money and barely campaigned. Anyone who tells you they saw this coming more than a week ago, they're lying. Even in the Biden campaign, they might have hoped this, but they certainly did not predict it. So now he is claiming the most precious asset in politics, momentum. CNN's Jessica Dean, live in Los Angeles, following the Biden campaign. Jessica, what are they saying this morning?
Well, John, they're calling it Joe-mentum. That is what we've been hearing really over the last 24 hours. And of course, the Biden campaign thrilled with how Super Tuesday went for them, winning 9 states all across the country. Of course, those southern states, you saw Phil talking about it, but also in Massachusetts, in Minnesota, Texas. And now, of course, we're seeing how California plays out. And the Biden campaign strategy, a couple things to keep in mind. They really wanted to use South Carolina as a springboard. Of course, things had to go the way they did there. And they believed that if he performed well there, it would be a springboard into Super Tuesday to really perform very well all across the country. Of course, those endorsements from Klobuchar, Buttigieg, and O'Rourke certainly lifting him up, getting him so much television time. As you mentioned, didn't spend money in some of these places, didn't campaign in some of these places, yet still won. They also focused on congressional districts. So they zeroed in and got these endorsements in delegate-rich congressional districts. Specifically, look at Texas, look at what Phil was just talking about, and they said that really paid off for them last night. But if you zoom out, this is just an unprecedented comeback for the Biden campaign. The candidate himself could not be happier. Take a listen.
For those who've been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy.
So now the Biden campaign looking ahead already to the next contests that are just around the bend, going up in 3 states with $1.5 million in advertising. Those are numbers we haven't really been seeing from them. Again, in some of these places, not spending that much on advertising. Here in California, the most delegate-rich state of the evening, we are still waiting to hear how that all plays out. Allison, of course, we all know it could be a while for that.
Oh my gosh, Jessica, what a morning. This election season has been nothing if not surprising, basically every single day, and this morning is no exception. Thank you very much for reporting from the ground for us. So, what is the Sanders campaign saying this morning about these unexpected results? CNN's Ryan Nobles is live in Vermont with more. Ryan?
Allison, good morning to you. And I don't think there's any doubt that Tuesday was anything but super for Bernie Sanders and his campaign. And if you take a look back at where the Sanders campaign stood before the vote came in on Saturday to where they stand now, it amounts to a worst case scenario for Bernie Sanders and his team. They certainly expected to do much better in states like Texas. They expected to do much better in states like Minnesota and Massachusetts. They even expected to do better in places like North Carolina and Virginia, and none of that came through. Now, what the Sanders campaign is saying now is that we shouldn't focus on the number of states won, but instead the delegate math, because that's ultimately what is the most important when it comes to earning the Democratic nomination. And they believe that they still have a serious shot at winning the biggest prize on the map, and that is California, and that the number of delegates that they earn in California will ultimately propel them ahead of Joe Biden. And when the dust settles, they'll actually have a delegate lead. And that was the message that Sanders sent to his supporters last night in his hometown of Burlington, Vermont, where he told them that they are still planning to win the Democratic nomination. Take a listen.
When we began this race for the presidency, everybody said it couldn't be done. But tonight, I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination. And we are going to defeat the most dangerous president in the history of this country.
And what the Sanders campaign is arguing this morning is that this now becomes a head-to-head race. And what we saw yesterday was essentially a sugar rush for Joe Biden after his big win in South Carolina. Now both their records will be in front of the voters in the contest going forward. And they believe that Sanders still has a real shot at becoming the Democratic nominee. John?
No question about that. No question about that. also no question that Joe Biden's in a much different place than he was 1 week ago, and the Sanders campaign is facing a much different opponent than they would have imagined just 1 week ago. So, what does this stunning night and the votes that we're still counting this morning, what does it mean for the race going forward? That's next. All right, welcome to the morning after Super Tuesday, and an outcome that I really don't think people expected 1 week ago. This is where we sit as of 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time. Joe Biden is leading right now in the delegate race. He has the most delegates. They are still counting votes in Maine, in California, and Texas. It will take a long time, actually, for this all to settle out. But when it does, no matter how it does, it will be something that very few people should project it. All right, joining us now to discuss all of this, CNN senior political analyst John Avlon, CNN political correspondent Abby Phillip, CNN contributor Wajahat Ali, he's a contributing op-ed writer for the New York Times, and CNN political commentator Mitch Landrieu. He is the former mayor of New Orleans, and as the only one who has held elective office, you have seniority here. Look.
Thank you for that.
This was not expected a week ago. Joe Biden had been coming off of bruising losses in Iowa. I think it was trending upward for Biden yesterday, but the scope of it, when you add in Massachusetts and Minnesota, wow.
Well, we forget, but Iowa and New Hampshire were not that long ago, and people wrote Joe Biden's obituary like 1,000 different times. So this will be written as one of the great comebacks of all time. You know, when they talk about the comeback kid, nobody really expected that he would be here. People were opining, even after this weekend, that what he had to do yesterday was keep Bernie from running away with it, that he was going to win in the South. He may play a little bit up in the Northwest, but boy, when we get to Texas and when we get to California, you know, wait for it, because we want to stay within a certain amount of distance. And of course, that did not play out. He won Massachusetts. You know, besides the Southern swing, he won Virginia, he won North Carolina, I believe. And then he moved, I think he won Texas, and now we're still waiting on California. And I think most people would say that was really an unexpected and very strong showing.
We have some numbers that say that a lot of people decided in the past day or two, because this has been so fluid, so much has changed, that finally procrastinators unite. And it was the day of the procrastinators, and they were victorious, because so much changed that you would have voted differently, many people, had you voted, 2 weeks ago. So that's just interesting, and it went to Joe Biden's favor.
It is because voters in this primary have been looking for strength.
Right.
They've been looking for who demonstrates that they have the ability to bring the party together, that they have the ability to win the Democratic coalition. And this is where we have to talk about black voters. First and foremost, Congressman Jim Clyburn, because he completely changed this race for Joe Biden in a way that I think was unlike anything that we've ever seen before in terms of
You give him the credit for the momentum. You think that
absolutely. About half of, let's start with South Carolina, which is where this all started for Joe Biden. About half of South Carolina voters factored in one man's endorsement, Jim Clyburn's. Right. And Jim Clyburn was on TV every day from the time he endorsed up until the moments the poll closed. And he was saying to voters, go out and vote, go out and vote, go out and vote. Turnout in South Carolina was up. Joe Biden won by a landslide. And I think that when you look at what happened after, two candidates left the race. They left the race because of the strength of Joe Biden's win, the breadth of Joe Biden's win in South Carolina. And they knew that that was going to mean that they could not compete on Super Tuesday.
Let's run through what the African-American vote was in some of these states. Let's look at Texas, for instance. Joe Biden won 58% of the African-American vote there. Michael Bloomberg was in second at 16%, then Sanders. Blacks made up 20% of the electorate there. Look at North Carolina. Joe Biden won 62% of the black vote in North Carolina, 62%. And Bernie Sanders was down at 17%. They made up 27% of the electorate, African-Americans did in North Carolina. And in Virginia, Joe Biden won 71% of the black vote, and they were 28% of those who voted.
And look, this African-Americans are the backbone of the Democratic Party, particularly in the South. And Jim Clyburn, Abby's exactly right. Jim Clyburn's endorsement changed the trajectory of this race big time. The momentum from South Carolina carried on. But, it's also, take a look at the ideological split in states where Joe Biden had been written off.
No one expected him to win even outside the Deep South, even after Saturday. But take a look. If you look at the percent of voters who were very liberal versus somewhat liberal, moderates and conservatives, Joe Biden ran away with everybody except the very liberal. And that's a real problem in terms of a ceiling. The other thing is the big wins that Sanders did get, and he did get a few. Colorado, for example, swing state in the general election, heavy early voting. And that's one of the major factors to look at California. When you took into account the momentum from South Carolina, Biden had an extraordinary night. Lazarus-like
the bigger point that we were all arguing about. I love the people of Iowa and New Hampshire, but they do not reflect the breadth and the depth and the diversity of the Democratic Party. And yesterday, and South Carolina acted like how Iowa normally acts for campaigns early on, because he won and then he got the bounce, and it actually propelled him into first place on the shoulders of the African-American community.
Wash, what do you see?
Pour water out for the Iowa caucus in New Hampshire. Let it rest in peace and never have that much influence again. I think peel back, what we see again is 65% of Democratic voters say their number one priority is to unseat Trump. That number you just showed, that stunning number, that 45 to 49% of people made up their mind in the last 2 days, shows you that people are fluid. They wanted the strongest candidate, and black voters and voters of color are pragmatic. It's not identity politics. They always come out to save the country from itself. Clyburn was the kingmaker. No one expected a 28-point victory in South Carolina. Then we had the moderate Avengers. This is John Berman's copy. This is his copy from his home. John Berman reads comic books. Judge him if you want to. We had Beto, and we had Buttigieg, and we had Klobuchar come out to give him that lift. And what people want, and I think this is so fascinating, people realize this is a unique election. This is for the survival of democracy, rule of law, institutions. For people of color, this is for their survival. They will back the candidate that they think will win and that they think white America will vote for, and Biden got that vote.
Let's put up the most recently decided in the last few days numbers to dive in a little deeper so you can see it right now. You can choose Virginia or Minnesota. Let's do Minnesota, because we haven't done Minnesota yet right now. In Minnesota,
Shout out, Minnesota.
55%. 55% of voters in Minnesota decided in the last few days. Wow. That's a lot. Now, of those who decided in the last few days, Joe Biden won 53%, right? So you see there these patterns, and I think everything you were just talking about, Wash, factors into that.
That's the game changer.
I think, you look at Minnesota, the Avengers, in this case it would be Amy Klobuchar.
Black voters, Clyburn, the moderate Avengers stepping through, Terry McAuliffe, Tim Kaine. And they're like, we got to choose this. If there's down ballot races, who is our guy? Is it going to be Bernie or Biden? Who's going to unseat Trump? That's the question for 2020.
Can I just put in one word for what we saw last night, or are seeing, because California is still coming in with Hispanic voters? So Bernie Sanders is still doing extraordinarily well with Latino voters, and that's something the Democratic Party needs to pay attention to. Latino voters under the age of 30, overwhelmingly for Bernie Sanders.
Check out Texas.
And again, this is a problem that the Democratic Party needs to solve. How do they keep those voters engaged, keep them in the party? And something is happening on the ground with the Sanders campaign that is, I don't know that black voters, they vote as a block, which keeps their power intact. If that continues to happen with Latino voters, you could see that power also being wielded in a similar way. And if Bernie Sanders has the key to that, whoever the nominee is going to have to figure that out and take the answers from
both in both sides of the split. Older voters one way, younger voters the other way, which is another potential, gulf that's got to be.
Yeah, and it's not as stark as people think. We'll come back and talk more about this, but it is not simply that Biden gets old folks.
Hold that thought. We have much more to talk about. We also have an updated delegate count for you. We'll be updating it all morning because, as we've said, the numbers keep coming in. So at the moment, it is now Joe Biden, 341 delegates collected. Sanders, 265. California is still coming in. And then you see Buttigieg at 26, Warren at 25. All right, we have much more with our panel next. All right, numbers are coming in still fast and furiously. Where does the Democratic race go from here? Back with us, our great panel. We have John Avlon, Abby Phillip, Wajahat Ali, and Mitch Landrieu. John, you had wanted to say something before we headed to commercial break. Where do you think we are this morning, particularly for Mike Bloomberg, who has spent, I think, $560 million, and Elizabeth Warren, who wanted to stay in indefinitely?
Look, I mean, the down card of last night had a tough one. Bloomberg spent an unprecedented amount of money. He got in when it looked like either Warren or Sanders was running away from it. Biden seemed like his campaign was floundering. He did not get rewarded with delegates. You know, I think $500 million for Samoa is probably not what you stand up for. But he did pick up some delegates, and he could be very important in the race going forward. This is a guy who's said he's going to be committed to running against Trump, whether he's the nominee. He's backed a lot of issues that liberals like, even if they don't like him necessarily at the top of the ticket. Elizabeth Warren is going to require a great deal of analysis to see why this failure to convert. She was surging in the fall. To lose her home state badly is a terrible sign. The path forward is very unclear. What's striking to me most about last night is that Democrats did exactly what Republicans didn't when they saw the rise of Donald Trump. You had some folks who had real credibility on saying that to stay in the race through Super Tuesday and said, you know what, we're going to get out and back Joe Biden quickly because we think he's the most competitive nominee to stop Donald Trump and because we think Bernie Sanders would lead our down ticket to disaster.
And we had asked yesterday what would happen to the voters of Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar. Would they really go where they were being told to go? And I think we got the answer to that question. They went. And that's a consolidation in the voting population. It's not just a consolidation among the candidates or among, Democratic operatives. Voters are saying, we want this thing to start narrowing down. And that's why you saw Elizabeth Warren not performing the way that even she expected to perform. Because, frankly, a lot of Democrats like Elizabeth Warren.
Yes.
They would like to vote for her.
Yes.
But what they know is that at this stage in the game, there needs to be some choices being made. And I think that is what we saw in the electorate, basically saying, we like you, but at the end of the day, we want to see this race narrowing down.
I think it's clear that the mission here is to beat Trump. Right. And I think Elizabeth Warren and Mike Bloomberg got in the race because of that. I think both of them will reassess at this point. If they think that they are best used to beat Donald Trump, they will make decisions accordingly to that. And I think last night was very clarifying. I mean, it was rolling thunder across the entire country. So everything you needed to see, you were able to see last night. There's nothing that's going to happen in the next couple of weeks that won't indicate the underlying voting patterns more than last night was. And so I expect them to really kind of look at where they are and ask themselves how they can best help going forward.
So just two pieces of reporting people should know. Number one, Kevin Sheekey, who runs Michael Bloomberg's campaign, late last night was saying, we're going to talk. We're going to get together and talk, and we'll let you know tomorrow where we are, without hinting one way or the other which way they're leaning. Elizabeth Warren indicated yesterday at a rally in Michigan that she's going on. Will that change today? I know, things change
But Mike Bloomberg's team is really sophisticated, and they're really smart. And the one thing that they always do is they behave based on data. And they look at stuff realistically and with a cold eye. And Mike said that he's going to help every way that he can, and he'll assess what the best way is forward.
I can tell you there's a stat that appears on all Bloomberg terminals, I'm sure, across the country, which is ROI, return on investment, and it's very low for Michael Bloomberg this morning. The ROI on his $500 million is low. Waj, I do want to talk a little bit more about Bernie Sanders here, because he's still very much in this race, right? California is still counting. He's going to be close in delegates to Joe Biden one way or the other after tonight. I was struck by how he chose to address the moment last night. So let's play that.
Well, we don't have
the sound.
Right. But you can do
You
it.
cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics. What we need is a new politics that brings working class people into our political movement, which brings young people into our political movement.
What is the evidence that Bernie Sanders has a path to grow his numbers?
I'm going to give you the strength and weakness of Bernie, right? An alternative headline. People thought Biden would walk away with this, right before it started. It's going to be his.
A year ago.
Yeah, a year ago.
Not
but a year ago. Yeah. Bernie now might, by the end of the day, be neck and neck. Bernie has the Latino vote. You have to respect in California and in Texas. He has the young vote, and he's got everything west of Oklahoma. All right, now, he says he's going to bring out this groundswell, the young folks. Yeah. What happened in Massachusetts? What happened in Maine, neighboring state? He might lose. Oklahoma that he won.
So young people didn't show up.
Young people didn't show up. They usually don't show up. But this is my concern, and this is also a moment of hope. I said this before yesterday. I'm going to say it again today. I was at the DNC of 2016. You need a marriage between Bernie's base and Biden's base. The establishment, without pejorative, you need this marriage to beat Trump, I want someone behind the scenes. I want Oprah to take Bernie, Clinton, and Biden to like a bodega, buy them like an Egg McMuffin, and give everyone a car because this is going to be exploited. This is going to be exploited by Russians. This is going to be exploited by Trump. You need a marriage.
Of course, but look, this is also about the politics of addition rather than division. That's what Donald Trump's good at. It's what Bernie hasn't really made an effort to do. And in 2016, he didn't really rally around Hillary Clinton. You talk to Hillary's people, they'll say that all day long. So this is going to be a test for the party and also the candidacies. Joe Biden showed really an ability to reach out. That's his intention. That's his instinct. It hasn't been Bernie's. Also, Bernie's people got to look at something like the fact they got a lower percentage of the vote in Vermont than they did 4 years ago and ask themselves why.
But if you think about both of these candidates, they now, if it in fact turns out to be a two-person race after today, Bernie Sanders has to reach out to the other side and bring them in. But Joe Biden has to show more empathy and more understanding for the pain, the agony, and the frustration of the voters that want massive institutional change and demonstrate to them that he hears that. The person that does that the best is going to wind up having the leg up as we go forward. But at the end of the day, the point is to beat Trump. Which one of these guys can actually make that happen?
The one thing that Democrats should be heartened by, and maybe Bernie Sanders might be a little bit less heartened by, he keeps saying, if turnout is up, I will win. If we look at what happened last night, that did not happen. In Virginia, turnout was up 70%. He lost. Texas, 40%. He lost. For Joe Biden, that is very good news. It means that Democrats are engaged. They're out there, they're voting, and he's winning when they vote. So, that's the lesson as we go forward.
In the states where turnout did get boosted a lot, Biden won. In Virginia, in and of itself, up nearly 70%, as you said. We have these numbers, what they all mean or how it happened. We're still trying to understand it this morning because they're staggering.
But you guys have helped us. Thank you very much for this great conversation.
All right. Around the clock search and rescue in tornado-ravaged Tennessee. Dozens of people still missing. We have a live report for you next.
"24 people are dead and dozens more missing at this hour after a powerful tornado tore through the Nashville area. Just look at the aftermath on your screen. CNN's Nick Valencia is live in Tennessee with more. What's the status this morning, Nick?
Good morning, Allison. It really is sobering to see these images up close. And I know it's hard to translate because it's dark and it might not show exactly what we're seeing here on camera. But if it's any indication, just look at this twisted stop sign, just how powerful this tornado was. I want to show you these down power lines, and behind me, homes just damaged. 18 of the 24 people that were killed by this tornado, it happened right here in Putnam County where we are. There's still more than 30 people unaccounted for.
The devastation is heartbreaking.
From above, entire neighborhoods across central Tennessee unrecognizable.
There it is. Go inside now. Now, get inside.
After at least one tornado ripped through the Nashville area while most people were sleeping.
We just ran downstairs and we all huddled together and just started praying, and it went by so fast.
The sunrise revealing a harsh reality for many residents, waking up to homes and businesses completely destroyed.
I just had no idea. I mean, when I finally pulled up and got to looking, I mean, it's like a bomb went off.
In this Nashville suburb, initial surveys indicating an EF3 tornado with wind speeds potentially up to 165 miles per hour.
It's not what we expected when we woke up and it was daylight. We knew it was going to be damaged, but we had no idea it was going to be like this.
Despite the destruction, people still showed up to vote on Super Tuesday, with some facing long lines.
If it takes 2 hours, I'll wait, because I remember times when I couldn't vote.
Election officials scrambled to add alternative polling places because some, like this elementary school, were damaged.
Of course, we want people to exercise caution, but we also want folks to exercise their rights and get out there and vote.
Everything is gone. Most of our bedroom looks like it's across the street.
Charles and Tamber Williams lost their home in the storm.
Next thing you know, it felt like a big rush of air pulling us up, and everything just started going away.
But they say they don't feel alone as the long process of piecing their lives back together begins.
Everybody's coming together. We got community coming through here. The greatest commandment is love. We all love each other, and it shows today.
when it comes down to it.
Search and rescue crews will be back at it again this morning as soon as the sun comes up. They're going to have a lot of work to do. I mentioned more than 30 people still unaccounted for. President Trump, he's mentioned that he expects to visit here sometime on Friday. John.
All right, Nick Valencia, thanks so much for being there for us. This was a devastating event there, and I know the people there are suffering, so we appreciate you shining a light on it for us. It is the morning after Super Tuesday, and there are so many questions about what fueled this stunning result behind the numbers for Joe Biden. Harriet breaks it all down next. All right, welcome back. It is the morning after Super Tuesday, and as for the delegate race right now, Joe Biden is in the lead. This is an outcome that really very few people saw coming, especially after finishing 4th and 5th in New Hampshire in Iowa. But this is where he is. Now, why did few people see this coming? One reason is because voters decided really, really late. CNN senior politics writer and analyst Harry Enton joins us now with those numbers. When they decided really played a factor here, Harry.
It absolutely did, John. And, you know, it's so nice that we can still talk to each other even though we're not in the same room. Look at this, the support by the time of decision in the median Super Tuesday state. I think this is so important because if they decide in the last few days, look at Biden's margin among those voters. He beat Bernie Sanders by 31 percentage points. If you decided earlier than that, Sanders actually beat Biden by 7 in the median state. But there were those about quarter to about a third, depending on the state, of voters who decided in the last few days, and Biden simply crushed with them.
What about the age of voters? What did you learn, Harry?
Yeah, this, I think, is another key factor, right? You know, this is not a huge surprise if you look at this, right? Biden does considerably better among those older voters, 45 to 64, 42%, 65 plus 48%, just 17% in the 18 to 29. The exact opposite for Sanders here, 61% among 18 to 29-year-olds, just 15% among those over the age of 65. But what's so important is that those voters 45 years and older made up the vast majority of the electorate across all of these states. And so essentially, this reverse age curve really worked for Joe Biden, and it really hurt Bernie Sanders.
You know, Bernie Sanders has claimed he was going to grow those numbers of younger voters, but we're just not seeing the evidence that has happened just yet. Another major factor, Harry, obviously race.
Yeah, you know, I think this is another key thing. In South Carolina, of course, Joe Biden's victory there was driven by African Americans. And if we look across the median Super Tuesday state, look at the black vote. Joe Biden winning that by 40 percentage points. Now, Bernie Sanders did actually win Hispanics. He won them by even a larger margin than this in the median in California than the median Super Tuesday state. But I think here, this 11-point margin across the Super Tuesday states perhaps was not as large as Bernie Sanders wanted to be. In Texas, he only won them by 13. That's part of the reason Joe Biden won in the state of Texas. But white voters who were sort of the tiebreaker, look at that. Joe Biden leading there by 7 percentage points. So overall, at this point, it seems in terms of racial groups, Biden's putting together the coalition he needs to win.
Harry, correct me if I'm wrong, but the thinking before yesterday was that Biden would do well geographically in the South and that Sanders would do well in Vermont, Massachusetts, Maine, the North.
You know what? This, I think, is the thing that blew me away more than anything else. Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Vermont. Maine, too close to call. Sanders crushed there last time. Granted, it was a caucus. Massachusetts, Joe Biden comes from nowhere to win in Massachusetts. Minnesota, where Amy Klobuchar got out and endorsed Biden, he won there. Vermont, Sanders did win, but Biden still won delegates. And in all of those states, look at the black percentage of the vote, all 7% or less. So Joe Biden expanding upon that coalition, not just relying upon African Americans, a big thing in the contest coming up.
So I've covered every election since 1996, since before either of you were born, Harry. I can't remember anything really like this happening. Joe Biden able to come back the way he has with the strength that he has. You see some potential parallels to what, 1992?
Yeah, I do see some potential parallels. The comeback kids, as we're titling it here. Look, both Biden and Clinton lost in Iowa and New Hampshire. It took them over 3 weeks to win their first primary. Both of those primary wins occurred in the Deep South. For Clinton, it was in Georgia, won by 33. For Biden, he won in South Carolina by 29. And you know what? They carried that on to Super Tuesday, which is exactly what we saw last night for Joe Biden.
Harry, wherever you're located in the morning, you are the best. Thank you very much for
My
joining
heart
us.
goes out to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think he means you. Thank you very much, Harry. All right, so the Federal Reserve making an emergency rate cut to try to calm the markets that have been shaken by coronavirus. Did it work? It doesn't seem to have. Christine Romans is going to tell us what's going on next. Time now for CNN Business. In an emergency move, the Federal Reserve slashed interest rates, hoping to protect the economy in the face of the coronavirus. Chief Business Correspondent Christine Romans joins us with whether that worked. Christine.
Yeah, well, the fact that it was an emergency rate cut simply failed to calm investors. Just the opposite. The Dow tanked 786 points, nearly 3%. That gives up almost all of Monday's strong rally. So what happened? Well, this emergency rate cut actually spooked investors. It telegraphed that the Fed is worried about real trouble in the economy. This was the first emergency cut since the financial crisis, right after Lehman Brothers collapsed. That's the perspective here. The target short-term rate now only 1 to 1.5%. It took U.S. stock markets down sharply across the board. All three major averages are now back in that correction territory. So here's the concern, you guys. Lower interest rates don't kill the virus. Lower interest rates don't improve confidence in the government's response. Also, rates have been falling for a decade, already so low they just don't pack the punch they once did. But this morning, a different surprise move is underpinning the stock market. Joe Biden's strong showing on Super Tuesday. Senator Bernie Sanders wants to break up big banks, tax the super rich, roll back corporate tax cuts, take over health care. Those are not investor-friendly policies. This is Wall Street, investors around the world saying, we could live with Joe Biden. Looking at markets around the world, you can see that European shares up a little bit. U.S. futures are up, although you can see there's still some concerns in Asian markets. John?
I got to say, Romans, you saying investors want Joe Biden and don't like Bernie Sanders can end up in a Bernie Sanders ad in the next few days.
Prepare yourself.
The other thing I will say, well, no one predicted the victories for Joe Biden last night are quite the margins. You predicted if there was an emergency rate cut to try to shore up the markets weren't going to like it. You were right. You called it, Christine.
John Berman, I told you so.
Exactly.
There you go. We've been waiting for that.
Oh,
moment
please.
for a
That's
long
like
time.
the 100th time I've heard that this week. All right. Super Tuesday results still rolling in. New day continues right now.
We're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy.
Biden's getting so much attention because it was unexpected. It's changed the shape of the race.
People are talking about a revolution. We started a movement.
There was a lot of talk about consolidating the moderate lane. It happened around Joe Biden in a way that is blowing people's minds.
We have one candidate who is standing up for the working class, another candidate who has received contributions from 60 billionaires in America. You cannot buy elections.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome to your new day. It is Wednesday, March 4th, 6 o'clock now in New York, and Joe Biden has pulled off a stunning comeback in his bid for the Democratic nomination. The biggest headline of the night, CNN projects the former vice president has won Texas. That is the second richest delegate state on Super Tuesday. He did it despite being outspent and having little to no ground game there. Biden has captured, at the moment, 33.4% of that vote. He won a total of 9 states, including, as you can see, Massachusetts, which is Elizabeth Warren's home state, and Minnesota, which is Senator Amy Klobuchar's home state, John.
All right. Bernie Sanders did pick up some key victories, including Colorado, Utah, and his home state of Vermont. One thing I do want to note, though, Joe Biden will get delegates in Vermont, which is a surprise. Senator Sanders is also leading by a healthy margin in California. We've been watching these numbers come in all night, a little bit tighter now than it was a couple hours ago, but this will go up and down. California is the biggest delegate prize of the entire campaign, 415 delegates. It takes a long, long time to count there, so the final margins might not be known for days. They're also still counting in Maine. Let's take a look there. At this hour, Joe Biden is still ahead by 1 percentage point. They've been counting throughout the night. What's notable here is that Maine was a state that Bernie Sanders won in 2016. As of right now, let's take a look at the delegate race. And this is an outcome that really very few people would have predicted. Even in the Biden campaign, in their most optimistic projections, I don't think they thought they would be here. They may have hoped it, but they didn't necessarily think they would be leading in delegates the morning after Super Tuesday. Still, a heap of delegates to be assigned from the elections yesterday. We're watching it very closely. Let's begin our coverage with Phil Mattingly on what propelled Joe Biden to so many of these surprising victories.
Yeah, John, I'd see your very few people would believe how last night would have ended up and actually raise you to nobody would believe it. And I want to lay out exactly why. There are a couple of wow moments that transpired throughout the course of Super Tuesday. I'm going to start with some of the smaller ones, move to the bigger ones. Let's start with Minnesota. You talked about Maine to some degree, about how Bernie Sanders won that handily back in 2016. He won Minnesota as well. It was a caucus state back then. But guys, I was talking to people leading up to Super Tuesday who were wondering if Joe Biden was even going to hit the 15% threshold to get statewide delegates. Well, Joe Biden won the state handily by more than 64,000 votes. You mentioned Maine. Still counting votes there. We haven't actually projected the win yet, but Joe Biden in the lead. Another state, Bernie Sanders, Northeastern senator, has cleaned up throughout the Northeast. Joe Biden leading in that state as it currently stands. Moved down just a little bit more in the Northeast. Massachusetts, the home state of Elizabeth Warren, once a top contender in the race. Right next door to Vermont for Bernie Sanders. Joe Biden winning Massachusetts handily, almost 90,000 votes. Elizabeth Warren coming in third. Now let's go to the biggest prize up to this point for Joe Biden, and that was Texas. Throughout the course of the night, Bernie Sanders held a lead, but once the Election Day vote came in, not the early vote, the Election Day vote, the vote that was coming in after the blowout win in South Carolina, after the big endorsements that took place in Dallas, Texas, Joe Biden, we have projected he will win the state of Texas up by 70,000 votes. And guys, you can't talk about Joe Biden's night without talking about his run through the South. Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma. Guys, basically running straight through here. Huge wins throughout the course of those states, taking advantage of demographics that had a lot of non-white voters, all of whom went very heavily towards Joe Biden. That was the story of Joe Biden's big night. But I do want to point out, Bernie Sanders, obviously 3 state wins and 1 state still outstanding. That is the biggest prize of them all. 415 delegates. John, you noted 239,000 votes is what Bernie Sanders is leading by right now. We are going to see this change throughout the course of the next couple of days as they continue to count. One thing to keep in mind, when Super Tuesday ended in 2016, Hillary Clinton was up by 21 points. By the time the vote was actually counted in its entirety, she only won by 7. So things are going to shift here, but this is a place where Sanders has a big ground operation, has spent big, is expecting to do well. Right now, he's doing that, and to be frank, he needs it based on the performance Joe Biden had on Super Tuesday, John.
Everyone wants to know why California takes so long. Phil, correct me if I'm wrong, but if your mail-in ballot is postmarked on Super Tuesday, it will count. So they wait for a few days for that to come in and still count it, correct?
Not just Super Tuesday, postmarked by Friday of this week. So one of the things to keep an eye on is some people were wondering if some Democratic voters were actually holding on to their ballots to see how the night went on, to see how the last couple of days went on. So keep an eye on that as it comes in. It's going to take some time, but it could be dictated by what we've seen over the course of the last 24 hours. Late breakers who broke hard towards Joe Biden, we'll see, because as I noted, Bernie Sanders, great organization, a lot of money, and obviously doing well, at least at this point, guys.
Thank you so much for explaining that, Phil. I think a lot of people had that question. That is why it will take a long time for California to count. Great to have you with us this morning. So again, anyone who tells you they saw this coming for Joe Biden like 2 weeks ago, if they said that, they were lying.
Or 2 days ago.
Right, or 2 days ago. Really, Biden has come on strong at the very end here. Let's go to the Biden campaign. Jessica Dean has been covering them for months at this point. Live in Los Angeles this morning, we saw Joe Biden on that stage. How are they feeling this morning, Jessica?
Yeah, John, Allison, I have been covering Joe Biden's campaign since it started. And look, they just turned on the afterburners after South Carolina and just went after this thing. They were hoping South Carolina would springboard their campaign, Joe Biden, into this sort of situation. But to your point, even in their wildest dreams, this is really exceeding that with just incredible victories all across the South, in the Midwest, on the East Coast, and then in Texas, and then, of course, waiting to hear about California. But they focused in in on endorsements. They focused in on endorsements in these very specific delegate-rich congressional districts, because you just saw Phil outlining how these delegates are allocated. Well, the Biden campaign specifically went in these states and found where those delegate-rich congressional districts were. They worked very hard to turn out the vote there. They worked very hard for those endorsements. And look, it really came through for them. But they've taken to calling this Joe-mentum. They're very, very pleased with how things went. And Joe Biden himself is very, very pleased. Take a listen.
Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy.
Of course, we're still waiting to hear about California. Allison, one interesting thing to note, you guys touched on it, paid media versus earned media. Joe Biden and his campaign not spending very much money in advertising leading up to this. Michael Bloomberg spending a lot of money. And look at what the results are.
It wasn't by choice for Joe Biden, though. Let's just make it clear. It wasn't like they were being frugal.
Right.
They were
No,
broke.
that's true. Yeah.
They couldn't raise any money, and that was a real weakness. One of the questions will be, can they change that now with this kind of momentum?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not sure what the playbook is that people can follow after this in terms of paid versus earned. But we'll get into all of that because it's a whole new race this morning after Joe Biden's stunning comeback. We discuss what this all means next. Joe Biden is the Democratic frontrunner this morning. After pulling off a stunning turnaround on Super Tuesday, Biden won in 9 states, including Texas, while Bernie Sanders leads in California at this hour. He won in 3 other states. Maine is still too close to call. So a lot's happening this morning.
They're still counting votes in Maine at this moment.
And California.
Yeah.
Okay, so joining us now, we have CNN political analyst David Gregory, CNN political correspondent Abby Phillips, CNN contributor Wajahat Ali. He's a contributing op-ed writer for the New York Times, and CNN commentator Bakari Sellers. He's a former Democratic South Carolina House member. Bakari, I want to start with you. How do you explain what we saw last night?
God bless South Carolina. Of course, everything comes back home.
Right.
It wasn't a firewall. It was a springboard. We went through, and I kept saying that you cannot judge this primary until the base of the party gets an opportunity to vote. And what you saw last night were black voters just carry Joe Biden, whether or not it was Texas, Alabama, Arkansas, Virginia, just propelled him to these victories we didn't think would happen. And we also saw the power of cable news. I truly believe that because between everyone was saying that how can you carry this momentum from Saturday to Tuesday? It's not enough time. But we know that Joe Biden got so much free earned media out of that victory in South Carolina because he was able to win places like Massachusetts. He won Minnesota. I don't know anybody who thought that was going to happen Saturday, let alone yesterday.
Can I just say one thing, Bakari? We've been saying the last 6 hours that no one saw these results coming. I think you sort of did. As much as anybody else, you've been warning us that until they vote in the South, until African Americans show up, keep the powder dry. You just don't know. And I remember you telling me way back in Detroit at the CNN Democratic debate that you thought the Democratic primaries would be decided. You called them the SEC states. Last night was sort of a mixture of ACC and SEC. But let's run through the African American vote that Bakari was just talking about. Texas first, then North Carolina, then Virginia. First, in Texas, the African-American vote, Joe Biden won 58%. 58% of the black vote in Texas. And they made up, I should say, 20% of the electorate. In North Carolina, Joe Biden won 62% of the black vote. They made up 27% of the electorate. And in Virginia, he won 71%. 71%. Okay, this says 69% of the black vote, around 70. And they made up 28% of the vote there. Abby, African Americans have spoken in this election loudly now.
Absolutely. And it made a huge difference for Joe Biden because what black voters do is they use their political power in a way that it's not that they vote unanimously, but they vote in a block in a way that can power someone who actually appeals to their needs as voters. And what you also saw was Bernie Sanders trying. I mean, he tried really hard. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Bakari, that Bernie Sanders actually worked on this more this cycle than he did certainly last cycle? it didn't really make a whole very much difference, because Black voters basically looked at this situation and they said, this is who we think is going to end up being the best shot against Donald Trump. That is the #1 priority for Black voters. They know Joe Biden. And from the very beginning, what Joe Biden needed to do was hold on to that vote, and he was able to do it. But he was also able to do it because Congressman Jim Clyburn came through and really, I mean, I think honestly, had Clyburn not come through and given that endorsement and given it the way that he did, I think we would be talking about a very different story today. He said to Black voters, as Joe Biden said, he took Joe Biden and his campaign on his shoulders, carried him through to really a tsunami of a victory in South Carolina.
We're going to be speaking to Clyburn later in the program. Stick around for that, to how much credit he's taking for this.
You should take a lot of it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the thing is, whether you like the results or you don't like the results, the amazing thing about a big election night like this is that voters have spoken. And I think Democratic voters said, okay, enough already. Like, let's stop the madness. Let's clear the field. Let's have 2 front runners. Let's get this on. Let's get this debate on, because this is not a clear path. This is an amazing night for Joe Biden, that he has done what he's done. But Bernie Sanders is likely to have more delegates at the end of this contest going into.
I don't know that we
you
know
don't think
that.
so after California? We don't know. We don't know.
We just don't know. Right now, Biden is ahead.
It'll be close. It'll be close. So regardless, it'll be close, which means there's a lot of work, a lot of debating to be done, and a lot of sorting out yet to be done. But voters said, let's clear this up. Let's get down to 2 people. And there was a sense, there was the pragmatism of a lot of African-American voters, although there's a lot of young African-American voters who are still with Bernie. And I think it's not just the suburban voters, women who said, look, we know Joe. He may not be perfect. There may be flaws, but we know him. There's a decency there. And as you were saying earlier this morning, who can beat Trump? We can't forget how important that sentiment is.
Another important deciding factor that I know David Gregory will appreciate: procrastinators. And those are late deciding.
That's called throwing shade.
When David
I just found out you guys started at 5 a.m. I didn't realize you'd be on that.
He's the Dick Martin of this group.
He really is. Okay, so the people who decided in the last day or two, let's put some of these up. Let's go to Virginia first. 59% of those decided in the last few days.
49%.
When did you decide it's 49%?
Stick with the screen instead of my.
No, you just keep going insulting me.
49% decided in the last few days.
And of those, 59% of them went for Biden. Okay, if we look at, well, let's just go with that.
Stunning number. Who would have thought that? That means that it was a fluid race. It's still a fluid race. And what's the #1 thing that Democratic voters are looking at? Who's going to beat Trump? Who's electable? They had a choice. They had Warren. They had Mayor Bloomberg, who spent $500 million to buy American Samoa and not the cookie. You had Biden and you had Bernie. And they said, okay, Biden's going to be the guy. And there's one thing, if you're a Republican, you should be worried, because people voted for 5 to 7 hours. Yeah. Right? Despite voter suppression done by Republicans. Yeah. They voted in line. They said, we're going to be heard. Virginia, record turnout. Yep. And who becomes the Democratic nominee? Who's the base? Black voters, right? Yeah. And if you're Bernie Sanders right now, you should be worried, because you won Hispanics, you won the youth. But if you don't get the black bloc to support you, you're not becoming the
We do have turnout figures, because Waj just brought it up. Turnout figures, this is P109. In Virginia, turnout was up 69%.
Stunning.
In Texas, turnout was up 41%. In Tennessee, turnout was up 38%. Yeah. What do these 3 states have in common?
They all voted for Joe Biden. So let me just comment on that, because in South Carolina, we also eclipsed 2008 turnout. In New Hampshire, they broke. And who would have thought that the person driving turnout in this race would be Joe Biden,
and not Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. And that is the biggest knock. And this is, as I was thinking about this last night, analyzing this on the Acela with Governor Granholm and Mitch Landrieu up here last night, I think that what we're seeing is Bernie Sanders really tried very hard with Nina Turner, Killer Mike, Philip Agnew. I mean, just trying the barbershop tours. They put forth a lot of effort in the African-American community. It didn't pay off. And I'm starting to think that not only is he underperforming from 2016, but I think a lot of the success that Bernie Sanders had in 2016, when we look back on this race, was just that he was not Hillary Clinton.
Well,
and I think
I
think that's an undervalued proposition that now people have alternatives and they're saying, that might not be what we
But
want.
they're also getting a closer look at him. I don't think in 2016 we had as close of a look at what a Bernie Sanders presidency would look like. He's campaigned on some of these issues before. You know, the democratic socialism, I think, created enough of a fear factor among enough voters that they said, we need to go in another direction. We don't want to be that bold.
We're going to wait 1 second, talk much more about this. Do want to note Bernie Sanders leading right now in California by a substantial margin, which will tighten, at a minimum, tighten the margin in the delegate race. Still so much more to discuss this morning as we're counting votes. Also, when you get past Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, what happens to Mike Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren today? We're watching them very closely. Will they decide to stay in the race? And if so, how? More on that next. It is 6:25 a.m. in the East Coast. Do you know where your delegates are? Let's take a look at the board right now. Joe Biden is leading in the delegate race with 345. You can see Bernie Sanders in second at 269. They're still counting. They're still assigning delegates for Super Tuesday. This will take some time to sort out. If nothing else, I think a lot of people thought Sanders would be leading definitively after Super Tuesday. It does not look like that will happen. Back with us, David Gregory, Abby Phillip, Wajahat Ali, and Bakari Sellers. And then, after Biden and Sanders, there's the issue of Michael Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren. What are we going to see today? They both picked up some delegates, Waj, but certainly not $500 million worth if you're Michael Bloomberg, and certainly not a win in Massachusetts if you're Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, $500 million can't buy you delegates, it can't buy you love, and it can't protect you from Elizabeth Warren, who came like Arya Stark and ended Mike Bloomberg's life, both in Nevada and South Carolina. I think we should raise our glass to Elizabeth Warren for saving us from a billionaire. But look, if you're Michael Bloomberg, your whole entire case was, I'm the moderate. I'm the moderate that can beat Trump. I'm the guy who's not Bernie. And lo and behold, people had a choice yesterday, and they said, nope, I want Joe Biden. And so, like we were talking about during the break, if it was Bernie up there, I think he'd stay in this race. But I want him to spend that $500 million to save, Flint. And I want him to spend that $500 million to have Democrats win the Senate. And I want to have that $500 million to help beat Trump.
And he does. He does.
But what's the excuse? What justification does he have to stay in this race?
I have to admit,
just to, I think one of the big considerations here is Bernie Sanders has said he will not take Mike Bloomberg's money.
It's silly.
They have said it point blank. It is not going to be accepted that Mike Bloomberg, if he ends his campaign, will take his operation and use it to aid a Bernie Sanders nominee. So that's a big consideration. With Joe Biden now seeming to do very well, way better than expected, I think it makes it easier for Bloomberg to say, even if I end my candidacy today, that operation gets turned around to support a Democratic nominee who has a shot. If beating Trump is why he's spending $500 million, that would be, from the Democratic perspective, a good use of that money.
Let me apologize, because I'm going to do something that the pundit class doesn't do enough of. I got it wrong. I actually thought that Michael Bloomberg would not win any states last night, but he did win American Samoa. And I think that I have to admit and know where I was wrong, guys. So that's where I want to start.
Humility is great.
Did it come off? Was it losing? Okay. But I do think that Michael Bloomberg is going to, because I don't believe in unilateral disarmament. Bernie Sanders does. I do not. I want to overturn Citizens United. But while we're overturning Citizens United, I think we need all the resources possible to reform and reframe our government. I believe Michael Bloomberg today will reassess. He's a smart man. He uses data. He will reassess where he is in this campaign, and I believe he'll become a super PAC for Joe Biden.
Today he gets out of the race.
I don't see why he wastes any more money. No. I think that, and one of the things he did do, I'm very critical of Michael Bloomberg because he learned a critical political lesson last night. He thought that raining down money in ads was going to help him build trust in black communities, and they just laughed at that. They literally laughed that out. We don't know you, Michael Bloomberg. So, just because you start to come to Arkansas and North Carolina and Virginia when you're running for president, we don't have that trust. And so I do believe that now he can turn his attention to doing things like voter protection, helping the Democratic Party build this data infrastructure that Trump is running circles around, and he can actually be an asset going forward.
But let's just remember that before this morning, Joe Biden was in a very different place, and our assessment of him was quite different in terms of his strength as a candidate, his viability as somebody who could beat President Trump. And in this unconventional atmosphere, I don't think it was wrong for Michael Bloomberg to say, hey, let's do something quite different. Let's spend a lot of money, and I can be there if Biden is not who we thought he would be. That has proven to be a miscalculation. And I think that Bloomberg, even having spent so much, I do think he's likely to see it and say, look, let's put all my resources behind Biden and make sure that he's the guy. And even if he's not, perhaps there's other ways I can be helpful to Bernie Sanders, even if he doesn't want my help. But I do think he's got to assess and say, that Biden has proven to be something that perhaps he thought he wouldn't be.
In terms of, it's probably too early to figure out all of the miscalculations or to write the playbook of what worked or what didn't work. But Elizabeth Warren, she didn't win Massachusetts last night. What happened?
Her voting base has been eroding for a long time. And one of the problems for Warren is that she is painting herself as a progressive. But if you look at her supporters, the amount of progressives in her coalition is actually very small right now. So her voters are Joe Biden voters. They're Amy Klobuchar voters. They're Pete Buttigieg voters. And I think at the end of the day, what voters said last night was, we want this race to be among fewer candidates. We like you, Elizabeth Warren. We want fewer candidates. And I think that is one of the reasons why we did not see her doing as well, because the polls actually showed her potentially performing a little bit better than she did last night. And it seems that she may have lost support. And maybe some of that support went back to Sanders. But I wouldn't be surprised if most of it actually ended up going to Biden.
I want to be critical of Elizabeth Warren's campaign for 1 second, because Elizabeth Warren only campaigned where there was an airport and a Marriott, right? Her campaign was this high-flying campaign that did extremely well with social media influencers and journalists. It never penetrated the base. She hasn't finished anywhere higher than third after Super Tuesday. And I just think that her campaign had a critical flaw from the beginning, which is it was not built to permeate and actually get down to the base and get down to the voters and actually touch voters and meet voters where they are, be in AME churches or be at cookouts or be at fish fries and HBCU football games, et cetera. It just wasn't that type of campaign. But it did really well with Black influencers on social media.
But it was also just too left. It was too progressive. She made Democratic voters.
Bernie Sanders
too specific.
How do you explain Bernie Sanders then?
Because she was more. She tried to get to the left of Bernie Sanders, and she was much more specific on some of the policies, even where she agreed with him, that I think freaked people out.
I think, to be fair to Warren, Warren had one of the biggest campaign organizations in this race, and one of the most widespread. She had organizers everywhere. The problem is that is not enough if the message is not it's not matching up with the voters. And I think that's where Bernie Sanders took her progressive support pretty early on in the fall and in the early winter. And when that bottom came out from under her, she was then fighting for moderates with a lot of other candidates, and she essentially lost that battle.
All right.
I think that's why we are where we are.
We want to end this segment with one thing that happened last night. In case you went to sleep early, you missed this. This was during Joe Biden's speech.
This is how committed his senior staff is to Joe Biden.
And his wife.
Look at Watch this. It's the next one that gets even
These are
more
protesters
amazing.
who took the stage and tried to get near Joe Biden.
Okay, now watch when the second protester goes up. That's Simone Sanders, his senior advisor, dragging the protester off stage. She's really working overtime.
She lost the nail.
She lost the nail. She tweeted afterwards.
That's indicative of what this primary is. It's Black women saving the day again. So, if we could get a better image, that was it. So, congratulations.
Anybody who knows Simone Sanders wasn't surprised a bit.
No, but he needs some security.
Whatever they're
I
paying
guarantee you this
Simone,
morning,
they need to pay her some
Yeah,
more.
they need to pay her. And this morning, I guarantee you that Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden need Secret Service this morning.
Absolutely. That's right. Guys, thank you all very much. Great conversation. Gripping stories of survival are emerging from the deadly tornado in Nashville. Up next, a young couple who lost their first home talk about what they call the longest 30 seconds of their lives. "24 people are dead and dozens more are missing in the Nashville area after a powerful tornado caused catastrophic damage, as you can see on your screen. Joining us now, a young couple whose first home was completely destroyed by the deadly tornadoes. They are set to get married at the end of this month. Meg Selby and Mac Warren, thank you both very much for joining us. I know this has just been, these hours have been horrible and frightening for you guys, and you still don't know the status. Meg, can you just tell us what happened, where you were when you heard the sirens start to go off?
Yeah. So we were both sleeping. It was a little after 12:30 in the middle of the night, and both of our phones end up going off first, and we hear that, and then when we wake up, we hear the tornado sirens outside as well, and we got up and grabbed our dogs, and we didn't really grab anything else. We just went straight downstairs to our storm cellar in our garage.
And how many seconds warning would you say you had?
Well, it's a little bit actually longer than that. We had about 5, maybe 8 minutes until the storm actually hit us. We luckily have really good coverage, news coverage here in Nashville as far as our meteorologist goes, and she was so thorough and just very serious about what was happening. And, it's very easy to, feel like this couldn't happen to you, and so to not take it as seriously and move as quickly as you should. We got downstairs kind of expecting to just be able to go back upstairs in about 15 minutes. And, listening to her talk about the path the storm was on, the tornado was on, it went from, being kind of a precautionary thing to living through something very catastrophic.
Yeah, you realized, oh my gosh, as you heard those reports, we're in the path of the tornado. Yeah. And so, Mac, what was it like as the tornado blew over your house?
Yeah, so, it was honestly really quiet. We could hear, and we had it, on our phones, and we could see they were talking about the path, and they said it was just moving very fast, and honestly, probably about 5 miles away from us. They said it's coming over areas that we're very familiar with, and they said Donaldson's right in the path, and we're like, oh, okay, so we're just hunkering down, got quiet, and you could hear this sort of slow roar, and then it just got gradually louder and louder, and, we talk about maybe it just sounds like there's a jet engine just in our backyard, and the house was shaking, and the pressure dropped, or the pressure intensified, and the temperature dropped, our ears started popping, and it was just terrifying.
It sounds really terrifying. The video that we're seeing is of your house. You've provided us video and pictures of your house, and I know this was your first house. You're engaged. This is your, I guess we still call it a starter home, and you guys were fixing it up. Yeah. And is it gone?
Yeah,
we bought it last September, and it's very common, especially I think for people our age. We like a challenge. We like a project, and it's been something that we've bonded over, and we've learned a lot about each other, and it's been such a wonderful experience up until this point. And it kind of just feels like it's all been taken from you. And we'll get back on our feet, but it's just it was such a we'll always talk about this time in our lives of getting to just invent something together and create something, and to not really have anything to show for it now is hard, and I retrospectively wish I had more pictures. But it's something that we'll always have in our as a memory, and now we're just gonna have our new project.
You guys are supposed to be building a life together, and having this physical structure be destroyed is really devastating. And what's happening, Mac, with your wedding? You're supposed to be getting married on March 28th at the end of this month. What's going to happen?
Yeah, so we're still pushing for that. That's still on the books. And as far as we're concerned, the venue's probably okay. So that's good. We will end up canceling our honeymoon, though, so that's obviously right after that. Just don't have the time to do that. Got to get everything sorted out with where we're staying and how all this is going to play out and the rebuild process. So,
where were you guys going to go on your honeymoon?
Kauai and Hawaii. Just for about 5 days. So,
well, we hope that on the other end of all of this trauma, you will be able to go for longer than that. But you think that you will still be getting married one way or another at the end of this month?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's still the plan.
We're thinking of you, Meg and Mac. We're wishing you the best. Your spirit is really inspiring for the rest of us, and we'll follow your progress on rebuilding.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Look, the blessing is they have each other.
I know.
You know, Hawaii's not going anywhere. They'll get there.
I hope not.
They'll get there, but they have each other, and that's what's important.
I mean, what a strong couple. That was beautiful to hear from them.
All right, the number of coronavirus deaths in the United States now stands at 9, all of them in Washington state. We have a live report from there next. Developing overnight, the number of coronavirus cases is continuing to rise in the United States. There are now 126 cases across 13 states. You can see it right there on the map. 9 people have now died in the United States, all of them in Washington state. CNN's Stephanie Elam is live in Kirkland, Washington, with the very latest. Stephanie.
John, and when you take a look at those 9 deaths, 5 of them are related back to this Life Care Center of Kirkland nursing facility, which is obviously why this is such a concern here in the state, what is happening here. What we've also learned, too, is that there is one person who actually traveled here to visit someone at the center who then traveled back to North Carolina. And that person has now also tested positive for the coronavirus. But all in all, there are 27 cases in Washington state. And CNN was able to speak to one woman whose mother is here, has been here for off and on for 7 years. She says the people that work here, the care is great, but right now there are serious frustrations about getting the testing done. Take a listen to what Pat Herrick had to say.
We don't know exactly what's happening. Why aren't they testing our families? And that's the big one. And also, having been there with our families, are we at risk? There's a lot of people that are very frightened. There's becoming more anger and fear and frustration.
And what we've also learned is that there was a patient who was admitted to Harborview in Seattle at the end of February. That person then died on February 26th. Well, they've now confirmed that that person also had the coronavirus, and that person also was transferred there from here at Life Care Center. So that's why we've seen the number go up to 5 deaths related to this one place. All in all, though, across Washington state, people are making changes, even going down to how they're doing their prayer. The Seattle Catholic Archdiocese is saying that they are now asking people, if you're sick, to not come to Mass, and that they're asking people to be a little bit more diligent about making sure their hands don't touch during Our Father and during the sign, making the sign of the peace. All very big things that they're saying to stay away, Allison. If you're sick, stay home.
Yeah, one of my best friends lives in Seattle, and she is stockpiling groceries, as are so many people around the country. Stephanie, thank you very much for that update. Joe Biden pulled off a stunning comeback last night. Will his Super Tuesday surge continue? How will he do it? We talked to one of his biggest supporters in the Senate from his home state. Next.
.53 a.m. in the East, and they're still counting votes in Maine and California. Let's get a live look at where the delegate race stands right now. Joe Biden is on top, 345 delegates. Bernie Sanders in second at 269. Once again, this is an outcome that few people would have predicted weeks ago, let alone days ago. Joe Biden won states he didn't really spend any money in, and he barely even campaigned in. Joining us now is Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, a friend of Joe Biden who endorsed Joe Biden even before Biden got in the race. Senator Coons, thanks so much for being with us. If I can get personal for a moment here, I'm just wondering, you've been with Joe Biden and a supporter of his for decades, right? You supported his presidential campaigns before he even won a county, let alone a state, which happened in South Carolina. So I'm just wondering, for you, what was it like overnight to watch these returns come in?
John, this was a great night for Joe Biden, for the Democratic Party, and for the future of our country. Folks in Delaware never stopped believing in Joe. And I got to tell you, as I was out in Iowa or up in New Hampshire campaigning in what were tough days and difficult turnouts, there were dozens of Delawareans who'd driven out there or who'd driven up there and who were going door to door to tell people what we know about Joe Biden in Delaware. We know his heart. We know that he's been standing up to bullies his whole life. We know that he's never forgotten where he's from. Joe Biden is as comfortable in a union hall as a church hall.
He's as comfortable on the factory floor as he is in a volunteer fire company. He knows America's forgotten middle class. He cares about all of us, and he's got the ability to take down Donald Trump and make him a one-term president. And so, frankly, last night was an enormous relief as America came home and as millions of voters who know Joe Biden decided after South Carolina and those remarkable endorsements in Texas by Senator Klobuchar and by Mayor Pete Buttigieg and by former Congressman Beto O'Rourke. They decided that after Jim Clyburn slingshot him forward and those endorsements brought him home, that he's the guy who can win in November.
I'm interested in the choice of words from you, relief. Why was it a relief?
There were lots of pundits who were predicting against what I thought in my gut, that last night would be a big win for Bernie Sanders, that the hundreds of millions of dollars that Mike Bloomberg spent all across the country were going to make a big difference, that the ground game and the organization that Senator Warren had built in a number of states would make a big difference. There were lots of prognosticators and predictors saying that last night was going to be very disappointing for those of us who believe deeply in Joe Biden. Instead, he won in Minnesota, he won in Alabama, he won in Texas, and he won in Massachusetts. And that really says something about his electability. Donald Trump is right to be afraid of Joe Biden as his opponent in November because he's going to beat him.
He has a long way to go if he wants to be Donald Trump's opponent in November, because Bernie Sanders, who did well in his own way last night, he's leading in California, he won 3 states, is very much still in this race. And I want you to listen to what Senator Sanders said.
You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics. What we need is a new politics that brings working class people into our political movement, which brings young people into our political movement.
Now, that doesn't sound like a coming together of the Democratic Party this morning, does it?
No, and that's one of our big challenges going forward, is figuring out how to build on the coalition of folks who are supporting Joe Biden and bring in and work with closely the folks who are supporting other candidates, whether it's Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Mike Bloomberg, or others. Here's the reality, though, about those few sentences from Senator Sanders. The math just isn't there. The candidate who brought lots more voters into our coalition and brought them out to vote last night was Joe Biden. If you look at his numbers, he has far exceeded not just projections, but the vote turnout in 2016. In the suburbs of Virginia, for example, increasing by 3/4, huge increase in turnout, and turnout for Joe.
What about
the folks who've come home to vote for Joe in
voters?
these early primaries are the most reliable voters in the Democratic coalition.
Most reliable voters often means older voters. I do want to ask about younger voters, whom Bernie Sanders is still doing very well with, and Vice President Biden still is struggling with. So Joe Biden is the same guy he is on Wednesday after Super Tuesday that he was on the Friday before South Carolina. So how can he get those younger voters who've been resistant?
Well, one of the challenges here is looking clearly at the numbers, because young voter turnout is not going up from 2016 to 2020. And Joe Biden has plans, has values, and has a record that actually addresses the things that I hear from young voters, not just from my own kids, from our own community here in Delaware, but across the country as I've gone to 7 states for Joe. They care deeply about climate change. They care deeply about LGBTQ rights and inclusion. They care deeply about immigration and immigration justice, and they care about labor rights. These are things Joe's been fighting for, not for weeks or months, but for years, and where he's got a record of actually passing laws and getting things done.
Senator Chris Coons from Delaware, thanks for being with us this morning. New Day continues right now.
Thank you, John.
It's a good night. The seats be getting even better. They don't call Super Tuesday for nothing.
It's increasingly a race between 2 candidates, Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden.
Is this so much about people suddenly discovering Joe Biden, or is this voters facing a Bernie Sanders saying, I don't think we can beat Donald Trump with that?
I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination.
They want a nominee who's a Democrat, an Obama Biden Democrat. Join us.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and all around the world. This is New Day. What a morning it is here. It is now a two-man race for the Democratic nomination between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. But it is the former vice president who had a huge, unexpected Super Tuesday. CNN projects Biden will win Texas, as you can see there, with 33.4% of the vote. Bernie Sanders is close behind in second with 29.9%. Biden also captured Virginia and every other southern primary state, along with surprising wins in Massachusetts and Minnesota, of course, the home of Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar. Sanders won 3 states. He is leading at this hour in California as well. That's the biggest prize of all. Votes there, John, are still being counted.
Yeah, they'll accept ballots from there in the mail. You can mail them by yesterday. If they get in by Friday, they will be counted. Let's take a closer look at California. Senator Bernie Sanders is leading with 33% of the vote, nearly 33% of the vote there. Joe Biden is in second. Then you see Michael Bloomberg. Another race where it's extremely close is Maine. And Joe Biden has a slight edge, but it's still neck and neck. This is the current delegate count as we sit here this morning, with some still to be awarded. Biden is on top with 345. Bernie Sanders in second at 269. We have this story covered from coast to coast for you this morning. Let's begin with Phil Mattingly, who really has the keys to Joe Biden's Super Tuesday victories.
Yeah, let's start with the number one key. If anybody told you the morning after Super Tuesday Joe Biden would be 76 delegates ahead of Bernie Sanders, they would be lying through their teeth at this point in time. That's how big of a night Tuesday night was. And let me start with a couple of wow moments. Wow moments starting with something like Minnesota. Minnesota, Joe Biden won by 65,000 votes, 38.6%. Bernie Sanders at 29.9%. John, going into Minnesota, there were questions whether or not Joe Biden would actually hit the 15% mark that would make him viable for statewide delegates. Obviously, got a major boost from Senator Amy Klobuchar's endorsement the night before Super Tuesday. Joe Biden, in a state that Bernie Sanders won in 2016, in a caucus back then, ended up crushing in Minnesota. Move over to the Northeast, Bernie Sanders country, another state that Bernie Sanders won in a caucus in 2016. Joe Biden still not called yet, but leading Bernie Sanders in the state of Maine by 1,700 votes with 91% reporting. Again, there were real questions whether Joe Biden would be viable in this state, let alone have a chance to win this state. Move down a little bit to John Berman's home state, Massachusetts. This is Elizabeth Warren's home state. This is a place that's right next door to where Bernie Sanders is from in Vermont. Who won? Joe Biden won by almost 89,000 votes. Elizabeth Warren coming in third place. So there was some wow moments earlier in the night. But here's the big moment for the Biden campaign. The state of Texas, a state where Bernie Sanders was organized, a state where Bernie Sanders had a ton of money, a ton of organization. Joe Biden, over the course of the night, trailing, then pulling even, then taking the lead as the election day vote, not the early vote, the election day vote started to roll in the suburbs. And right now, 93% reporting, up by 71,000 votes. CNN has projected Joe Biden will win Texas. The other key, and I think this was what some expected, but maybe not to this degree, the Mid-Atlantic and the South. Joe Biden just blowing out through these states exactly what his campaign's kind of best case scenario would be. He did it, whether it was Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and then you include Texas in that. That's how you get to where Joe Biden had the night that he had. But I do want to point out one key thing that's outstanding, or one of the biggest things that's still outstanding, and that is the largest pot of delegates at play, 415 delegates in the state of California. And look at this map right now. Almost all light blue. Light blue is Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders about 240,000 votes ahead with 48% reporting. Now, it's worth noting, it's going to take some time, John, as you noted. The vote is going to come in over the course of days. But this is where Bernie Sanders thought he could pick up a lot of delegates. He still very much has that opportunity in the days ahead, guys.
Phil, thank you very much for breaking down those maps for us. Really interesting to see where we are at this hour. Things are changing. But Joe Biden's stunning Super Tuesday turnaround makes him the frontrunner this morning after those 9 big wins last night. CNN's Jessica Dean is live in Los Angeles covering the Biden campaign. What's the mood there, Jessica?
Well, you can guess. They're pretty happy. They went to bed pretty happy. They're going to wake up today very, very encouraged and pretty thrilled about how last night went. Phil just broke it all down for you. You saw how he won in all these different states, different regions across the country. And the Biden campaign, it worked out exactly like they had hoped it to. Really best case scenario. They had hoped that the win in South Carolina would act as a springboard, that they would be able to use that momentum, use the money that was coming in, and really maximize that moment. And boy, did they. It really turned out that way. They were very pleased. They've been using the word Joe-mentum, but listen, Joe Biden has the momentum right now. He knows it. Take a listen to what he had to say.
For those who've been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy.
And two ways they really maximized that bump from South Carolina. They really focused on specific congressional districts they knew were delegate rich in these states. They really zeroed in on that, tried to get endorsements, key endorsements there, really turn out the voters they knew would be supporting Joe Biden. And the other thing, John and Allison, that they really used to their advantage was the ability to get all of this free airtime through the media, using the media to get on the airwaves, because they simply could not compete with what Michael Bloomberg and others were putting up on the airwaves in these Super Tuesday states.
Jessica, thank you very much for all of that. Let's talk about it. We are joined now by CNN political analyst David Gregory, CNN political correspondent Abby Phillips, CNN contributor and New York Times contributing op-ed writer Wajahat Ali, and CNN political commentator and former New Orleans mayor Mitch Landrieu. Mayor, you've run some races. What lessons can we learn from Joe Biden's turnaround and big night last night?
Well, you know, the Biden team, they're going to be gracious about this, but they could say, I told you so. You know, everybody had their foot on his neck, and they were saying, oh, if you're going to be a front runner, you have to win something. And they kept saying, wait till South Carolina, wait until diversity kicks in, wait until we get a chance to talk to our people. And, you know, last night turned out better than anybody expected. And, you know, they should be very proud of themselves in how they conducted themselves yesterday and the win that they had, because nobody predicted it and nobody expected it.
You know, we're living in this unconventional world where all the political norms have been thrown out. And Joe Biden said, hey, wait a minute. Actually, there are some old rules that apply.
Correct.
Which is momentum matters, key endorsements matter, and then something very organic, which is the Democratic voters saying, look, we get a chance to actually say, stop the madness. Let us narrow down this race. We have real concerns as a broad electorate about Bernie Sanders. Let's get some clarity here. And there is a big caveat. There is a new front runner this morning. That's a big story.
Look, can I just say, we don't need to declare a front runner all of a sudden this morning. If there's one thing that we've learned this election so far, is that the voters will tell us what they think, and things change so quickly.
But the other part of what I was going to say, the big caveat is that even though he has pulled this off, Bernie Sanders is more than formidable. There is a real split in this party between what the Democratic Party is, between the liberals and the moderates, and now there's some clarity around that debate.
Well, here's the counterpoint to that. If you're Joe Biden and you're looking at the exit polls coming out of this election, you see Joe Biden winning in virtually every single category. He won liberals, he won moderates, he won conservatives, he won first-time voters, he won people who had voted in the past, he won rural, he won urban, won suburban. So this is the reason why I think there's some problems here for Bernie Sanders. Yes, there is a divide in the Democratic Party, but you have to wonder, where are Sanders' voters and why are they not showing up for him?
Hispanics.
Exactly. Hispanics are showing up for him, particularly younger Hispanics. But it's the breadth and the depth of Biden's support that should be of a concern to the Sanders campaign. They've staked everything on being able to turn up the temperature and turn out, bringing out their voters. That did not happen, and in fact, it actually benefited.
You know,
Joe
one thing
Biden.
David said was that the old rules still apply, and I get your point. I think you're right in some cases. The one thing that The old rules used to say, though, is you need to spend money in states and actually try to win in states to win.
And he won Massachusetts.
And Joe Biden won Massachusetts. I don't know that he stepped foot there other than to
But
raise
Donald
money.
Trump got a huge amount of free media when he ran last time as well. So it's not something that's never happened before. But finally, we also have to think about the general election. And the challenge that I think we're thinking about is whichever one of these folks goes on to win the nomination, the party has to unify to still beat Trump. And I think we have some work to do.
A lot of work.
On both sides of the party, which is now kind of clarified about, is it going to be one way or is it going to be another? How do you bring them together so that we can actually win a general election for folks that are not, quote unquote, part of the Democratic Party?
Waj, can you explain something for us now? Because I want to talk about one of the big phenomenons and one of the big reasons why Joe Biden did as well as he did, which was late deciders. So let's try this in Virginia. Let's try to throw up the people who decided.
When did you
late.
decide who you were going to support? 49% say in just the last few days, okay? So it's split there.
And of those who decided in the last few days,
59% of them went for Biden.
So why, Waj? What happened in the last few days that helps explain this movement?
So I think the hot take is that people aren't really enthused about Joe Biden as much as they're enthused about beating Trump. Who will beat Trump? Black voters save the Democratic Party. Black voters save America. Black voters save Joe Biden, and black voters are pragmatic. They looked at it and said it's down to Biden or Bernie or Warren. Okay, who will white America unite for to beat Donald Trump in 2020? Biden. And so the fact that you saw that number, 49% of people decided in Virginia in the last 2 days,
crazy.
Fluid. They weren't really passionate about Biden or Warren or Sanders or Tulsi. Got to mention Tulsi. But they said, all right, we got the base. We got South Carolina. We got Kingmaker Clyburn. We got the moderate Avengers. We got Beto. We got Buttigieg. We got Klobuchar. We have momentum here with Biden. I think Biden's the one that can beat Trump.
And he won something. And he won big.
And
in
he won
South
big.
Carolina.
And Virginia
Right.
came out huge. Look at the voter turnout. And this is why I think this is a good win for Democrats. If you're a Democrat today, let's, the doom and gloom for a second about uniting the party. I would feel good. Record turnout.
Yeah.
Right.
Despite voter suppression, people waited 5 to 7 hours to vote in this country, which is absurd, but they voted.
Right.
Whole bunch of people came out for Biden, not just the black base, but also you saw Who would have guessed he would have won Massachusetts?
Nobody.
Nobody. Anyone who said that, they're lying.
And is there a cap for Bernie Sanders? There's a lot of fears about Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
Can he win? Just fears about his policies in general. He's not growing his vote. The surge voters were for Biden. That means a
Well,
lot.
putting the policies aside, if you just look at the numbers, Bernie has not actually grown as he says, he's supposed to in a couple of the other takes that he made. I'm not gloomy about whether or not we're going to come together. I think we will. And you're exactly right about African American voters in the South. If you ask them, if you talk to them about what they thought, they said we're going to pick the person that we know, that we like, that we're comfortable with, and who can win. And we think Biden has the best chance of winning across America. So they were helping us, and they were thinking through it for us, and they made a really wise decision.
And Simone Sanders literally saved him.
She literally did. We'll show you the video later. Simone Sanders, one of his top advisors, actually had to tackle someone who tried to rush the stage, a protester. But Bernie Sanders at the moment is leading in California, and it looks like that he will win there, and that, of course, will really tighten the delegate count. Sanders said something last night that I thought was interesting, and I don't know it to be true. He said, voters don't want the same old, same old. Yes, they do. Democratic voters last night said they want something familiar, something that they know. They know that Joe Biden isn't perfect. They've worked their way around during this whole primary to testing and flirting and dating with all sorts of
But
people,
it's bigger than
and they've
that.
come back.
People of America clearly have said we need stability. We need to restore some sense of balance in our country, and Joe Biden actually represents that. So Bernie says, I want a revolution. Joe Biden says, no, let's have some stability first, and the country, in some measure, is going to respond, or at least choose which of those they want.
Let me ask this in a different way, because it's something I said to Chris Coons a few minutes ago. The Joe Biden on the Wednesday after Super Tuesday is actually the same Joe Biden that he was on the Friday before South Carolina that wasn't doing that great, that hot. So if you are the Biden campaign, Abin, you've been out there on the trail, what does he need to do now to capitalize on this? If he wants to be the nominee, how does he bring this home?
I do think that Biden needs to continue with his core message, which is about his ability to beat Trump. I mean, I think that from the perspective of winning the primary is going to be the number one thing. But there is this feeling, this groundswell of anti-establishment support. Bernie Sanders didn't have a great night last night, but there are a lot of people in this country who voted for him and who support what he stands for. And Joe Biden needs to tap into that. One of the reasons people think Joe Biden might be able to do well against Trump is because he talks about speaking to the same kind of forgotten voter that Trump did. Well, that's usually when we're talking about, white men in the Midwest and Western Pennsylvania, in places where Trump did well. But that's a message that has to be bridged over to the Democratic coalition. It has to be bridged to Hispanic voters. It has to be bridged to Black voters, because there are a lot of young people in this country who want someone to vote for, and they need Biden to start speaking to that kind of anxiety and that anti-establishment feeling. He's never going to be an anti-establishment candidate, but he cannot ignore, 30% of the Democratic electorate.
And he can't mock them. He mocked them last year.
But there's something more fundamental, which is a lot of voters look up at Joe Biden and they say, yeah, we know this guy. We may not love him in a lot of respects, but we know him. But here's what really matters today in our environment. Can he do the job? I think a lot of people look at him and say, yeah, he can do the job. I think there's a lot of people who won't vote for him who could say, yeah, but he could do the job. He'd be a competent president. We are in the middle of a global health crisis that is likely to get much, much worse, with tremendous, at least short-term economic ramifications. Voters want to look up and say, do I have a president who can handle something that's unexpected, and will he or she be surrounded by the right people who, to your point, it's not only kind of stability in terms of decency, but it's also, can we have basic competency in the government? I think it's going forward.
But these voters do not go into the booth thinking just about who the candidates are running. They think, what's happening in my life today? When Nashville, we had a tragedy. We have the coronavirus. You have the stock market that's crashing. People are saying, who is the person that can lead us, into a new place? And I think that kind of argues in favor of people that have experience.
Stand by for one moment, because there are a couple other major questions today. And honestly, we're waiting to see what happens today with Mayor Michael Bloomberg, Senator Elizabeth Warren. We are waiting to hear from them. Will they stay in the race? They are being asked that question. Our live coverage continues right after this. This morning, they are still counting votes in California. Frankly, they will be for some days. Bernie Sanders is maintaining a healthy lead there. This is where he's going to pick up the most delegates on Super Tuesday. That state has 415 delegates. He's doing very well there. At this moment, Joe Biden leads the overall delegate count, which honestly is an outcome that really no one expected heading into Super Tuesday. Back with us, David Gregory, Abby Phillip, Wajahat Ali, and Mitch Landrieu. We were talking about Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, but I got to say there are two other big stories this morning, and that's Elizabeth Warren and Michael Bloomberg. We've been talking about Bloomberg's millions and millions, but let's talk about Elizabeth Warren first, Waj. She lost Massachusetts. I mean, if we can put up the Massachusetts numbers, I'm from there, so I care a lot about this. I can't believe that it ended up the way it did there, with Elizabeth Warren finishing third and Joe Biden coming out of nowhere.
So I think it goes back to the main story being people want to unseat Trump. That's the main story. And they looked at it and we saw the numbers, and most people made up their minds literally 30 minutes before voting. And they said, you know what? I think America's going to go for Biden. I'm going to go for Biden. Elizabeth Warren made some mistakes. This is what I think she went wrong. 3 months ago, she should have elbowed Bernie and said, hey, I'm this candidate between Biden and Bernie. I'm the pragmatic progressive. She didn't do that. She also didn't have the grassroots support. When she ran as a progressive, Bernie had that lane tied up for the past 5 years. But when you lose your own home state, you don't even get second, you get third, that's a sign that maybe you should bow out. And I think she's a formidable candidate. I think she's brilliant. I think there were double standards there. I was a big Warren fan. I still am. Either Biden or Bernie would be wise to say, Elizabeth Warren, can we please have your policy proposals? Thank you so much. All hail Elizabeth Warren. But the fact that she didn't make it, I will say this to Elizabeth Warren, she did her job. She gutted Michael Bloomberg on the debate stage. And I think cutting him and exposing him and making a billionaire lose like that, bravo.
That was the greatest gift to Joe Biden that she could have ever given him.
Really?
Was taking Michael Bloomberg down at a pivotal time. I mean, I think we could have been looking at we've been talking all morning about how, Joe Biden has, it's about the fundamentals, but this was not a foregone conclusion. When Bloomberg was looking to be spending over $100 million in Super Tuesday states, hadn't been touched by any of the candidates because he hadn't been on a debate stage. This, had he come into Super Tuesday that way, this would have been a very different race, I think. And so Biden benefited from Warren really doing that work on the debate stage and taking Bloomberg down. And he also benefited from Jim Clyburn deciding at a certain point, I'm going to weigh in before voters vote in my state, and giving that crucial endorsement. I think had those two things not happened, we would be talking about a different Super Tuesday than we are today.
I do think we've seen some key moments, right? That debate moment really, really mattered. And for Biden, who, Biden had the benefit of being the early front runner because of name recognition. He actually suffered with a little bit of that sense of inevitability, and I'm the only one who can beat Trump. So then he fell hard. And then has come back, to your point, Waj, because a lot of Americans felt like, okay, he won something and he won it big. And we've seen that. A lot of people have fallen in line. We're scared about Bernie. We're focused really on Trump. And so, he seems like the guy, despite our reservations. And if you look forward on the calendar, that's also pretty favorable territory for him based on 2016. These are states, a lot of these states coming up next week, that Hillary Clinton actually won. So if you're Mike Bloomberg this morning, you have to say, look, if my theory of the case was I'm in it to win it because Biden has faltered, you've got to be rethinking that. No traction whatsoever this morning. And he can do a lot of good to Joe Biden and the Democratic Party if he falls in line.
Well, a couple of comments. First of all, Elizabeth Warren is a warrior and a superstar. And Mike Bloomberg has demonstrated a capacity to do great things when he was mayor of New York. But both of these folks are sophisticated players, and they go look at these numbers and ask themselves, do I have a pathway forward? And am I hurting or helping the cause, which is to unseat Trump? And I think that you're going to see some pretty dramatic decisions from. I don't know if it's going to be today. I think they're entitled to a little bit of time to really think about it.
Tonight.
Whenever. It's going to be sooner rather than later. The interesting question for me is, what is Elizabeth Warren going to do
Vice
if
President,
she decides to drop out?
I mean,
who is she going to support?
Right, but is that part of the, I hear some people who are not in politics, who are not part of the punditry, who think that would be a great ticket because it's Biden who's the moderates, and then Elizabeth Warren who brings those plans.
This is a numbers game. This is not going to be an emotional connection. All of the teams are going to get together and say, who's the best team to beat Trump? And that's what it's going to wind up being. I don't think we can guess yet, but that's how it's going to, that decision
I like
will be
that
made.
ticket, by the way, but the risk is, do you expose losing a Senate seat in Massachusetts with a Republican governor?
I think Democrats would be wise to focus on the top of the ticket. I mean, I think there are actually some voters who maybe think about that, but it would be, if it's a ticket that can win, that's the ticket the Democrats are going to go for. And even, to your point about this not being an emotional thing, Joe Biden and Elizabeth Warren, their personal relationship, there are a lot of question marks about that. But at the end of the day, I think that this is going to be about addition. It's going to be about cobbling together a coalition.
Right.
And they're going to do it by any
But I
means
say that, but
necessary.
Ronald Reagan and George Bush did not like each other at the moment that Ronald Reagan asked him to be his vice presidential candidate. That's when I say when it's not emotional.
There's
a long way to go.
Yeah, I would say this
until
is
we're talking
premature
about
because
tickets.
I think that, the ultimate nominee is ultimately going to look to shore up some of his deficiencies. And it goes beyond the coalition piece. There's no question she's a doer, she's a warrior, and she could be that in office. But, she has a lot of downsides, too. And to the extent that she's the unifier for the progressives, I don't know that we can say that yet. So, again,
I will tell you, before you pick a running mate, you've got to figure out a way to heal the party.
Yeah.
You've got to win. Yeah. Okay, and Bernie Sanders last night, and I want to play this sound because I think this is telling. This is why this race is far from over yet. There is still a fight. And Bernie Sanders made clear there was a fight last night on stage in Vermont. Listen.
You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics. What we need is a new politics that brings working class people into our political movement, which brings young people into our political movement.
As the resident progressive, what's this going to be like?
Resident progressive.
You're resident. You have residency here.
Yeah.
You've got a chair. What's this going to look like for the next few weeks, given that Bernie Sanders told us what he's going to do?
This is going to be a fight. And if you're Bernie or on Bernie's team, you're like, listen, I was the underdog coming in a year ago. Delegates, I'm pretty close there. Everything west of Oklahoma, I've won. Latino voters in Nevada, in Texas, in California, they went to me. I worked at it. This is a generational divide. The young people, they want change. And Abby, and I think it was the last segment we were talking about, you cannot discount the fact that there are not just young people, but many disaffected Americans who feel that the establishment, whatever you want to call that, the status quo has failed them. And Bernie Sanders does rile up his base by saying, I will actually bring change.
Right. And
I don't want to go back to 2016. I want to move us forward. And now you have the next debates, March 15th. We saw in 3 days a lot can happen in this race.
And he may very well be right that the same old will not work. He may actually be right. What I think is clear is that Bernie Sanders is what he is, and he says what he believes, and he's been the same guy for a long time, which is why he's not a deal maker in Congress all the time he's been there. He's less likely to be accommodating and to heal rifts. Joe Biden is a classic old-time politician. He will accommodate to try to bring people in. It may not work, but he is certainly a lot more accommodating than Bernie Sanders.
Guys, thank you all very much. Great to spend this morning with you and try to figure out what we're seeing unfold before us. Great to have you. Now to this story. There is devastation in Tennessee this morning from the deadliest tornado there in years. Dozens of people are still unaccounted for at this hour. A live report from our team in the hardest hit towns near Nashville next.
The Windsors, Inside the Royal Dynasty, Sundays at 10 on CNN.
24 people are dead and dozens are still unaccounted for at this hour in the Nashville, Tennessee area. Take a look at the airport there. This is in Nashville. You can see planes were just tossed around. So much destruction there. A state of emergency has been declared. CNN's Nick Valencia is live in hard-hit Putnam County. That's near Nashville. What are you seeing there, Nick?
Allison, it's really sobering to see these images now that the sun has come up. We were, in the cover of dark a little while ago, and this is what's been revealed to us, just what's left behind here in rural Putnam County. I think there was a natural focus on Nashville, a heavily concentrated population there, city center, but it's really rural Putnam County east of Nashville that has been hardest hit. Just look at this here, this slab of bricks. There was a home on top of here, guys. And as we walk here, just want to be safe. Watch your step there, man. This is what's left behind. You just have concrete cinder blocks, debris, mangled wreckage left behind by this powerful tornado that seemed to have ripped through where our camera is pointing and made its way west up towards this area, these subdivisions in here. What is really concerning at this moment right now, not just the fact that 18 of the 24 people that have died across the state, 18 of them were killed here by that tornado, but there are dozens still unaccounted for. There is certainly a lot of police presence here. We've seen military vehicles. We can't tell just yet if it's the Tennessee National Guard or if it's or Tennessee Guard or if it's the actual National Guard. But we're also seeing residents now emerge here driving around this area just looking shell-shocked. Just a couple of minutes before we started this report, it looked as though a sheriff's vehicle was going into that home here to start doing welfare checks. The only noise that you hear right now is the chirping of the birds. It is eerily quiet here as we look around and see these twisted tree limbs, what's left of a home here. I mean, just check this out, guys. We're kind of seeing this all for ourselves the first time. The walls of this home have just collapsed. We can't even tell what part of the home this is. But it is clear, though, as well, guys, that people have come through here in the last 24 hours to clean up some of the debris. As we continue to walk, you see what's going on here on the side of the road, piles of debris that have clearly been piled on there. But it is, today the focus is going to be on that search and rescue mission. People have already started to go out. As you see a fire truck come up the road here, they're going to be looking for those dozens and dozens of people that are still unaccounted for. More than 30 people still missing here. Loved ones really want answers as to where they are, hoping that they're still alive. John,
it's so
Allison.
hard to get in touch sometimes, Nick. I know people want answers and they want the contact with their loved ones. Thanks so much for being there, Nick Valencia, for us in Tennessee. So, Michael Bloomberg spent more than $500 million so far in this race. It works out to anywhere between $5 and $10 million per delegate, depending on how you count. We are told he is reassessing his campaign this morning. What exactly does that mean? Next. Happening now, we are told that Michael Bloomberg is reassessing his presidential bid following his fairly dismal showing on Super Tuesday. He burned through more than $500 million, and while he did pick up delegates, his only outright win was in American Samoa. CDN's Christina Alessi, who has been covering the Bloomberg campaign, joins us now in New York outside Bloomberg's home. Christina, what are you hearing this morning?
Well, Mayor Bloomberg just left his apartment. He's probably going right around the block to his foundation. Look, it was a terrible night for Michael Bloomberg last night, no doubt about it. And this really undercuts the whole argument for Bloomberg entering this race, which was that Joe Biden was weak and that he was the moderate alternative. Listen, I was with him all week last week, and he was defiant. I asked him directly several times what his plans were if he did perform poorly on Super Tuesday, and he made it sound like he was in this race to stay. In fact, just yesterday in Miami, I asked him about his expectations, and he joked about Elizabeth Warren, asking me whether she was still in the race, and he finished with fewer delegates than she did. Look, I think we're going to hear a different tone from the Bloomberg campaign today as they reassess, and I think that we're going to hear a different tone from the candidate himself that started last night. Take a listen.
And as the results come in, here's what is clear. No matter how many delegates we win tonight, we have done something no one else thought was possible. In just 3 months, we've gone from 1% of the polls to being a contender for the Democratic nomination for president.
You heard it right there, John and Allison. He was de-emphasizing the number of delegates. He was talking about the process itself. Look, he still has campaign events on the schedule, but at this point, with having spent over $500 million, you got to wonder whether Michael Bloomberg is thinking about the old Wall Street advice. Perhaps your first loss is your best loss. Guys, back to you.
And I got to say, Christina, you know the term return on investment, and so does Michael Bloomberg, and he's not getting a lot of return on his investment right now, which is why you might have a busy day ahead of you. Thanks so much for being with us, Christina.
All right, so there was this wave of late momentum, and it shook up the 2020 race on Super Tuesday. Many voters say that they made up their minds in just the last few days or hours. So who benefited most from their procrastinating? CNN senior politics writer and analyst Harry Enten joins us now with more.
Right there.
Hi, Harry.
He's very big.
I see myself in the wall in New York. This is the most bizarre thing. I don't even know what the heck is going on. The technology these days is crazy. My goodness gracious, I'm even in color. Look, here's the deal. Support by time of decision. I think this is so important. The median Super Tuesday state. Look at this. Decide in the last few days, Biden, 49% of that vote, more than 30 points ahead of Bernie Sanders. Those voters made up a quarter to about a third of the voters, depending on the state. And that was what powered Biden's victory, that momentum that he got after that South Carolina win. Because, look, if you decided before the final few days, Bernie Sanders actually won that vote with 36%. So really, Joe Biden was able to ride that momentum out of South Carolina to propel him to a strong finish as yesterday.
All right, the age of the voters also played a major role here.
Huge role. I mean, look, this is the divide we've seen throughout this entire primary, right? Where Joe Biden does really well, 48% among those 65 and older, 42%, 45 to 64, just 17% among those 18 to 29. Bernie Sanders, of course, had the exact opposite pattern where he went from 15%, 65 plus, to 61%, 18 to 29. But the key number here, Berman, the key number is that those under the age of 45, depending on the state, made up anywhere from 40% all the way down to about 33% of voters. So the older voters that Biden was doing so well with made up the vast majority of the electorate, and that's why he did so well.
And what about by race, Harry?
You know, I think this is also a very key nugget, right? South Carolina, African Americans propelled Biden in South Carolina. And look at the median Super Tuesday state, the same thing. Biden winning them by 40 percentage points. Now, Bernie Sanders did win among Hispanics, but in the median state, it was just an 11-point margin. He did better than that in California, but he only won them by 13 in Texas, and that's part of the reason why Joe Biden was able to win there. But the real tie-breaking vote was white voters. Biden with a slight edge over Sanders, 34 to 27%, and that's part of the reason why Joe Biden was able to do so well yesterday.
You know, the regional breakdown is also really interesting, Harry, because if you had said before yesterday that Joe Biden would win all the states in the South, most people would go, okay. But if you had said he's going to win in the North, if he's going to win Maine and Massachusetts, you would say, no way. Well, voters said, way.
They definitely said, well, I mean, I think the most shocking results were honestly in the northern part of the country. Maine, which is, you know, obviously in New England, you would have thought Bernie Sanders would carry it. Too close to call. Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren's home state, Joe Biden won there. Minnesota, perhaps Amy Klobuchar pushed Joe Biden over the top, her endorsement. Joe Biden won there. Even in Vermont, which Bernie Sanders won, Joe Biden was able to win delegates. And what I think is so important, this black percentage column, look at that. All these states, 7% or less of the electorate was African American, which means that Biden was able to move beyond just African Americans. He was able to win working class white voters in the North. And that's why he was able to hold his own in those northern states yesterday.
People used to call Bill Clinton the comeback kid. Should Joe Biden take that moniker now from Bill Clinton?
I will say, if nothing else, I'm going to put that moniker on there because it's on the slide. But look, here's the deal. Bill Clinton, he lost Iowa and New Hampshire, had to wait more than 3 weeks for his first win, and it occurred in the Deep South in Georgia by 33 points. Then he did really well on Super Tuesday. Joe Biden, same thing. Lost Iowa and New Hampshire, had to wait more than 3 weeks for his first primary win. It occurred in the Deep South by about 30 points, and then he did very well on Super Tuesday. So I think the two share a big similarity in that.
You giveth monikers, someday you will take them away. Harry Etten, thank you very much for being with us. I know.
Shalom, everybody.
Thank you, Harry. The Dow futures seem to like Joe Biden's comeback. They are up at this point, I think, by 700, more than 700 points at the moment.
All right, one of the top issues on voter minds, obviously, who can beat Donald Trump in November? We're going to be joined by the former campaign manager for Barack Obama, someone who knows how to count delegates. David Plouffe is here next. So, Super Tuesday turned into Surprising Tuesday. Former Vice President Joe Biden winning more states than really any people could have imagined just a few weeks ago, including Massachusetts, Minnesota, also Texas. As we speak, he is ahead in the delegate race, although Bernie Sanders is leading in California, where they are still counting votes. Probably no one on earth better understands the implications of all of this than former Obama campaign manager and White House senior advisor David Plouffe, whose new book, A Citizen's Guide to Beating Donald Trump, is out now, and it's a terrific read, I should say, and it's also very interesting in the context of being here this morning. We'll get to the book in a second. David, what happened yesterday? Do you have any idea how this all happened?
Well, I'm trying to get some idea. I mean, I still don't think we probably appreciate how stunning the last 96 hours have been in American politics, but I think it's important. Joe Biden spent most of last year as the national frontrunner. And when he didn't perform well in debates in Iowa and New Hampshire, a lot of that support left him, some of it undecided, some of it softly to Bloomberg. The moment he had a good primary night in South Carolina, gave a good speech, and then you saw Buttigieg, Klobuchar, and Beto put their hands on him, a lot of that support came back. And so this wasn't someone who never had any support. He went from 0 to 30. He got back. And, you know, what he showed last night is dominant African-American support, but also in suburban areas, he racked up big margins. You just put up a graphic showing him winning states like Massachusetts and Maine leading right now, very little African-American vote. So he's also got a strong electability case to make coming out of this because we won 18 because of suburban support largely, and he's driving African-American turnout. Now, and he did all this on the wings of momentum. No money, very little organization. So that's the thing. For those of us who've spent a career in politics, I don't know if we've ever seen somebody win this many states and this many delegates purely on the wings of momentum.
Yeah, anyone who tells you this was the plan all along is lying, because part of the plan was never to win states where you didn't spend any money and didn't campaign. It just doesn't work like that. So, David, if you were in Biden campaign headquarters running things, how would you capitalize on this today?
Well, that's the question. So, first of all, you've got really important primaries coming up. You know, next Tuesday, you've got Michigan, you've got Mississippi, you've got Washington State, then some really big states the week after that, including Florida, where polls show Biden, even before last night, doing well. So you want to capture as many delegates as you can over the next 2 weeks when you've got this momentum, begin to put the infrastructure in those states. And actually, you need to begin to think about planning for a general election. So, you know, as hard as it was for him to come back from where he was pre-South Carolina, it gets really hard now because you want to build on that delegate lead, begin to work the superdelegates. Sorry to bring up that term, just in case this does go to the convention.
Struck by lightning.
Right.
Bernie Sanders isn't going anywhere, nor should he. I mean, he's going to win California. He's going to be either very close to Joe Biden. He's going to be around where Joe Biden is in the delegates, maybe a little bit behind, maybe ahead. But this does set up a race between different ideologies within the Democratic Party. So how does one candidate emerge from this hole?
Well, I actually spent some time writing about this in my book. I mean, I went through a tough primary in 2008. Tougher than this in many respects. And you have to be thoughtful about that after you win. You want the principles, and I'm sure Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden both will do the right thing. Say, we're all in to beat Trump. But then you've got to have, house parties and campaign events in states, welcoming in the other side, hiring some of the staff, and making it clear that we're not going to win unless we're united. So because Trump is such a menace to Democrats, I think he's going to be a forcing function. But whoever the victor is needs to spend really serious time and effort on this and not just move on completely to general election voters, because we're not going to win unless we're fully united, because Trump is going to drive huge turnout in his MAGA base.
The book, as I said, is terrific. A lot of it is a civic call to duty, explaining to voters, Democratic voters in particular, what they should do to secure a Democratic victory. But there's also some advice, as you just mentioned, to the campaigns themselves. And you talk about gettable voters for the Democrats in the campaigns. And you list different categories, but who's the most gettable and how do you get them?
Well, it's not just one. So this is important. Donald Trump is going to get 46 to 47% of the national vote, and he's going to get close to that in battleground states, maybe 47, 48. So we have to persuade voters, and they generally fall into three categories. The so-called famous Trump-Obama voters that exist, a lot of exurban and blue-collar voters. There are suburban voters that actually voted for Clinton in 2016 who are open to Trump. So we got to close those doors. And then there are people who, in the end of this election, are going to think, I'm not voting for Trump. I'm not sure I'm voting for the Democrat. I may vote third party. That killed Hillary Clinton in 2016. We got to hold on to them. Then we have to register and turn out a lot of voters, too. This is where Trump has an advantage. He's an incumbent. I've been there for an incumbent president. That value of time and organization planning, he knows a lot more about how he's going to win Wisconsin and Arizona right now than any of the Democrats do, because they're just trying to win the nomination. So that's the other point of my book, is it's urgent. We got to get at this.
So I don't know if you coined the phrase or made it famous, but Democratic bedwetters. Did you invent it?
Maybe.
Okay, we'll let you take credit for it.
Maybe the
now.
only thing I've invented. So there we go. Yes.
I guess now the Democratic bedwetting would be, oh, Donald Trump's going to win. He's got the powers of the incumbency. Look at his lead in Wisconsin. So what's your message to that group now?
This is a mathematical fact. There are more than enough Americans who are even currently registered, much less what we're going to add, to beat Donald Trump. We have to execute on that. And so this is about battleground states. So one thing, we have to have a nominee who can put more than just Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in play. Go hard at those. Arizona, North Carolina, Florida, and Georgia. So we spread the map, have a larger margin for error. And then we have to have human beings on the ground in those states working registration targets, turnout targets, people who might be flirting with a third party, and people who are truly undecided. So Donald Trump rolls into this election with an approval rating, despite the one Gallup poll, of 43-44. And head-to-head numbers aren't great. The other thing is, does anybody have any confidence he's going to improve his standing managing this crisis with the coronavirus? So I think we've got an opportunity to win this election. I actually believe this is still our election to lose. And my point in the book is, I hope our candidate runs an amazing campaign. I hope their presidential campaign is better than ours was. But it's on all of you to put in the effort required to beat this guy, because they have an infrastructure. Fox, Sinclair, Putin, the Russians, a president who will sink to no low to win. How do we fight that back? We don't have a similar infrastructure. What we have is millions of Americans.
David Plouffe, the book is A Citizen's Guide to Beating Donald Trump. Terrific to read it. Also terrific to get to talk to you this morning, the morning after a big election day. Nice to have you here. Allison?
And thanks to our international viewers for watching. For you, CNN Newsroom with Max Foster is next. For our U.S. viewers, a huge comeback for Joe Biden. New Day continues right now.
We're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy.
Biden's getting so much attention because it was unexpected. It's changed the shape of the race.
People are talking about a revolution. We started a movement.
There was a lot of talk about consolidating the moderate lane. It happened around Joe Biden in a way that is blowing people's mind.
We have one candidate who is standing up for the working class, another candidate who has received contributions from 60 billionaires. In America, you cannot buy elections.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome to your new day. It is Wednesday, March 4th, 8 o'clock now in New York, and Joe Biden pulled off a stunning comeback in his bid for the Democratic nomination. CNN projects the former vice president has won in Texas. That is the biggest surprise of the night and the second richest delegate state of Super Tuesday. Biden did it despite being outspent there and having little to no ground game there. He captured 33.4% of the vote in Texas. He won a total of 9 states last night, including Massachusetts, which of course is Elizabeth Warren's home state. He also won Minnesota, Senator Amy Klobuchar's home state, John.
All right, Bernie Sanders did pick up some key victories as well. Let's take a look at that. He won Colorado, Utah, his home state of Vermont. Interesting, though, Joe Biden will pick up delegates in Vermont. Senator Sanders is also leading this morning by a healthy margin in California. That's the biggest prize of the night with 415 delegates at stake. They are still counting in California and will be for some days, so the final margins will not be known for some time there. They're also still counting in Maine. Let's take a look at where things are in Maine. Joe Biden holding on to a 1-point lead as of now. Maine is interesting because Maine was a state that Bernie Sanders did win in 2016. At this moment, Joe Biden is leading in the delegate count as well. I think this was an outcome people did not expect coming into Super Tuesday. We should note, though, still a heap of Super Tuesday delegates yet to be assigned, and ballots mailed in California by yesterday, they will be counted until Friday. Allison.
All right, John, joining us now is the man that many Democrats and political analysts are crediting for reigniting Joe Biden's campaign, South Carolina Congressman and House Whip James Clyburn. Good morning, Congressman.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. You are such an important voice this morning. Have you spoken to former Vice President Joe Biden in the past 12 hours?
No, I have not. No.
What will you say to him when you talk to him?
Congratulations. I think that he's due to that. Joe Biden is just an incredibly good guy. I've known him for many, many years. I've worked very closely with him during his vice presidency, but even before that. We used to do a lot of these kinds of shows together. He's from Delaware. I'm from South Carolina. We were 2 of the 5 states that had the lawsuit that resulted in Brown v. Board of Education.
Yeah.
And so we just had so much in common. And so we talked a lot. And he vacations extensively in South Carolina. And it's nothing to walk into a church on Sunday mornings and Joe Biden would be sitting there, he and Jill, or into a restaurant down in Charleston, and the 2 of them would just be there. Nothing political, just interacting with people and chilling out, so to speak. So I've gotten to know him.
Yeah.
And I really like him.
I get that. It sounds like it. And I mean, as you pointed out, the South Carolinians have gotten to know him and vice versa. Were you surprised, Congressman, by the results of last night, that they went better than so many people had predicted for Joe Biden?
I was a bit surprised. It did go better than many of us expected. To be 1 point ahead in Maine, no, I didn't expect that. To be winning Massachusetts, I did not expect that at all. Now, I really am not surprised at Texas. I was in Texas about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I knew that people were sentimentally with Biden. They were upset because they didn't think there was enough activity going on down there. They wanted people on the ground. Well, a lot of what I've said about the campaign could be cured with more money. He did not have the fundraising prowess that other candidates had. And so therefore, things that I wanted to see done were not being done because of that lack of finances. But a victory or 2 would cure that. So when he won the South Carolina primary and won it so decisively, overnight, his money problems got cured. But I hope that those Democratic funders who have been standing on the sidelines will now get into the mix, and let's do what is necessary to win this. And let me congratulate, too, I guess Mayor Bloomberg is demonstrating once again what a class guy he is. I've heard this morning that he's going to do some reassessments, and I hope he will really coalesce around Joe Biden like the rest of us will, and have a tremendous victory in November.
Have you heard that Mayor Bloomberg is dropping out this morning?
I've heard that on some media sources that he's reassessing this morning. I'm saying that I would suggest that we all coalesce around Joe Biden. I have no idea what he's going to do. I would love to see him stay on that. I really like him as well. I've gotten to know him, and he really, on his business, he's much more of a sort of a nice guy than it seems to be in the political arena.
But you would suggest that he reassess and step aside, it sounds like. And what about Senator Elizabeth Warren?
Well, Senator Elizabeth Warren, I think that after finishing, looked like she finished third in Massachusetts, I would reassess if I were her as well.
Congressman, so many people are crediting you with the turnaround for Joe Biden's momentum, including James Carville last night. Let me just play for you, in case you missed it, what he said to you last night.
I want to offer a hand gesture to Congressman Clyburn.
There you go.
That guy literally saved the Democratic Party.
Oh, come on. I know James. He's a good guy. I really like him. We've talked a lot. I have not seen him recently. I'm glad I didn't see him a couple of weeks ago. I was down for the LSU Clemson game. I'm glad I didn't see him that night.
But Congressman, I mean, this is no time for false modesty. He says you saved the Democratic Party from where he sits. Where do you think Joe Biden would be this morning had you not endorsed him when you did, and also sounded the alarm for the things you thought his campaign was doing wrong?
Well, I know what you're trying to get me to say. I'm not going to say it. Just let me say this. I feel that this country's democracy is at stake. I've said time and time again, no matter what we may do to provide health care, affordable housing, educational opportunities, economic opportunities, none of that matters if we do not have a stable, flourishing democracy. And that's what I was trying to do, because I do believe that in Joe Biden, he gives us the opportunity to bring this country back to what the founding fathers had in mind and what we've been trying to do, trying to build a more perfect union.
Yeah, Congressman, one more question. Because you sounded the alarm for things that you thought were going wrong with his campaign, you thought that the fundraising infrastructure wasn't up to snuff, you thought that his speech making, his speech giving wasn't good enough, and you told the campaign that. Today, this morning, what do you want to see Joe Biden's campaign do?
I want to see him do exactly what he did the night of the victory in South Carolina, the way he interacted with that town hall meeting the next night that I think was sponsored by CNN, and last night. You know, I say all the time, what I've learned campaigning, I'm one of the few crazy people in politics who love to campaign. People would like to hear your platform. They would like to hear you discuss policy, but they want to feel you. They want to feel you. And I just said to Joe that he was being a little bit too robotic, because I know him. Look, he's always loose, and I think that all of this stuff about him being too touchy, making people uncomfortable, I think it caused him to pull back and not be himself. He is a guy who is very affectionate, is very, what I would call compassionate. And I think that that's what had him a little bit robotic going into this campaign. So I wanted him to loosen up, and I wanted him to look into the camera. He knows these issues. He doesn't have to read notes, and people always want to script you, want you to do this. I know my staff bug me all the time. They write stuff for me all the time, and I usually keep it in my pocket and just talk to people the way I want to be talked to.
Well, that advice seemed to have worked. Congressman James Clyburn, thank you very much for coming on and sharing your thoughts on this morning with us. We will talk to you again, I hope.
Thank you very much.
John.
I like the Jedi mind tricks with Michael Bloomberg there. Congratulating Michael Bloomberg on making the right decision today. Michael Bloomberg, as far as we know, hasn't made any decision yet, but Jim Clyburn trying to convince him that he has.
James Clyburn does seem to know things before they happen.
This is not the campaign you're looking for. Listen, we're getting new delegate counts in from across the country, including California, with a slight change in the shape of this race. We'll tell you what it is next. We've got some breaking political news, at least some breaking political counting to show you. This is after a new batch of delegates has been counted from Super Tuesday. Joe Biden hanging on to his delegate lead. He's now with 379. You can see Bernie Sanders is also, brought in a big haul of delegates. He's at 315. Those behind them, and it hasn't changed that much. But that shows you the shape of the race this morning. Joe Biden leading the delegate count, somewhere where really no one expected him to be this morning.
California's still counting.
California's still counting. Bernie Sanders doing very well. Maybe not as well as he would have hoped coming into today, but we'll see. We'll let them count. Joining us now, CNN political commentator Jennifer Granholm. She is the former Democratic governor of Michigan. Wajahat Ali, contributing op-ed writer for the New York Times and a CNN contributor. Paul Begala, Democratic strategist and a CNN political commentator. And Bakari Sellers, former Democratic State House member in South Carolina and
Have
a
you
CNN
switched into
commentator.
overdrive? Are you speaking much more quickly this hour than you were in different hours?
Because I should have said
to go
that.
home.
I just wants to go home.
Oh, I see.
You know what it is? I want to get to the news because
Yes,
we're actually, I
got
think, are about to make some news here. Governor Granholm from the state of Michigan, which votes next week.
Next week.
You have been watching the developments in this campaign very closely, and I feel like you have something you may want to tell us.
I do. In fact, I had been helping Joe Biden prepare in the debates previously, and no surprise, I am endorsing Joe Biden. And let me just put this into context for just
right
1
now?
minute.
Like on TV?
Right now, right here. Breaking news, right?
Can I tweet it?
But, yeah, go ahead.
It's not news until one tweets it.
Right.
Wait
Please,
for it.
go
Yeah,
ahead, right.
thank you.
But if you all recall, 2009, Michigan the auto industry went bankrupt, right? Our unemployment rate during the Great Recession was about 15%. It was agony. Who was the person inside the Obama administration to champion saving the auto industry and the million jobs that are attached to it in the industrial Midwest? It was Joe Biden. There was a question about whether they were going to do. Joe Biden did that. He led the Recovery Act. He brought $1 billion to Michigan to help us diversify our economy into electric vehicles. He brought hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure we didn't lay off teachers. He came dozens of times. He put together a whole task force inside of the administration to focus on Detroit, lighting, blight, buses, the basics. His last speech as vice president was in the city of Detroit. Michigan is not going to forget. We were on our knees, and Joe Biden picked us up and carried us on his shoulders. We came back, just like Joe Biden came back over the past few days. It's a great story, and Michigan won't forget.
So why did you wait so long?
Yeah. I know, right? Why did I wait so long? No, I'm a chair of another group that was agnostic and all that. It's not a surprise that I'm endorsing him because I love him so much, and I'm so utterly grateful to him for doing this. So the group that I'm the chair of gave me permission to be able to do it, so that's why it took me a little long. But Tuesday, all those M states like Michigan, Missouri, Mississippi, I think those are going to be really telling states to continue this role.
Who wants to analyze the impact of the Jennifer Granholm endorsement?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge.
To quote Joe Biden, a big freaking deal. This is a beloved two-term governor, attorney general before that, has won many campaigns.
I'm trying to figure out how to get her endorsement for anything else.
Exactly. No, seriously, Governor, it is a huge get for Vice President Biden.
What does it tell you, bigger picture, based on what we saw yesterday? I think this is part and parcel of maybe how we got to this morning in this race.
Yes, politics is about addition. And you want to build a movement, as Biden said last night. And Bernie has a revolution, but he hasn't been able to expand it. And it all began with Chief Justice Clyburn.
King Clyburn.
King Clyburn,
Right.
Pope
Clyburn.
James I, anything he wants. I was especially moved, though, in Texas, the most important state in the union.
Boo. Not anymore.
Well, Pete, Amy, Beto came to Texas and endorsed him. Beto O'Rourke got out of the race early. Amy and Pete got out right before then. And that, particularly for Amy and Pete, that sort of sacrificial leadership. This is what the Republicans did not do with Donald Trump. right? Many Democrats we see, they not only don't want Biden, they're concerned that maybe Bernie would be a drag on the ticket for a bunch of other candidates. They didn't do that with Trump. Rubio, Jeb, all those guys, they stayed in forever, and they allowed Trump to win with a ceiling. Bernie has a ceiling. He won his home state, but other than that, he didn't get more than, I wrote it down, 36% anywhere. Biden exceeded 36%. So even where
yesterday, Bernie
yesterday,
in Nevada,
yesterday.
he got 50.
Yesterday, and Joe exceeded that Bernie ceiling of 36 all over the place in Virginia, Alabama, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, North Carolina, Minnesota. So where Bernie won, he won narrowly. Where Joe won, he won big. That's momentum.
But let's talk about Governor Granholm's endorsement just briefly.
Again,
No, I didn't know you could have told me while we were getting coffee. You didn't tell me. But we always go back to, and it was a little bit disingenuous from some of my friends on the left who would say South Carolina doesn't matter. Michael Moore is absolutely the worst at this. South Carolina does just disregarding black voters and saying South Carolina is a conservative state. We're not playing in that in November, so it doesn't matter. So then you have Virginia and North Carolina, which are swing states. You have Minnesota, which is an important state to win, a swing state. But you go back to Michigan and the blue wall and where we have to rebuild, we have to rebuild our Democratic Party. I always say that there were about 3 cities. You could outline them. It was Philadelphia, it was Detroit, and Milwaukee. If we're able to expand, if we're able to bring more people in, and so that's why Governor Granholm's endorsement is so important, because that's an integral part to building. Now, I also want to disavow people of this notion that black voters are dumb. They're not. They're very pragmatic. And I think what you're no, I'm not saying on this show. I'm just saying that out there, they're very pragmatic. And what you're seeing is the level of trust that people have in Joe Biden is extremely evident. And the feeling that Joe Biden is the one to take on Donald Trump. I know people may not. I was talking to Mayor Gillum Andrew last night about this. We want him to have more robust policy. I get all of that. But people, as Congressman Clyburn said, who also is going to move the Capitol from Washington, D.C. to Tulsa.
That's a good story.
They feel good right here.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden makes you feel good right here.
Right. He
and
has
that's moving people to the polls.
I thought it was interesting that Congressman Clyburn said that Joe Biden, he felt, had to work on that. One of his advice to him before he endorsed him, or when he endorsed him, was that he should get back to that he felt that Joe Biden had gotten away from that. But Raj, what do you see?
Well,
you take it from a different perspective than some of the people at this table.
Nothing succeeds like success. And as we've been discussing all morning, people made up their decision on the last second. Virginia, 49% of the people that came out made their decision in the last second, which means the race was fluid. This race is not about Joe Biden. It's about who can beat Donald Trump. And the coalition is coming together and said if it's between Biden and Bernie, we're leaning with Biden, right? Black voters, without them, you do not become the Democratic nominee of anything. Right. And also with Virginia, you got record turnout. Biden won Massachusetts, Minnesota. He can flex a bit. I will say this, though. Bernie right now, neck and neck almost with the delegates. Anything can change. And Bernie's going to hit Biden in Michigan
over
NAFTA.
Yeah,
and in
absolutely.
2016, Bernie won. So this is going to be game on.
No, and it's not, there is no question about it. A week ago, Bernie was up 10 points. Now, this morning on the Detroit News, there is another poll out showing that Biden is up 7 points.
Yeah, plus 7.
Right. But there's no doubt it is going to be a battle, and nobody can take anything for granted. Can I just say one quick thing, though?
Yes.
This last night was such a great statement about momentum being more important than money.
Right. Yes.
And that the fact that people are saying, I don't care if you're a billionaire, whichever billionaire, take your pick, but our vote is what's gold.
And they waited 7 hours to
watch. Waj brought up an amazing point about coalition, and that's something that we haven't talked about enough. Because in order to be the president of the United States, I've always said this, that we know how to win. We really do. The leading vote getters in the history of the United States were a black man and a white woman, right? It was Barack Obama, and then Hillary Clinton. But that coalition, again, going back to Governor Granholm's endorsement, that coalition is made up of voters of color and white college-educated women.
They were mad.
And we're starting to see, so that everybody's like, so where is this growth coming from? Why is Virginia having record turnout in North Carolina, in South Carolina? But the share of African-American voters is decreasing. That's because you're starting to see these white college-educated women just completely pissed off.
And middle-aged women.
Biden's winning because of this endorsement, ladies and gentlemen. This is it.
35 is not middle-aged.
Not until I tweet it. Not until I tweet it.
Kari Sellers is working hard for an endorsement.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, 29, suddenly we're strange.
This is what we're going to do. We got a ton more to discuss with these 4 terrific Yes, so let's take a quick break. A lot more questions, including about the future for Michael Bloomberg, the future for Elizabeth Warren, and I have to say also the future for this race if the line is drawn between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, because I'm not quite sure how this plays out. This is all next. All right, happening now, we are told that former New York City Michael Bloomberg, New York City mayor, too much coffee, is reassessing the future of his campaign this morning after the finish that didn't turn out like he wanted to last night on Super Tuesday. He did win American Samoa. He did pick up some delegates, but not his money's worth. Our panel is back with us now this morning. Paul, what's going to happen? What's this decision like for Michael Bloomberg?
Well, this is where we see the ego to intellect ratio. Okay, all these candidates have big egos, but a lot of them are really smart too.
That's a great
I think you're going to see, I don't know, but my guess is that Mayor Bloomberg didn't get to be worth $60 billion by having more ego than brains. In other words, I'm sure he's got healthy self-esteem, but I think you look at the numbers, and he's a guy who's made his living on metrics and looking at numbers. There's not a path for him any longer. And he has already done amazing good. I live in Virginia now. And in Virginia, one of the reasons Virginia is blue is because of Mike Bloomberg. He went in there, he spent money, he raised the gun issue, which was the home of the NRA. So he's done a ton of good already. He's likely to be able to do a ton of good without being a candidate. And he won't have the fun of being a piñata at the debates any longer, but he could still make history. That would be my pitch to you,
He would be
Mayor.
beloved in the Democratic Party. If he invested in, for example, getting senators elected, if he invested, obviously, in helping our nominee, if he invested in digital, the digital deficit that the Democrats may have compared to Donald Trump, I mean, and he's got all that data. I mean, he's got an incredible operation. So he would be a hero.
I think that Michael Bloomberg has actually done something very good for the Democratic Party, which is create an infrastructure in places we don't have infrastructure.
Right.
So, you know, he has an infrastructure in Arkansas, right? He has an infrastructure in Tennessee, in Georgia. So all of these places where he has these and if he's able to leave that infrastructure in place, then if Mike Bloomberg were to get out of this race and get behind Joe Biden, with all due respect to Bernie Sanders and everybody else, the general election, for all intents and purposes, starts now. And we just have to have somebody who fits into that infrastructure who can continue to help build. I mean, we have to, in order to beat Donald Trump, we have to build. And the weaknesses of Joe Biden are young people, energy, and maybe Michael Bloomberg, whether or not it's social media, whether or not it's the infrastructure, can help generate some of those things. I mean, listen, he was a mayor of a small island, and he won a small island. I've been waiting to use that all morning.
This is the whole turn. Wait a second. So he spent, what, $500 million so far? And he makes $107 million a day.
Yeah.
That's good.
What?
That'll help.
It must
I mean,
be
really,
nice.
that's 5 days of work. It's a good salary. $107 million a day.
For the viewers watching, when you hear King Clyburn or anyone else say reassessment, it means dropout. Just like when it's a debate and you hear someone say, my good friend, they're about to destroy them, right?
Yes.
So reassessment is Michael Bloomberg, take your $500 million, Tim Steyer, take your $250 million, combine it together and help the Democrats take back the Senate and hit. And this is where the intellect and ego comes. The intellect will be, I see the numbers, I'm going to drop out. The ego is, I'm going to get you, Donald Trump. And I'm going to help. And also,
What about Warren, Wash? What about Warren?
Warren, brilliant. You know, I was a fan. It saddens me that people didn't give her the respect that she deserved. She was a lot of people's number 2, wasn't enough for number 1. She doesn't have a pathway. She was number 3 in Massachusetts. That's a killer. If you don't win your own state, you have to reassess. And for her,
You just said it. You just said
I
it.
learned quick. I learned quick. She has to choose which one of her, who's going to be her friend, right? And they are going to need her. I think she will
Isn't
help.
Bernie going to be her
But
friend?
I don't think that, and this is, I guess, why we get paid the big bucks to talk about things we absolutely don't know. I don't think that she actually endorses anybody. I know that it sounds like she's an ideological pairing with Bernie Sanders, but I think that there's a role for her to play down the road.
Definitely.
I'm stealing a theme from Mayor Landrieu, but there is because she has credibility in these fractured wings. She has credibility with the progressive. She has credibility with the quote unquote establishment. Don't really know what that means anymore. But at a convention where people need to come together, I think that she can help kind of bring the party back together. I mean, we do know who the ultimate unifier is. He's 44. He's probably in Chicago or golfing today. And when Barack Obama gets off the sidelines, that's one thing. But until that moment, I think the great unifier who has credibility on all aspects of the party.
And she could help Biden with some of the progressive, because Biden needs help to really get the youth, get Latinos. Let's give Bernie credit. He brought out Latinos in Nevada
and young Latinos,
in Texas, and California, right? And he won Nevada. And
at
so,
this.
yeah, look at that. And so, ooh.
The numbers have just gone up. We just want to take a moment here for the new delegate count because they have both just jumped up ahead. So Colorado has now been added. Biden is at 382. Bernie Sanders is at 321. They've gained a lot just during our program, and then Pete Buttigieg 26 and Elizabeth Warren 25.
So if you're Bernie, this thing not over at all. And it's a big night for Joe, and everybody, I think, needs to cover it and acknowledge that. But it's a very, very long road.
So what does that mean, though, Paul? Because we heard Bernie Sanders last night. Not only is he not giving up, but he continues to define this race as it's the establishment against me, and the establishment is bad.
He feeds off of that. I think that that's a losing message. As I said, this is about gaining support. There's two kind of churches: those who hunt down heretics and those who seek out converts. And Democrats want converts. And when I talked to some folks who endorsed Biden yesterday, or the other day, one of the reasons is they felt like Sanders was a little exclusionary. I mean, you're not pure enough for me. It gives them the Heisman.
But it drives me crazy because I know a bunch of black women who sit on the front row of their church, right? They wear the big hats. And every time you hug them, when you're in church, you hug them and you smell like Chanel No. 5 the rest of the day, right? And they cook amazing pound cakes and they cook amazing coconut pies. But they have to make decisions about whether or not they're going to pay their utility bills or get their prescription drugs. Those people voted for Joe Biden.
Right.
They're not the establishment.
Right.
They're the
People
backbone
stood
of the
in
party. They're
line
the
in all
backbone
these
of this
places.
country.
Who is the
it's absurd to me
and
to discount it that way.
To throw it out
the
like
guy's
an
been in the
epithet,
center of
like
the
it's an
House the last
insult to be a Democrat, to be somebody who's a delegate.
That being said, Bernie is tapping into something that we have to pay attention to.
I agree with that.
Trump tapped into it.
Totally agree.
There are young people, disaffected white workers in Michigan and the Rust Belt. A lot of Democrats who went Republican. They feel the establishment, whatever it is, the status quo, the ideologies have failed them. And he says, I will have disruption and I will make change now. That can excite a lot of people.
But don't attack Democrats
I know,
when you're
but I'm
looking
just
for the
saying,
Democrat.
you
But
need
yeah,
that
the
marriage.
Democrats
I've
are
been
going to be
saying
the answer to it.
Joe, but what Joe needs is to tap into that.
Yeah,
And there has
totally
to be a brokerage of
Totally
marriage.
agree. Yes, that's
I
really
guess my
smart.
only point
Quickly.
with Bernie Sanders is I want Bernie Sanders a part of the Democratic Party. Right?
Totally.
I'm not sure Bernie Sanders wants to be a part of the Democratic Party. That's my only thing. And I appreciate, especially what Bernie Sanders has done in the Hispanic community in Nevada, in California, in Texas. I mean, he's winning 80% of the youth Hispanic vote between the ages of 18 and 30. That's the future of America, not just the party. We need Bernie Sanders. I'm not sure Bernie Sanders knows he needs us.
Guys, I know you've forgotten that we're on live television right now, and this
is just a
conversation
green room
could just go
conversation.
on.
I need to endorse someone.
I endorse Andrew Yang for mayor of New York. Is that a thing? Can that happen? I don't know.
I think we need to reassess the timing of this segment.
Thank you all very much. Great to have you here. Now to another top story. Health officials now have new standards for coronavirus testing. As the number of cases rises in the U.S., more of exactly what you need to know this morning. Nine Americans have died from coronavirus, all of them in Washington state. This as the number of cases reported across the country also continues to rise. At this point, there are 126 cases. Joining us now is CNN Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta and Dr. William Schaffner. He's an infectious disease professor at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Great to have both of you this morning. Sanjay, a ninth person in Washington state has died. Give us some perspective on what this tells us.
Well, public health officials are still trying to find out what is the connection between all these people. There's obviously concern about this extended care facility because so many of the people who have been infected or had some who have died, unfortunately, have some connection to this facility. But this is challenging to try and piece this together. What we know is that the virus is spreading within the community there, maybe spreading within the community in other places as well. The majority of people who may have been exposed to this virus may not have much in the way of symptoms. They don't know that they're carrying the virus. That's the picture that's starting to emerge, which is not that different than what we've seen in other places around the world. I mean, the virus does not respect borders or geography, as we've talked about, Allison. So it's obviously sad, but I think public health officials have known for some time this was going to happen.
Dr. Schaffner, we've been told that there'll be more testing, that they were slow federal officials were slow to get testing kits out to hospitals everywhere, but now that is beginning. And so what do you think the next 2 weeks are going to look like?
Allison, the next 2 weeks will be revelatory. Yes, we were slow off the mark, but the testing is now getting out there. Doctors are eager to test, and we will see exactly how widespread now coronavirus is in the United States. Is it just focal here and there and a little bit of spread here and there, or suddenly is it revealed that we have widespread coronavirus infection? I think the next week and a half or 2 weeks will tell the tale.
And Dr. Schaffner, do you have any prediction about which one of those models it will be?
I only have my fingers crossed. I hope it will be smaller rather than larger.
Yeah, I mean, we all do. But Sanjay, I guess the point is that if China is any guide, if Italy is any guide, these things grow exponentially. Why would we be different?
I think that as well. And I'm with Dr. Schaffner in that you hope for the best, prepare for the worst. But look, I mean, in cities across the country, international airports, New York, Atlanta, we've seen what's happened in Washington State, California. I think you would have to believe that this has got to be spreading more widely. And as we've talked about, I think the context is always important. That's going to be the alarming thing. And as we hear the numbers come back from this increased testing, I think we're suddenly going to have a significant jump in the number of people who are confirmed as positive in this country. That's going to be alarming to people. But again, keep in mind that the majority of those people may not be that sick. They may not have even really thought to get tested in the first place. So I just hope people keep that in mind. I do want to tell you as well, Allison, just because this testing has been of such interest to people, from Vice President Pence yesterday, he's saying any American can be tested for the coronavirus, no restrictions whatsoever. So even people who have no symptoms, if there's some cause for concern, I wouldn't suggest everyone just go out and start getting tested, but if there's some cause for concern, then it is reasonable to get tested, and it will be covered as an essential health benefit as well. So it should be free. That's what we're hearing straight from the Vice President's office now.
But Sanjay, are you hearing that we have enough tests for that? Anybody who wants to be tested can just waltz into their doctor's office?
That's the hope. Right now, they're saying there's going to be 1 million more tests that are going to be made available. Some people may need to be tested more than once, so that doesn't necessarily mean 1 million more people, and they want to keep scaling up the production of these tests. Look, it's possible. We've seen this in other countries around the world. I don't think there's a reason to believe that we can't do it here. I think we haven't done it here for a few different reasons. There was faulty tests in the beginning. The criteria was probably too narrow in terms of who should have been tested, and that's why there's only been some 500, 600 people who've been tested in this country. But I think the numbers are going to go up dramatically.
Dr. Schaffner, I hear so many people who are concerned. They just don't know what to expect or what even to look for a healthy person, younger than some of the people in their 70s or 80s who have been most severely hit. Is this going to be just like the flu? Is that what people need to be on the lookout for? That same types of symptoms, same longevity of symptoms?
Well, that's what it's beginning to look like. But of course, we're concerned mostly about, first of all, healthcare workers, because this virus really is transmitted very readily in the context of healthcare. And that's another reason we want to test widely, and we really would like to have the test available at local hospitals. That would be the ideal. But yes, I think most of the people who will be more seriously infected are the people who are older, somewhat frail, have underlying illnesses such as diabetes, heart disease, lung disease, and the like. And I think that's where the doctors will be doing most of the testing, where we expect the complications to be most serious.
All right, Dr. Schaffner, Sanjay Gupta, thank you both very much for all of the information. We really appreciate being able to rely on you guys.
Thank you.
John.
All right, most of Super Tuesday is on the books, right? Except they're still counting votes in California and Maine. One of the questions we're going to look at this morning is, now that this is done, what does it mean for next Tuesday? Where's the race going next? We get the bottom line next. All right, it is sort of wait for it Wednesday after Super Tuesday. What are we waiting for? We're waiting to see what the significance of these really surprising results are. Joe Biden leads in the delegate race this morning, which I think is an outcome that none of us fully expected. So we look ahead now. next Tuesday. 352 delegates are at stake in Idaho, Missouri, Michigan, North Dakota, Mississippi, and Washington. Let's get the bottom line with CNN political analyst David Gregory. David, as we look to next week, I think it is notable the former Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm just did endorse Joe Biden on this show. Maybe gives you a sense of where things maybe will be headed.
Well, and it helps the momentum for Biden in that he has picked up key endorsements from establishment politicians in the party. I know we're talking about whether that's the word to use, but these are mainstream politicians in the party who are endorsing him. Maybe that helps. Michigan is obviously important, too, because we're going to look to that as a state in the general election that's important. Can Biden or Trump speak to people who are feeling pain in the country? So we look to those. Those are all states, by the way, that Hillary Clinton picked up in 2016. So perhaps it's friendly.
I think Bernie won in Michigan. And I think when you start,
he may have won in Michigan.
And I think when you start looking in North Dakota and Iowa, it's a little weird because you had caucuses before and whatnot. Right. I don't know that anyone's going to be able to emerge with a major delegate haul. Mississippi is a state where Joe Biden could win by a ton and stretch out delegate margins there.
Right, and I think, look, the momentum piece, you've been talking about it all morning, is so important. He won something. He won it big. Voters may not feel that their soul is on fire by Biden, Democratic voters, but I think there's a lot of, well, you know, he can win. I guess we'll go with him. We want to beat Trump. That's most important. Let's eliminate the drama, all this talk about a contested convention. Let's go with him. There's also something else. Pragmatic voters in the Democratic Party, be they suburbanites, African Americans, are saying, we're not so sure we're ready for revolution. You know, A, we may not believe that that's the right thing. B, it wouldn't necessarily change my life, and it may not actually get done. Let's go with somebody who we think can take on Trump. And I think that's an important perspective.
But Bernie Sanders is also doing well today. I mean, the reason that we have led so much with Biden is because it was so unexpected and so different than what it could have been 4 days ago or before South Carolina. But Bernie, as we look at the delegate numbers, I mean, he continues to gain just like Biden does. I mean, he's up as well in the 300s. California is still counting. So what is he going to do for the next week?
Well, it's going to be tight, and he's going to be taking the fight to his people and to the rest of the Democratic voters around, you know, look, his message was very powerful last night. The same old is not going to beat Donald Trump. He may be right. We don't know. What we know today, and you got to give Bernie Sanders his due. I think you're right. I mean, the Biden story coming out of nowhere. It's not spending money, not traveling, winning Massachusetts and winning the South. It's a big deal because Democratic voters are speaking. They are saying something, but they are still showing up for Bernie Sanders. We now have a different race. Yesterday morning, I think it's good for the Democratic Party that there is somebody in the liberal lane, in the moderate lane. They're going to have a robust debate, an actual debate, and people are going to be thinking about this. As I look forward, I think, do we start to see elements of accommodation? I think that Bernie Sanders is a less accommodating guy than Joe Biden. I think Biden is a classic politician who can find ways to attack and to bring people around. I think that's what you're going to have to look for, because there's going to be a real rift in the party that's not going to be solved by just saying, oh, we should all get behind one candidate or the other. The other thing is obviously Bloomberg and Warren. Bloomberg could do a lot of good for Joe Biden if he gets out soon.
Stay tuned on that. We're watching that very closely as Today develops. Jim Clyburn congratulated Michael Bloomberg on something.
It was unclear.
Jedi mind tricks, trying to convince Michael Bloomberg he's already made a decision, which he hasn't. I want to take a slight detour from the presidential race because there were primaries across the country in other races, including the Senate race in Alabama, where Jeff Sessions is trying to get his old seat back, right? And you can see the outcome of the primary. What happens is this will go to a runoff between former Auburn football coach Tommy Tuberville and former U.S. Attorney General
Roy
Jeff
Moore
Sessions.
Didn't do so well there.
No. So it's going to go to a runoff, okay? What happened this morning? People have been telling President Trump, stay out of this. Stay out of this.
Don't meddle in someone else's election.
Whatever feelings you might have about Jeff Sessions, stay out of it. What did he do? He didn't stay out of it. So let's put the tweet up on the screen. I don't have it in front of me. If you can throw it up on the screen here.
I have it for you.
Want to do a dramatic reading?
Yes. This is what happens to someone who loyally gets appointed Attorney General of the United States and then doesn't have the wisdom or courage to stare down and end the phony Russia witch hunt, recuses himself on, in all capitals, first day in office, and the Mueller scam begins. Well,
I have one question. Yes. Should Russia witch hunt be capitalized necessarily? Is there somebody you consult on that? Like that's an official, it's a thing that you have to capitalize?
Strunk and White has this.
Look, there's a couple of different ways to read this. Obviously, we would expect that the president wouldn't have the self-discipline to stay out. there's probably a Trump effect. I mean, perhaps Sessions could have done better if it weren't for Trump interjecting. People knew how Trump has felt about him. But, you know, Sessions is a guy with his own conservative base in his state where they know him well. And this, if there's one theme this morning, is that voters who have a sense of who these candidates are going to have something to say about it, and they may push out outside influences. It's going to be very interesting to watch down there in Alabama.
David Gregory, great to talk to you.
Thanks for being here.
Yes. It's
Not all
been
morning. You
wonderful
didn't
to
start until a little bit after the show had already begun.
Like an hour.
Yeah,
after
you
the
waited.
show
It's funny because I didn't remember it that way.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right, Joe Biden won 9 states last night, and the votes are still being counted in California and Maine. CNN's coverage continues next.